Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you doing it for clown, or you doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the white end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great, with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate of all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Take the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on it, ripping with a famous. Coast to stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living levels and smiles all on the English. Knows we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes time. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bombs and slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play after the grids, everybody hurt. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we are back in the house once again. 1 second. Get that. All right. We'll set up and set up. All right. Back in the house once again. Try to I tried to change the title up on the intro. It's all right though. You get the overall message. Pushing forward, moving forward, primarily through STEM. For me, it makes more sense to promote scientists and engineers versus entertainers and social media influencers. You don't really provide any tangible resources that help the Black community. Making somebody laugh or feel good for a few minutes can only go so far. Being able to provide a network where black businesses and people in the Black community can actually excel and build from a tangible standpoint makes a lot more sense to me. What's up, by any means, Tells? Yeah, I know this stream gonna be low, and I'm cool with it. Cause I got plenty of material to discuss to keep the 12 hours going. I don't really need to start talking about Hollywood gossip or provide any type of conflict between YouTubers and users to get content going. I say that for the professionals. Some people want to have pretend they care about who got court dates People that don't even have U.S. citizenship, right? All of a sudden, this they're concerned about their well-being. Shit, crazy. You concerned about his well-being, even though no matter how much time he get in jail, he gonna be deported back to Canada. Yeah, depending on what time of day is the discussion is being had is going to depend on the interest level of it. I'm cool with it either way. We're gonna try to keep it on a positive note going into the weekend, though. In case you haven't been up on the last few streams, we do have the Zayx semi-annual Black Science Fair event coming at you this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, May 24th and 25th. We're going to have a simulcast live stream with some of the selected students, not only in the New York area, but across the diaspora. Then we'll be having selected guests and professional expo event. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe that's going to be Saturday, I think. But I have to get clarification as soon as possible. What's up with it, Jackson? Tails. Max. Whoever's hiding up in the clouds, it's all good. We're going to drag this out all the way around the clock. Trying to load my other device up. So we can start off with some news reports. And if we don't have anybody coming up on the panel, while I go through that, we can dive into some educational and informative info. We can review some books. Is what a new discussion. Yeah, I knew they had a Malcolm X event at Malcolm X College in Chicago the other day. So, does any other town in the U.S. Have a college uh, that's named after Malcolm X? And I wanted to read this article without having to sign up for. 1 second. Yeah, that's what I thought. So Malcolm X was born on May 19th, 1925. As quoted by college president David Sanders at Malcolm X College, he said it's both an honor and a privilege to reflect on the visionary leadership of this incredible figure uh, in dedicating to uplifting marginalized communities remains a guiding principle at our institution and core value that we share and hold dear to our college. The celebration included keynote speakers, panel discussions, and a number of local performance groups and award ceremonies who closely matched the school's values based on the life of Malcolm X. Notable speakers included Mayor Brandon Johnson. Let's see. I don't really have like a list, but I know he was there. Just trying to find some video of the event, but I don't see any right at the moment. What's up, Dr. Lamb? Pigeon Feather, what's good? Yeah, they just paid out $9 million in tuition at city colleges here in Chicago. So all that federal funding was not necessarily cut off based on some of the headlines that are coming in. I want to see if they had a list of. Let's see. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so here goes the actual itinerary from the official Malcolm X event schedule. So they had like a registration and a breakfast starting at 8 a.m. and then in the auditorium section 1104, they featured a double dutch team called the Soaring Hawks, and they did like a community choir session after that. College President David Sanders then gave a speech, like I had quoted earlier. Then they had some more speakers. Award presentation, The Life and Legacy of Malcolm X. Uh, their luncheon event was provided music by DJ Akari. Uh, Joanna LaFleur, who's the executive director at the Malcolm X Memorial Foundation, was handing out her Meeting of the Minds awards. After that, they also had a career panel that was facilitated by Miss Rhonda Hardman. Towards the afternoon, Miss Sonia Kothate gave her 1 million degrees presentation. And let's see, did I miss anything? Those were pretty much the highlights of that. Yeah, Chicago's all, has a reputation of being militant on both ends. Uh, okay, I'm coming around now. Uh, yes, Dr. Lamb, we did touch on the black governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, who vowed to veto any legislation that was introduced uh, as part of any reparations for Black Americans resolution on it. This was coming after the black congressman from Pennsylvania who reintroduced rather, the reparations bill, HR 40, into the House uh, on, I think it was last Thursday or Wednesday, I believe. So we'll see who stands on which side of that particular argument. China and Russia. Why do I always go to these uh, tabloid headlines? No, I won't mention that. I'll leave that out. I was trying to find some STEM related news that I had pent out yesterday. Still no word from the White House on the tornado storm damage throughout the Midwest, which included the St. Louis area. Kind of looking like 2005 New Orleans Katrina. They don't care about us. Yeah, I'm giving it to Dr. Land. Give me a second. 1 second. They don't want me to go solo the whole 12 hours now. They'll start up a protest and get me banned from the panel. You sat up there and talked the whole 12 hours without putting the link out. You didn't let nobody talk. That was discrimination. Yeah, they had me strung up like some of these RICO guys up in court. Is a reparations study the same as a reparations bill? You can't have reparations without a study, can you? I mean, you already received uh, sympathy. I feel bad for you. Stimulus check round, right? And for those who wanted to take advantage of the, uh, just come up with some ideas off the top of your head to say that you're an entrepreneur, even if you didn't have a real business, then they give you the opportunity to do that. I don't know. How many have there been? Did you participate in a study regarding the resolution for how black people was treated in the United States and America? Did someone come to you personally? Or are you counting? Let me see what you're counting as a study. Because right now, the only people that I can point to is let's see, who is the official spokesperson on reparations? That's a good question, Miss Camille. I don't remember anybody having any type of vote for it. This is going to be the person in charge. Kind of just took it upon themselves. In a second, yeah, it was Congresswoman Summer Lee after Corey Bush. If you want to put some names on it, at least those were the politicians. I was mostly trying to find out who was some of the activist leaders besides Yvette Carnell and some other names that are floating around. But yeah, yeah, I don't see nothing that's out of line with making sure that you go through however many times it takes to get the study done. None of the other reparations disbursements involved first time, one time only, uh, from introducing documentation to disbursement. Most of them involved layers and layers and nuances of studies, research material that took years on end to get to the disbursement phase. Because there's been a lot of contention on who deserves what, right? Because is Kamala Harris going to be qualified to receive reparations? Let me see what responses is in the chat. That's not for you to determine. That's why they need a study. Is Halle Berry, is she qualified to receive reparations? What about Barack Obama? What's up, Bass? No tax tips. We got to get together and figure out who gets who and who qualifies. That's a study. That's gonna involve dedication, consistency, obligation. Would be nice to impose a penalty if you don't do it, like some sort of checks and balances. Like if you don't get this study done within 6 months to at least a year, then some plan of action could be imposed. Where can you find the qualifications for reparations? I think that would involve uh, that would involve extensive research to not only develop a specific list of qualifications, but definitions, so there won't be any confusion, clear consensus on what this means. Direct lineage. Yeah, a lot of people throwing terms around. Lineage. See, that's what I'm talking about. You think Halle Berry is FBA, but Obama is not. Yeah, I don't know if there's been a nationwide study though, like for people that live in various communities. I've seen various literature regarding the reasons why Black Americans have been or should be awarded reparations. But I don't know if I've seen a study that say, okay, now this person right here must have these particular uh, list of qualification markers, A, B, C, all the way through Z. Maybe they have, and I may have just missed it. Okay, let's see. This these are all HBCUs, Dr. Lamb. Uh, Be Smart HBCU Hackathon. November 5th through the 8th from the Queen City. They'll be holding it down in Charlotte, North Carolina this fall. You read somewhere a group is trying to get an FBA as a category on the U.S. Census. Where you read that at? Oh no, the lady, the congresswoman, the black lady from Pennsylvania. I was just pointing out where she was from. I should have specifically said the Pittsburgh area. Miss Congresswoman Summer Lee. She introduced the federal bill on the U.S. Congress. Miss Camille. Governor Wes Moore was talking about any reparations legislation that was introduced specifically for the state of Maryland, but Congresswoman Summer Lee from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, representing her district, introduced a reparations bill, or reintroduced, I should say, reparations bill in Washington D.C. Put it like that. So that's how that went down. Just wanted to clarify that. I don't know. You feel that you would be legitimized if you got the letters FBA on a government document? You saw it on a TikTok description video. Okay. Yeah, he just said that TikTok is his source. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta switch up devices very shortly here. It's all good. Yeah, I try to avoid these new social media trends and platforms. But when you have corporations and government agencies kind of folding and slowly adapting these trends, kind of difficult to get around them. Okay, so the Fear of God drops exclusive capsule with the Malcolm X estate. The Fear of God and Barriers Worldwide partner have released an exclusive capsule benefiting the Shabazz Foundation with a collaboration with the Malcolm X Estate. The Legacy, Culture of God and Barriers Worldwide have joined forces with the Malcolm X Estate for the capsule collection, which pays homage to the X, the most iconic symbol in Black history. Rich in symbolism, the collection was originally debuted by Jerry Lorenzo as well as worn by Kyrie Irving and LeBron James. Lorenzo's Spear of God draws directly from Malcolm X archives, re-imaging X beyond just being a letter. The capsule highlighted the universal marker for resistance, empowerment, transformation through its bold storytelling. Barriers Worldwide continues to educate the world with its mission of inspiring through design, along with the capsule of with Fear of God, which remains a brand that has become rooted in American luxury. Its brand ethos helps to elevate the narratives of spiritual nad cultural identity. With his collection, all proceeds will be donated to the Shabazz Foundation, honoring the legacy of Malcolm X, Dr. Betty Shabazz, by supporting educational empowerment initiatives for underserved communities. And you can check that out on the hyperbeast.com website. Let's see, can I feature this? You see that? These are hoodies. You don't too much see the white with the black X on it. And this has a message on it. One second. Hold on, can I blow it up so I can read it? American luxury to live as free people, to as servants only to God, to honor all, to love the brotherhood, fear God, honor the fear of God market. I just wanted to read that, let you know what it says. Since I was not able to participate in the Malcolm X festivities the other day. Any one is what's on the sleeves of that. See the full shirt. That's the front of it. T-shirt. The message I read earlier. t-shirt. Once again. Full t-shirt. The famous hat. Baseball cap rather. And this is the back of it. All right. All right. So we got that out the way. I haven't been seeing any of these stories out for a good while. Y'all having donuts and sugar for breakfast? What are the 5 AI prompts you need to master when using Chat GPT and any other chat bot? No, that's a trigger word. Number 1, summarize it like I'm late for a meeting. A good summary prompt makes your reading list shorter and your life easier. Summarize the text in 3 bullet points. Note the key takeaways from the document and rewrite the words that usually is less than 75 words. Number 2, reframe it for the right moment. Reframing prompts helps you turn awkward drafts into polished communication and adapt one piece of content. Such as rewrite this email to sound more confident, or turn this paragraph into a tweet. Make this less robotic and more human. Number 3, brainstorm like your creative friend who never runs out of ideas. You can ask it to scan blog posts, uh, unique ways to promote a book, unusual taglines for eco-friendly subject matter, and also metaphors that you can use. Number 4, compare like an unbiased but extremely opinionated assistant. If you're trying to compare cell phones, you can ask it, compare iPhone 15 Pro to Galaxy S24 Ultra for battery life, camera, and AI features. What are the pros and cons from Google Keep to Notion? Which is better for learning code, JavaScript or Python, and things like that. And number 5, role play your way to better answers. So you can literally prompt it to act like a nutritionist, create a 7-day meal plan for someone with no time to cook, pretend you're a therapist, give advice to someone dealing with imposter syndrome at work, pretend you're a manager at work in the HR department, review this resume for red flags, or you can pretend to be a brand strategist. Give me your feedback on this tagline from this company. You can also ask it to give feedback after you've created your document or presentation. So those are the 5 AI prompts that you can use in most situations. Does anybody write that down? No. Y'all got early morning energy in the morning? That's cool. Prompt engineering and your software engineers. CompTIA has a new security OT plus certification. Yeah, this is gonna be nerd hour. So anybody that's is allergic to information or education subject matter, this not for you. CompTIA announced it's developing a new certification focused on core cybersecurity skills for operational technology environments. The upcoming security OT plus certification targets the persistent gap between OT and IT. So are you familiar with the difference between information technology and operational technology? It aims to equip cybersecurity professionals ranging from floor technicians to industrial engineers to cybersecurity engineers and network architects with a unified skill set to detect, mitigate, and respond to security threats in manufacturing and critical infrastructure environments. The association proposed the SEC Plus certification that will focus on several core domains, which will also include risk assessments driven approaches to cybersecurity, ensuring professionals that can identify and prioritize threats based on potential impact. It will also cover compliance and regulatory frameworks specific to operational technology environments, and also will emphasize hardening techniques and secure configurations to protect critical systems from vulnerabilities. Managing third-party risk and supply chain security will also be key components in addressing these threats from external partners. Finally, the program will cover strategies for integrating and securing legacy systems that remain essential in many OT settings. So you can find that article posted on some of your favorite IT tech related publishers. This one came from industrialcyber.com. If you want to check CNET and some of the others, that'll be cool. Do they pay for soil testing before you buy it? Are you in a conversation with somebody? Oh, yeah, I know when we start getting into education hour, tech hour, we drift off into la la land. Volvo is going to put Google software in their new models. I don't know if that'll work out. So what's going on with the recovery plan for the storm, Seville? Since we haven't gotten an official word from FEMA, the White House, nobody in Washington. Take a little from today. So maybe, of course, I sang. I heard from the former mayor, the black lady Teresa, that they was even setting up a GoFundMe, which is wild. After multiple reported absolutely zero acknowledgement from uh, any federal agency. Here, got a statement, early warning system from the storm. Several residents said they didn't even know nothing about it. They were asking a lot of questions about it. Well, that's what people do. No, I can't do nothing about the chat, man. Unless somebody spam in the chat, it's pretty much most people got wrenches. They coming through swinging a sword. They come through swinging a sword. They said I was gonna switch devices. Trying to keep it somewhat informational education. But the real reason why I'm kind of slow is trying to avoid having to eat some hot breakfast. Since my time on the panel is going to be a little bit extended than planned, I could have planned on cutting everything off and starting later after I got done, but I decided to go ahead and blend it. Because we will be live streaming the whole weekend. The price of land in Mississippi. Yeah, you can find out what's going on in Mississippi if you want to buy some land. Yeah, it shouldn't be no secret club you gotta go to. A couple of different people were sending me articles and information. I was trying to make sure I had the right info on them. A congressman died last night. Hold on. U.S. Representative Jerry Connolly of Virginia uh, passed away last night at the age of 75. Yeah. He was part of the oversight committee and had to take a break when he was diagnosed with cancer. Okay, that's that news. Oh, you're the same guy. Okay. Two Nissan plant will be shutting down. Let's see. Since y'all was talking about Mississippi, yeah, Canton, Mississippi. Uh, that's where Nissan has its production plant at. It was reported that Nissan was closing two of its plants in Japan. Doesn't really say anything about the plant. The report says that they will use the Canton plant uh, to to manage the tariffs. So whatever they decide to do with tariffs, that's going to determine what happens at the Canton, Mississippi Nissan plant. They definitely. They also have a Nissan plant in Smyrna, Tennessee. Also. Mm, all right, all right, all right. Enough of that. The African nation of Tanzania officially bans the U.S. dollar for trading. Yes, I know about Canton, Mississippi, off of Interstate 55. I was born and raised across the Mississippi River from Clarksdale, Mississippi. Shout out to Tunica, Walls, Highway 61, Highway 49, both of them U.S. highways. The Bank of Tanzania has placed a blanket ban on all foreign currencies in local transactions. Only the Tanzanian shilling is made legal tender. The ban comes after an influx of foreign currency circulated the market, uh, which decreased the shilling. The ban includes both receiving and sending foreign currencies, making it legal offense to initiate the payments. Every individual, bank, and business entity must use the Tanzanian shilling and not foreign currency. Individuals, traders, business owners, and large corporations in the country are not allowed to use the US dollar for transactions. Under these regulations, pricing and payment for all goods and services within the country must be in Tanzanian shillings. That's it. All right, just wanted to get that out there. For all those dollar is king advocates. So why ain't nobody talking about the 145% tariffs on China going back down to 30? And absolutely nothing was done over in the Middle East while Trump was over there shopping like he was going to a vacation in Dubai. Mhm. Google's Chrome. Okay, I thought that was. So when did China make its 5G satellite to phone video call? Oh, let me see. The world's first 5G satellite to smartphone broadband video call by scientists in China has raised new questions about the effectiveness of U.S. restrictions on apps like TikTok. The test was carried out earlier this month using new technology demonstrating satellite, according to Liang Beijing, the head of China's Satellite Network Group. The state-owned company manages 13,000 satellite internet mega constellation, which is meant to rival SpaceX and Starlink. They completed the test based on the 5G non-terrestrial network standard and validated key elements of the So, what type of legislation did New Jersey pass? A, a New Jersey court has upheld the use of the geofence warrant, and specifically a armed robbery case in 2022, uh, ruling that a digital search tool did not violate state constitution. The decision marks the first time a New Jersey appellate court has addressed the constitutionality of geofence warrants, which allows police to request location data from tech companies to identify devices near a crime scene. The New Jersey Appellate Division's ruling, issued from a March 2022 robbery at a Milltown, New Jersey gas station. The store clerk reported that he was robbed of $673. Witnesses told police the suspect appeared to be speaking to somebody on a cell phone. Detectives sought out a geofence warrant from Google to identify any devices within a 14-minute time period. Google responded with data showing one device in the area, leading to a second warrant that identified the device owner as Van Salter, according to the ruling. Police obtained three separate warrants related to Salter's phone. The first was to identify the device near the crime scene using Google location data. The second warrant was to reveal the identity of the device owner. And the third was access to the suspect's account information and location history. The appeals court said the data led to Salter's arrest, indictment on multiple charges, including robbery and aggravated assault. Salter moved to suppress the evidence, arguing the warrants were not constitutional and lacked probable cause. And the Middlesex County Superior Court agreed, finding the initial warrant was based on assumptions rather than concrete evidence. The appeals court reversed that decision, though, however, ruling the widespread use of smartphones and the witness observations provided sufficient grounds for the initial warrant. The three-judge panel issued a 2-1 decision. After the panel remanded the case to the lower court to assess whether the second and third warrants met constitutional standards. That's pretty wild. Yeah, he's that guy from Saturday. You got 8 poems. It sounds illegal. Who banned cell phones in the schools? The state of New York? The Wake County Board of Education. Yeah, this is in North Carolina. Gave tentative approval Tuesday night to a first ever district-wide wireless communication device policy requiring cell phones to be put on silence and put away and smartwatches to be set in airplane mode. So it didn't say you couldn't have them. It just said you must put them on. Well, they won't make noise, I guess. But aren't those vibration motors pretty loud? Yeah, I'm trying to keep it on stem as long as possible. I know it ain't gonna be able to last too much longer. Oh, the stock of United Healthcare took a dive after it reported that it had paid nursing homes to reduce hospital transfer. Mhm. Oh, Pepsi bought that Mexican drink company. It's almost saying computers should not be allowed in school. So if you purchase the new Samsung, let's see, quick little pop-up ad. The Galaxy S25, part of the Samsung Boost scheme. They're offering Galaxy Z Fold 6 buyers will get half off the Story Blocks subscription, 3 months of Peacock Premium subscription, 6 months of Sirius XM Radio, 2 months of Adobe Lightroom, a 30-day free trial to ArcSight. I think that's ChatGPT. Galaxy S25 Ultra and S25 Edge buyers will get 3 months of Peacock Premium, 6 months of Sirius XM satellite radio, and 6 months of Gemini Advanced Open Chat GPT. The Galaxy Tab S10 Ultra gets all of the above, in addition to a subscription to GoodNotes. Free, 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 free. We'll check your Samsung dealers for more uh, deals on that. What's up, Simo? Hey, Wall Street. I don't know where you getting your damn information from. She got mad because I said that she didn't think black people could be atheists. So that ain't no slight on me. then you better not pretend like you don't know what the hell's going on. You get on this platform. I can cut you off anytime I get ready. In case you didn't fail and bump your head. You got amnesia this morning. Stay on topic. Since you feel the need to call my name out in the chat. And what you learned last night from some lady that was engaged in entertainment and alcohol on the panel. They got upset because I told her to refrain from referring to God as a solution for black people. This where we at now? Yeah, this before your time. This is before you came over here. This dude came on the panel. He said, how are you black and you don't believe in God? Like all black people must believe in God. So she was thinking the same thing. So when I said, the whole God is bullshit, she's thinking that's something that's related to white people that not believing in God. So you want to get on that subject now? That's the first thing that popped in your head now since you waking up. I'm trying to get this stream going on some educational, informational technology, but you so lulled into focusing on entertainment and ratchet content that gets you more excited. You motivated to talk about that now. We want to talk about ratchet now. What about informational content this morning? Scrap all that I've said. Let's focus on the ratchet shit. It's amazing how we can get smoke up for ratchet shit, but we can't get charged and motivated to focus on informational and educational subject matter. Right. Just focus on the information. You ain't got to drag what you believe into to anything. AMD got a new 16 gigabyte chip out, about 300. So they're gonna test out the autonomous taxi in Boston, Massachusetts. Two companies with MIT have used the Seaport neighborhood for testing the Optimus ride and Motional. Neither ultimately launched a taxi or ride-sharing service here, and all of the testing was done with a human safety driver in the vehicle to take over situations where technology ran into problems. The veterans of Optimus Ride and Motional regard as the most significant challenges Waymo will face trying to offer driverless rideshare service in Boston, and the odds that it will be launched by next year. Waymo is a subsidiary of Google. Did y'all know that? What do the cities where Waymo currently operates have in common? Snow isn't a regular feature of the weather forecast in Los Angeles, Austin, Texas, Phoenix, Arizona, or San Francisco. Waymo has reportedly tested its vehicles near Lake Tahoe, upstate New York, and Michigan. The next two announced launch cities are Miami, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia. So it's just laying out all the research and data collecting uh, bullet points. Yes, Lake Tahoe is in Northern California. What's up, Afro? What is Manchester? Yeah, I think I posted the NVIDIA quantum supercomputer article earlier. Who was that? Morgan State? One second. Oh, Jada Kiss's daughter graduated from Morgan State. Since it's that time of year, right? Shout out to oh. All right, let me put the link out. Shit, crazy. My bad. I know I went out for a second, but seems to be some activity going on in my nearby vicinity. So it may get loud, and I won't be able to stay on the mic if it does. But even if it's up on the panel, it's still going. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna switch devices real quick. So I can move around. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. Let's see. Go ahead, Waller.
Hey man,
What's
you
up?
got a heck. Life is good. You know how I feel about that. It's a beautiful day again.
Yeah.
Another beautiful day. That's wild, man. I saw the title. I said, wow, that's wild. Against everybody, against everyone. That kind of you made that one.
Yeah, we rocking and rolling, man. We got the science fair coming up this weekend. Yeah.
You say against everyone. Versus everyone. That's wild. So even non-STEM Pan Africans, you versing them too, huh?
Yeah, if they're against Pan Africanism or promoting STEM to our youth, yeah.
What about STEM Christians? What I mean, STEM Moors.
Yeah,
Stem.
Pan-Africanism don't have anything to do with religion. That's so if you trying to attach religion to it, yeah, they're the enemy. Yeah, go
No,
ahead
I'm
and
not.
throw them in too.
I'm not bringing up religion. I was attempting to stay away from religion myself personally.
Well, you said the word Christian, so that
Yeah,
I
I
know
was
you
trying to.
probably couldn't help it. Yeah,
I was trying to get to a point in my mind. That's why I said Moors, and I was about to say Ados or something like that, because you put Pan African. You didn't
yeah.
put nothing about religion. And if I did,
Nope.
I don't want to bring up religion. I was
Nope.
on my way somewhere and brought that
Yeah.
word in. But I'm not trying to go religion. I'm trying to go Pan African now. You know what I mean? So you got Pan African, you got your Ados, your Moors, your Hebrew Israelite types. What if
Hebrew.
they what you say? Hebrews?
Yeah.
But what if they into STEM though? Is that cool? That make them cool or what? I mean, where is there any kind of like, because you got STEM Pan Africans, which is different from non-STEM Pan Africans, and then you got STEM Pan Africans, which is different from STEM Israelites and STEM Abos and
Light.
STEM, you know. You're gonna
Yeah.
verse everybody if they ain't just STEM and Pan African. You on the versus trip. Is that's
Yeah, if they get in the way of either of those ideologies, yeah, they in the way. That's all.
wait a minute now. You say if they have what kind of ideology?
Yeah, if they're getting in the way of any of Pan Africans promoting STEM, yeah, they in the way.
What if they're promoting STEM, but they are
Yeah, if they're promoting STEM, they're promoting STEM. It shouldn't be no other aspects along with that. So if you're promoting STEM, you're promoting STEM.
right?
So it doesn't matter if you're promoting STEM, but you were born on the moon or you were born while it was snowing outside. I mean, why are you concerned about if it's snowing outside or if it's 90 degrees or if it's 21 degrees, or do they eat meat? Are they vegans? I mean, it's just all these other things seem to be non-relative to the subject matter. So you're bringing that to me. Hebrew Israelites, that has nothing to do with STEM. It don't have anything to do with STEM-related subject matter. Nothing at all. We've been covering this, but I'm saying though, we've been covering this subject matter for the past hour and a half. No religion speculation has came up in the text, the articles I've been reading, in the subject matter. So I'm just curious on why this is such an intense subject matter that you have to contend with. And I really can't comment on it, Wale, but it's just kind of odd coming from you, though. I can expect it coming from somebody else, but I didn't anticipate this coming from you. But go ahead, though. I'm doing more than one thing at the same time. Go ahead.
This what coming from me? I'm trying to understand. What do you?
You're asking me about what if they're promoting STEM, but they're Hebrew Israelites? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, to me, that's like, why are you even asking that question? Now, the Hebrew Israelites, the Hebrew Israelites, right? So if they're promoting STEM, they're promoting STEM. What difference does it make if they're Hebrew Israelites or not? That doesn't make any sense.
Because you put Pan-African. What difference does it make if they Pan-African?
Right. Pan-African is not a religion. It has nothing to do with believing in God or not, or any spirituality. So how are you pinning Pan-Africanism with a religious group or a faith-based group?
Because I'm saying that it's the same people. They just have a different ideology. Like this way.
Oh no, Pan-Africanism does not include people that adopt the Hebrew Israelite faith.
I got that part. I
So
already
maybe
know
we
that.
need to go over what a
Still,
Pan Africanism is. Do we need to
maybe so.
go over that again?
Maybe so, because I was asking you relative to ADOS more, and just the popular different groups that I hear
Okay.
arguing and stuff, Indians, Pan Indians, and stuff. Whatever. I don't care. I'm just asking. If they into STEM, is that okay? Or they got to be STEM and Pan African versus everyone, which is what the thing here says. It don't say STEM versus everyone. It says STEM Pan African. So I'm asking, what about STEM ABOs or STEM ADOS or STEM, whatever the next thing they got out here, the next ideology that
Yeah,
don't have
those
nothing to
those
do with
those are
religion. What about
those
they in the
those are
STEM?
those sound like your made up groups because none of those groups come over here and promote STEM. I don't see ABOs coming over here promoting STEM. I don't see
Uh-huh,
Hebrew Israelites coming over here promoting STEM. I don't
uh-huh.
see any of those flat earthers or people that are against the government coming over here and promoting STEM. They come over
Well,
here and promote whatever they're promoting. The
well,
aboism, we always been here. They come over here and promote that. They don't promote STEM.
uh-huh,
We always black. We black everywhere. They come over here and promote that. They don't promote STEM.
uh-huh.
So if they
But
haven't been coming over here promoting it before, they're definitely not going to come over and promote it now. So yes, they are the enemy, Wale. If you asking that question,
Lance supports. I mean, STEM. He promotes and supports STEM. Lance, you remember Lance, Professor Lance, pseudo Professor Lance. He promotes STEM.
nah. He says that whatever is promoted by NASA is a lie, and they've been lying to us. So
Well,
I don't see it. Yeah, he
that's just
doesn't. He
true.
doesn't promote
NASA
STEM.
even says, yeah, that's just true. NASA even says that themselves. That they putting up phony stuff. They put up
Okay.
computer generated stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, bloggers on the internet also put up phony stuff. So what are we saying here?
I don't know about that. I was just asking about
Well, I know
STEM,
about it.
the
Shit.
title. The title of
I don't need to go to no damn uh scholarly academics institution to find out if people on the internet blogging about random subject matter trying to put out and promoting false information.
what's false information. Wait a minute. You talking about NASA again now with the false information?
No, I'm just talking about regular people on the internet,
Oh, because
like Lance.
you had mentioned false information, and what he said about NASA was actually true. NASA.
Yeah, he puts out false information as well. So what's the difference?
Okay, I'll go with that as well. I don't really get into that, but I was just saying on that particular tip, Lance is something that's different, and he also appreciates STEM and supports it.
Well, what's the difference if he puts out false information, whether you think he supports STEM or not?
I don't know the difference. What I'm looking at is
Okay,
just the
okay. This ain't going nowhere. This ain't going nowhere.
I'm not all over the
Anything
place.
else about the title that you were curious about?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. The last part that also the last two words, which was the part that made me even figure like I shouldn't even say anything, which was join the convo. So I come up to join the convo based upon the title. Not I don't know what you about this and that, but I was curious about this title. I said, damn, STEM Pan Africans versus everyone. That's kind of isolationalist. But it's cool. You play the game how you think is best, man.
No, I think I put join convo in it. True.
Right. I'm reading it directly off of the thing, so It says I said the last two words. But
Yeah, he just responded to you in the chat. That's all.
yeah, I know. Truth.
I responded to your questions.
Yeah, but truth always come with a adversarial attitude. I don't know how you
He
wake up
just
in the morning.
he responded to what you coming to.
Oh yeah, I know that. But he responded to it the same way, no matter what. It don't matter what. That's his response. And I was saying, and to
No
me, it just seems
matter
like
what.
miserable to live so miserable. I couldn't entertain that much misery.
You want to talk about truth, or you wanted to talk about STEM, or what are we doing here?
Mostly, I was talking about the title of this.
Okay, let's go ahead with it.
Yeah, that's what I was dealing with.
Yeah,
Because I understand that this weekend there's a STEM, what you call it?
science fair,
Oh, science fair.
expo.
Expo,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Because I couldn't think of the exact words.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciate that, and I want to get some of the people I know who are involved in STEM. I don't know about the other things that they're involved in, whether they this, that, or the other. But I know they're involved in STEM, making things, and the rest of that type of stuff that goes with them, math, science, whatever. So I plan to involve them and let them know about it, and some children too. Like I said, there's a couple of STEM schools around, and I plan, they STEM focus schools, I should say, and I plan to hit them up and let them know about it, link them up to whatever advertisement, so they could check it out themselves. But this, like I said, one of the STEM situations here is strictly online. They do everything online. So I thought that might be like good to hook up with. And I traded both information. I gave Q their information and I gave them Q's information.
Yeah, that's cool.
I was just looking at last night at the they say the car was fully made by a 3D printer. And they say that as a result of them using AI and 3D printer, the calibrations and the tolerances are a lot lower. They don't have that distance that you get when la-di-da. But that's what they were saying about their vehicle and the way it was put together. They're expecting that more cars to be put together in that fashion because of the supposed accuracy.
Where is this?
The car, they make it in the U.S. It was made. It was 10 cars, and 3 or 4 of them are made in the U.S. And one of them, a flying car, just open up the wings and take off. Takes less than. So they're looking for the future of, like they're doing a lot of the trucks with the auto, with no driver type thing, buses. And now they're doing the cabs with no driver. They're experimenting with that, putting out, tests on that. So it's a good idea, I think, to get into that kind of STEM environment so that more people can know, not just get a job, but know how to do things. Not just how to get a job, but, actually know how things get done. So that's how I'd be recommending it to everyone from that angle. more so than, oh, you can get a job. There's so many jobs to get. I try to just see if they're willing to just, know how things get done. And then they could do it themselves or work for somebody that they do it for. That's up to them. But they would know. And so all the different groups, to me, STEM, they can all be STEM. They don't have to agree on no political, religious, social, or nothing. Just, we all work in STEM and we just work and get it done. I see that as being maybe fanciful, but practical as well. In order to be what you put here, pushing forward.
What up, Dev?
Samuel, you got a storm update?
Man, the last little storm that passed through it wasn't no tornado. It was just a bad little hailstorm. Little rainstorm. Little more tree damage. Couple more people lost power, but it's still. I mean, it's messed up out here. I mean,
Your lights went off on the
no,
weekend?
my light didn't go off. Fortunately,
Oh,
some people in the neighborhood's lights did around the corner down the street. Somehow, mine did it. I thought it was.
so has there been any acknowledgement from FEMA or any national agency or Red Cross?
No.
No.
I think the Red Crosses came out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mayor said that there was some sort of GoFundMe situation going on. 24 people fatalities were counted that was as of Monday though. I don't know if that number went up.
Yeah,
I know the
9
damage amount was in the billions though.
Yeah, the damages. Whole neighborhoods lost. Some people was in the car, got their car thrown into a fence and shit. Shit was crazy, yo.
Yeah, I was looking at some drone footage. Some of the older structures. No FEMA. No word from FEMA. One way or the other. They haven't said we ain't coming. They haven't even acknowledged it. None of the websites that I saw. They're refusing to take comments. The White House is running from the subject matter. They're not even responding to anything related to storm damage. So this reminds me of 2005 Katrina. Screw them niggas.
Yeah, it's been kind of fucked up.
I put the wrong link out, Bobby. My bad, yo. Hold on.
Yeah, that shit crazy. I don't even know though. That shit. I mean, I just think about because this is that time of the season, so we don't know if another one's gonna pass through. And according to them, they had problems with the storm horn the other night. So it went off after the storm passed, which was hella crazy. You there, Dad?
let's see. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah,
I
one
was trying
second.
to get the link.
The storm horn went off after the storm the other
Yeah,
night.
yeah,
That
that's
shit
what
was
they're
crazy.
saying. That the warning system was ineffective.
Hella ineffective.
What's up, Bob? We got St. Louis repping up on the panel. He might be getting the sound together. Let's see. Hold on. Is that me?
What up, Dub?
Oh, there you go.
What up, Dev?
What's up?
What up? What up? What up with it, Sabio?
What up, man?
Molten Gator, y'all good out there, man? Can't call it. That storm ain't take you out, did you, Sabio?
Hey,
Nah. Fortunately, it passed us over.
Oh,
Shit, it took out some people's power in the neighborhood. Other
oh
than
man,
knocked
I
down a
know it
few
was.
trees and shit. Other than that, nothing major.
Yeah, I was without power for a couple of days too. It ain't really. I know it was. It was closer to out there where you at. You know, being that it tore up the north side and the west side, but over here
Yeah,
it wasn't too bad. But it definitely took out some old ass big ass trees and had them spread everywhere.
yeah.
Great.
I done seen whole big ass trees, old trees, 300-400-year-old trees,
Yeah,
straight poured up from the root.
yeah.
Like damn,
From the roots, whole sidewalk took up with it.
whole
Yeah,
sidewalks
facts.
broke up. Like
Yeah.
damn,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
shit's crazy.
Did you see that? Did you see that post Tashara Jones put up?
Nah, I didn't see it. What she put up?
Hey, black women petty even when they even when they important people. Savio, why she shared a post on like Facebook or something? It was like the alarms never the alarms never the alarms never messed up when I was married. Said
Mm-mm.
that
Damn,
Tashara petty.
that's hella petty.
I said that's petty, boy.
Hey, you know
Oh
what?
man,
That
that
is
lady
true. When
first
you
week
think
on the
about it,
job.
when you think about
It's
it,
true though.
it's true.
It's definitely true. You know, it's just a lot of stuff that you could, criticize Tashara Jones about. But one thing she was definitely out there and for the people. However you want to perceive that is up to you. But everybody gonna make mistakes, but she wasn't making them type of mistakes. Now I don't know how the hell you missed the whole tornado alarm in the midst of the only
In the
tornado
midst
to
of
hit the
the tornado.
city. Right. They said that this was crazy, Sabio. Yesterday I heard the alarm, the thing going off, and I know it ain't finna be no tornado again today. So I open up the door and I'm listening. I'm like, babe, they got the tornado thing going off again. I'm like, I know it ain't because the sun out. I'm like, it look good as hell. Next thing I know, they say this is a test of the alarm system. I say, wait a minute. So y'all testing the shit 2 days after the storm that tore up half the city. All right, I see what y'all on.
Trying to make sure it works after the fact.
Yeah, it's over with now. People sleeping in convertible houses now, so ain't nothing you can do now.
Man, in convertible houses.
Look, say my line, Savio. People was
Man,
out here in convertible houses, boy.
this shit is crazy, yo. It like I went through a little neighborhood. It looked like a bomb went off.
Yeah, facts. I drove over there on the north side with my brother, and we was just because they was out there passing out, people with the was giving out. One thing I say, the neighborhood came together, but like you say, it definitely looked like some third world country bomb shit went
Looked
on.
like third world country shit over here. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I knew it was bad, but even I couldn't have predicted that it'd get that bad. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I
Yeah.
figured it was gonna be bad, but not to the extent that I was. And that was just one little neighborhood that I went through. I didn't even go through the whole neighborhood. I was passing through. When I was just like, gee.
Yeah, most of the neighborhoods I went through on the north side and like the west side area was like, I'm talking about if it wasn't like a demolished completely, it was definitely like your whole roof was tore off. You know what I'm saying? Your car was smashed in by some tree. I seen one house damn near split
Man,
all the way in half. Big ass tree fell through it. What?
man. I seen houses
Hell
down,
yeah.
whole houses gone. Like what are
Yeah.
these people gonna
Yep.
do?
The only thing sitting there is that pile of bricks and
That
that
pile
tore
of
up
brick,
wood and shit. Uh-huh.
that tore up wood, like wow.
I told my homie the other day, I say people in St. Louis are like just motherfuckers from the hood so traumatized, man, they can't even really process that they went through a tornado. They just like it's another day. I say, man, I'm like, boy, I don't know if it's just the resilience of my people or the extreme trauma we done been through, but folks is out there like not even really conceptualizing. They just went through a EF3 tornado. They just like, well, let's
An
go on barbecue
EF3.
and clean up. Yeah. Hey, I was telling that to the homies the other day. Dude, go tell me EF3 that ain't that bad. I say, nigga, it only go up to 5.
Right.
Like, what you
What is
mean
wrong
not
with
that
you? It only
bad?
go up to 5.
Right.
What is wrong with you?
I'm like, nigga, we was 2 steps from the fucking doom, nigga. What you talking about? Shit. And
That's crazy.
the tornado didn't even hit on my side of town, and I was without power for like 2 days. Just off the infrastructure damage it took down.
You went the
Man,
whole weekend with no power?
Yeah, my
some
power
people
didn't
still
come.
without power, Dev.
Yeah, some
Like
people
Huh?
that.
still ain't got power, Dev.
Some
Some
people
people still
still ain't
without
got
power.
power.
I heard 100,000 customers are over.
I didn't go the whole weekend, but
Oh,
the storm hit. Yeah, the storm hit. I think what was that, Thursday? Whatever day that storm hit, the power went out that day, and my power didn't come back on until like 2 days later. I think it was Saturday, like going into Saturday night. Yep. Yep. So I was without power for a couple days, but it wasn't as bad as motherfuckers that was without power and without house. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
That's the worst.
that's the worst.
You without power, without house, car messed up. You see, you can't even sleep in the car because a tree done crashed into that.
Crash
Like, yeah,
into your
it's people
car.
out here really fucked up, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
and it ain't even like a they not even classifying it like a national disaster. So
Disaster or
ain't no
anything.
yeah, ain't no FEMA coming through or nothing like that. It should yeah,
Nothing.
it should it's crucial.
But yeah, people got drop top cribs, man. You stupid Wall Street Willie. But yeah, man.
That nigga say drop top cribs is wild. Yeah, man, Wall Street. Get in the car, nigga, and come out here and help while you laughing, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Your people out here suffering. These your people too, Wall Street. Shit.
Why
I
you want to
will I
crank
will
it up?
say this though, Sabio.
What up?
I will say this. I've been seeing a lot of like hood bloggers and motherfuckers that's going out there with the camera and they exposing like all of these prospectors, like people that's coming out there surveying land, motherfuckers trying to,
Yeah, trying to get
determine
land and shit.
who,
Yeah.
oh yeah, they trying to determine who ain't getting back up in their house. They finna it's
Yep.
takeover time.
Take over time like a motherfucker. Whole neighborhoods destroyed. Some of them houses will never be rebuilt again.
Facts. And they've been trying to gentrify and urban do urban renewal on them parts of town,
For me.
since forever. And it's like, yeah, it's like, damn, that's crazy that the storm come through and just go straight through the blackest part of the fucking city. You know what I'm saying? Knock all these people out their homes, and then next thing you know, all these white folks showing up with barbecue grills and hot dogs. But they really out there trying to see who
Man.
ain't gonna get back up in their crib. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. That shit crazy.
Yeah, so we need you, Wale. Willie, we need you out here, Wall Street, because if anything, I'd rather you come out here with your people and buy up the land. At least I know y'all will have a little bit more community incentive in mind. But them white folks pulled up in droves and vans, trucks, everything. We here to help. What you need? We got water. We got hot dogs. We charging stations.
Man.
Oh yeah. They pulled up with all the resources to, get you to sign some paperwork and give up Granny House.
Damn.
Goddamn.
Damn. All they need is a
You know
makeshift
I ain't
church.
bullshitting, Sabio. Right.
All, all they need is a makeshift church.
Let a tent pop up out there one day, nigga. I'm going out
It's
there acting the
over.
fool, boy. I'm acting a
It's over.
fucking fool if I see a tent pop up out there. Niggas try to have church service during a fucking tornado.
You stupid. I'm like this in real life. Like what y'all get is what y'all get.
Hey, that nigga Viasa crazy. Go say the tornado took out niggas' hairlines. Fuck y'all.
Oh, shit.
Uh-huh.
I'm
It's
glad I got
all
my
it's all to the
hairline.
good. You niggas laughing now. But this what I'm finna tell everybody who laughing this. The last thing you want is a migration of a bunch of St. Louis niggas pulling up to your city with nowhere to go. I'm telling you now. You better help us get it together. Or it's gonna be a motherfucker Katrina Exodus all over again.
Man, bruh. People finna be moving
Hmm.
like a motherfucker.
Hell yeah. And it ain't gonna do nothing but it seem good now, but the city that get this influx of St. Louis displacement, man, it's gonna be a
Man,
it's gonna be a rise in crime. Crime. Oh, I'm just letting you know now. If you love your people, you better come help them stay in St. Louis, Wall Street. You don't want them out there in NYC where you at, do you? They is not finna follow them gun laws.
They coming out there strapped.
Right. Them niggas gonna make y'all reset all y'all gun laws. They got time to deal with y'all. You said the police and the city board, they got time to deal. They got time to deal with y'all. I'm gonna be honest, Camille. If you talk about St. Louis, these police will let you run a red light in the city at any time of the day because they deal with so much crime. They ain't got no time to be stopping niggas for petty crime like that. Like speeding and running through stop signs and shit like that. In St. Louis City, you will rarely get pulled over for that shit. Too many niggas out here carjacking and shooting and shit. So no, these police ain't bored. If anything, I'm gonna be honest with you. People are kind of like happy right now because even though the tornado happened, the biggest thing in that people was worried about was looting. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought looting was gonna be out of control, but for the most part, I haven't heard any thing about people, just going out there looting and home invasions and breaking into people's houses and shit like that, which is cool. But yeah, that
Yeah,
shit
they
is a
got
concern.
a curfew though.
That's what I'm saying. I know they got a curfew, but I don't know. Did you live in St. Louis in 06, Savio?
Yep. During that
So do
heat
you
wave.
remember? I was just gonna say, you remember the heat wave that took out all
Yeah.
the power, right?
Took out all the power,
Okay.
bruh. That
Took
shit was crazy.
that summer for like 2 weeks, St. Louis,
And it was
damn
the
near the whole city
summer.
is St. Louis. It
It
was a
was
summer, and that was the worst one.
fuck. That shit was
That was bad.
crazy, dog.
I see. That's what I'm saying. I told somebody that the other day.
We
Like
kept the
St. Louis
fire hydrant
always
in front
have
of
these little, yeah.
we kept the fire
It
hydrant in
always had
front of
like
my
these
house,
little.
my apartment open. We kept that bitch open all day, all night. Police
St.
said,
Louis
fuck
always had
them
like
bitches.
these little mini disasters that ain't never really like big enough to be classified as like a national disaster. But if you here in the city, you know that like boy, it was bad. It was bad during that time. Hell yeah. And that was like right after Katrina. Matter of fact, now that I think about it, it wasn't
That
too
shit
long
was
after Katrina when
horrible.
that happened.
All the power went out
Huh?
over damn near the whole city.
Yeah, the whole city, and it was for like
A
it was damn
month.
near half of the summer. Yeah, it was like a month straight. That shit was out. Folks was falling out. The water was contaminated. You couldn't drink the water or shower with it because it was a bull water advisory. All the ice in all the grocery stores was sold out, so it wasn't
Sold
no
out.
ice nowhere. Ice was gone. Ice
Ice
was
was
sold out like
gone.
a motherfucker.
Shit was horrible.
Yeah, I'm laughing
Had to
now
sit out,
because
had to be
motherfucker went through it.
outside, had to
Yeah,
be outside
motherfucker sat
all
outside
day.
all day. All day. That was a
The
crazy ass summer, boy.
house was too hot to be.
Is Dev still around? Devastating for you? Still around?
I
Just
think he's
check.
still up here.
What's up,
What up
Wale?
with it?
I was just checking. You know what I mean? When I was talking, you were telling me to stick to the STEM thing, and I was wondering how is this relative to STEM? But I was thinking maybe you weren't even around to adjust the accountability, and I was just checking to see if that was so or not. No big deal, man.
Yeah, they're
Do your
going
thing.
through a natural disaster. They're trying to figure out how to restore power and get their community back in order. Engineering, so it's directly related to the topic. Wale, you didn't know that St. Louis went through a disaster over the weekend?
I don't know what you're saying, that somebody's talking about how to fix their city and how to
Yeah,
repair their butt. Who's talking about that? On what station is that on? I'll go and check it.
station.
Hey, see, hey, Dev, don't even What station is that on? What station? Wale. The city
Go
of
ahead.
the city of St. Louis just got hit with an EF3 tornado, and the tornado specifically ripped through the predominantly black neighborhoods. That's what me and Savio was discussing. The predominantly black neighborhoods in St. Louis, which was just destroyed by a hurricane, and it's not getting national coverage, and they not even really getting
Tornado.
state coverage. State coverage when it comes to its resources and cleanup efforts and all of that. It's literally people helping other people. Am I lying, Savio? Ain't no city out there doing that. It's niggas out there with trash bags and shovels and
Chainsaws,
shit. Yeah,
shovels,
chainsaw. Regular people, not city workers, helping each other. And that's what I'm saying.
bringing
I commend them because the regular people is like helping each other out. But the city just like, well, nigga, figure it out.
that shit crazy.
And another reason I'm bringing it up, Wale, is because this particular side of town has been the subject of plenty of conversations within St. Louis City Council about quote unquote urban renewal. For years, they've been trying to get the west side and the north side,
Yeah.
to basically move the niggas out so they could start their urban renewal plan like they did on over here on the south side. So being that most of them people over there do own their houses, even though they, you know what I'm saying, and some of them might be delinquent on taxes or whatever, but it's a lot of home ownership over there. With this storm, now you got motherfuckers that's like they probably ain't got the proper insurance to even begin the type of repairs that's gonna be needed to, be able to move back. So now you got all these land grabbers and motherfuckers that's pulling up with canned goods and bottled waters, but at the same time, they out there surveying and prospecting how much land and property they finna value. They're assessing prices. This where niggas like you come in, Wale, and niggas like Wall Street. Like we need y'all boots on the ground, man. Come out here and buy some of this land and some of this shit before all the white people get it again. We got to go through another 40 years of fucking urban renewal.
Oh shit.
That might have been too black, huh, Sabio? That was too
Nah,
black.
nigga,
Should
I
have took a
don't.
little bit.
Yo, listen, I can deal with a lot of weather, man. That tornado shit is different. Like, I ain't never even lived nowhere close to dealing with a tornado, man.
When I tell you the tornado didn't even like directly hit where I was at, but just the effects of the wind and the storm, like yeah, bro. I was looking at big ass trees, like Sabio said, 100, 200-year old trees getting tore up like toothpicks.
Like toothpicks. Like, did you see that gas station that got crumpled? Did y'all see that gas station that got crumpled? It's in the neighborhood.
Hell yeah.
The gas station is gone. Got crumpled. I said, this motherfucking tornado wasn't playing.
I think it's a beautiful display of natural forces proving that they run this. They are the powers that be.
Yeah, that shit sound good till they
Did
drop
wait,
the
wait,
top
wait,
on your
wait.
house.
Yo,
Did that
thank you
nigga did
for
that
that
nigga just say a
information.
beautiful display?
Yeah,
A
when they
beautiful
drop the top on
display?
your house,
That's what
like
it
Yes, I
nigga,
had
chose
just
every
said.
word specifically. Yes, I did say a beautiful
I hope
display.
so if a
Hey,
tornado went through Jamaica and specifically where you live and wiped out your house and
Mhm.
destroyed your shit, would it be a beautiful display of nature, Wale?
Of course, of course.
Oh, you's an idiot.
this nigga right here, boy.
I learned this when I was a child, man.
Hey, I'm gonna
I
tell you
came up.
this, boy. You
Okay, y'all
Aboriginal
go ahead.
niggas, yeah, that rain dancing. Hey, I know y'all in the rain dancing and shit, Wale, but come on, gang.
What you're talking about, we call Oya the beard of Oya. Knowing that,
The
you
rain
would know.
dance. I got you. Yeah,
No,
you
not the
rain
rain
dance.
dance.
You like that.
Not the rain dance. The tornado is referred to as the beard of Oya.
Hey, but listen to what I'm saying, Wale. All of that's cool until you the nigga that's in the middle of the tornado. You ain't thinking about the
Oh,
beard of
many
Wala
times.
or Allah, whatever you talking about.
Oya,
Right.
Oya. And then I go,
You
how
can
many
apply that
times?
to other people
Because that's
because
what
you're
I've
not
been
in the
living
midst of it.
through since I was born. It's my thing is hurricanes, though. That's my favorite. It's hurricanes, and I've been living
Yeah,
through
but you
hurricanes
can't
since the
say
moment
all
I was
y'all
born.
destroying people's lives is beautiful. Like,
That's
It's
right. That's a
beautiful.
beautiful
24
display
people,
of nature.
24
Hey,
people died. 24
28.
people.
They said. They said 28.
Oh, 28 people lost their lives, and it's a beautiful display. Thank you, Wale, for
That's a
showing us
beautiful
in
display
your
of nature,
humanity.
without a doubt. No
That
doubt.
thing,
I am
those
not a
comments,
human. You are
those
correct about
comments,
that. See what I mean?
that
I've been
comment,
telling you, but you ain't get it. I
that
can dig it.
comment lets me know that
Meanwhile,
you
it
belong
is a
in the
beautiful
mental.
display of nature.
You
And
belong in a
anybody
mental
knowing the
institution.
actual culture of our people will recognize it
You
as such.
belong
But if you're
in a
thinking
mental
about, something
institution.
else, then there you
You
go.
don't deserve to be free. You deserve to be
Oh,
in
I
the
don't
Yes,
mental.
deserve to be
Wale.
free. I am
Wale.
born free.
Niggas is,
It's not a
hey,
matter
but
of
Wale.
deserving.
Hey, but Wale,
thinking
we
about
say if niggas
survival,
thinking
Wale.
of, but Wale, you think, Willie, fuck survival Wall Street. We thinking about this convertible house that we gotta now sleep in
Yeah.
tonight, nigga. What are you
Oh,
talking
that's beautiful.
about, Wale? Like, you said that nigga, if you want to look, bro, niggas ain't thinking about the beard of onion ma, whatever you said,
Oh yeah,
onion man.
oh
I
yeah.
don't know, bro. Yeah,
We call the word
all
oh
of
yeah.
that.
That's
But I'm
okay.
saying niggas ain't thinking about that when your granny just got crushed in the church. You feel what I'm saying? Your granny, listen, Miss Pat,
Right, because
Miss
you're in the
Pat,
church
Wale,
right there ought to tell you
Wale,
something right there,
Wale,
man. Come on,
Wale,
man.
Wale, Wale,
Huh?
This nigga.
Miss Pat,
Yes, sir.
Miss Pat, Miss Pat is in the church feeding people. She giving
Oh,
people
that's so beautiful.
resources when the
That's so
storm is going on.
mm,
Miss Pat is in the church cleaning up and trying to get shit done even when the storm going on. The whole roof of the church collapsed in and killed this lady while she passing out resources and feeding the neighborhood. What
oh,
are you
that's beautiful.
talking about?
I think that's beautiful,
Hey
man.
man, I'm gonna mute my mic,
Yeah,
man.
ain't
I'm gonna mute
nothing
my mic.
beautiful
Hey, you
about
got
that
it.
because we can't replace
This
Miss
shit
Pat.
crazy.
So that ain't beautiful.
This shit crazy.
Yes, it is very beautiful. Well, I'll tell you why I say so if you care to, but if you were just going to keep saying nah, like a little baby, then do your thing, baby. I'm good.
I actually want to hear this one. Go ahead, Wale.
You
Mm-hmm.
don't,
Here's Miss
we
Grandmother
do
Patty or
not
whatever
want
you're
to hear
talking
why the
about.
day. We really don't.
Oh,
We
yeah,
really
this
don't
little
care.
boy.
We really
Let
don't
him
care.
finish.
We really
You
don't
got
care.
it. You
We
got
really do not care
Hey,
to hear
hey,
anything
let me
about how the
and
death
let
of
me say
Miss
this
Pat
real quick.
I know you
is.
don't care. You don't want to know all that kind of stuff. You're in
But no,
denial. Go ahead.
Wale,
Yes,
Keep
sir.
your
let me say
opinions
this real quick.
inside that rusty ass brain of yours.
Listen, brother, to the brother in the chat that said while I'm on YouTube. My power just came back on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday I got up. My brother came and picked me up. This is how I know the reason why I know what the west side and the north side look like, brother, is
You
because
go
just
to the
like
chat.
Sabio said with like Mission St. Louis and Employment Connect, we be damn near the first ones that's boots on the ground. Like companies that Sabio used to work for, I used to work. So when you say, damn, you on YouTube, yeah, I'm on YouTube right now at this very moment. If you would have asked me on Sunday where I was out there passing out waters, helping niggas start doing cleaning up shit, picking up bottles and picking up fucking trees and shit with shovels, helping motherfuckers. Like, yes, bro, the only motherfuckers that's out there helping them people is the community. Niggas like me. So yeah,
Beautiful.
I'm
Not
on YouTube today. When my wife get home, I'm not gonna be on YouTube later on today because I'm gonna be out there trying to see what niggas need. Then I'm gonna be back in the house, back on YouTube, my boy.
That's beautiful, man.
Yep. Oh, when she get
Oh,
home today, I'll be back out there.
that's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's the work we did.
Of course.
Yesterday, the only reason niggas didn't go out there yesterday and Monday, because they said it was gonna be a storm again. Right or wrong, say Bill.
Yeah.
Niggas wasn't there. Niggas was damn near buckling down, thinking the fuck another storm was finna come.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm. It's just like when the storm tore up Jamaica, man.
That's right. I'm still cutting trees
Beautiful.
from that yard. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, man, beautiful. I'm still looking at the
thousands of people displaced. Hundreds of people died.
It
Beauty.
was beautiful too, right?
Yes, the beauty. You don't see the beauty of life, then you cannot understand the beauty of death. I'm saying though, the hurricane knocked down trees in my yard, damn near knocked my house down. And I thought the whole thing was beautiful because I've been thinking it's beautiful since the day I was born. You don't understand that because you're in some kind of denial. It's okay though.
Denial.
I understand. Yeah, denial.
Of the forces of nature, of that of knowing that nature runs this shit, and all we do
the
is
powers that be. Exactly.
Of nature.
The
no
powers
one's in
that
denial of that. No one's in denial of that.
Then there you go. Then.
So, but to call the destruction of people's lives beautiful.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Callous. That's a bit callous. So had you lost,
that's a bit callous. Okay.
Had you been in the situation been reversed, you wouldn't have wanted anyone to say the loss of your house and the loss of your possessions was a beautiful thing. You callous.
I don't need nobody to do that. I do that myself. I say that myself. I say that myself. That's what you're on. You're almost there.
Crying and mourning the loss of all of your possessions. It'll be.
Oh, not at all, cousin. You done lost both of your minds. You think I'm gonna cry about the loss of a possession?
What about the
I
children
cry
that
more
lost
about
their
the
parent?
loss of a chess game before
what
I
about
cry
the children
about
that lost their parent though?
What children lost it? You cry for them. What children
people
lost
died.
parents?
People
of course
died.
they did. And they weren't all parents that died, were they? Some were children.
I'm saying
possibly.
if it was one.
I'm saying possibly some of the people who died were children. So what do you, I don't understand.
Yeah, that's even worse. All right. Well,
what's even worse? Have you not encountered anyone whose parent has died? And what you gonna do? Make that a what? I don't understand what you're saying.
I don't either.
Of course you know.
You're on the same page there.
I say the woman died doing what she wanted to in her life. She was happy doing what she was doing with her life. She didn't die in panic. She didn't die in torture. She didn't die in pain. She died doing what she loved to do. That's beautiful. If you don't see it, that's my vision is different than yours. No problem.
What make you think she didn't die in pain? I
said, cousin, she died doing what she loved to do. She wasn't being tortured.
You said she wasn't. How you know she wasn't being tortured?
Because nobody mentioned. Nobody mentioned that the Taliban had kidnapped her.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Willie. Thank you, Willie. Just because they found her, ain't no telling how long she laid under there and experienced torture before she passed, bro.
Cousin, death is death is death. Torture is not death.
Is death is death.
That's what it is. Torture is not death. But you just said
she didn't. All right, wait. You ain't finna. Yeah, you can't flip it like that. You said she didn't experience torture. Now you saying torture ain't that death.
You are anticipating torture that you don't know that occurred. I'm saying what you said. She died doing in the church business where she loved to be. That's what's the story you gave me. I responded to the story you gave me. Now you're making up new part for this story that you never gave up. No, you did.
I never
You now
said that.
you
Oh,
talking.
she died doing what she loved to do. I say, nigga, she was in there helping people, and the roof fell
That's
on
what
her.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think that's beautiful. I know of a woman that
Yeah.
was in Chicago handing out Meals on Wheels, her and her little boy, and they were handing out Meals on Wheels in one of them vans. And she sent the little boy down to the van, which had no windows, to get a couple of extra meals for the old people in the unit. The boy went down to get the extra meals, and a bullet hit him straight in the head through the van that had no windows. There was a man up in Chicago, same place. He told his son to hand him the remote control. His son stood up to hand him the remote control, and a bullet hit him right in the head.
So because death happens, we're not supposed to acknowledge the loss of people's life. We're
I
supposed to
didn't
be
say
callous.
that.
No, no, no,
You
no, no,
said
no, no,
you
no, no,
said
no,
the
no.
loss of her life. I appreciate the loss of her
No,
life.
you see, I don't appreciate the loss of people's lives.
I do. You don't. I do.
So at this point, you need to go appreciate the loss of yours and see how people.
I have many times over.
This shit is weird. I don't know how you fathom
Okay, Wale,
and live with
let me
your.
ask you
Wale
this,
be
brother.
trolling us, man. Wale on
What are
shit
you
show
willing
7.
what are you willing to do to help the indigenous people of St. Louis in this moment of need?
Absolutely nothing.
I'm willing to say to. I'm willing to what we're going to call it. I'm going to offer the reality.
Hmm. No, we in the reality, brother. We're in that.
All
We
of
don't
us
need you to
in the
offer real.
reality.
Oh, wait.
Because,
All right, let me be specific.
thank you.
We don't want no good words. We want resources. So what do you got? Some tissue you can send, some batteries.
Absolutely not.
If it ain't a,
Absolutely not.
oh, then you can't
Absolutely not.
offer nothing. If you have nothing to
Absolutely.
offer, then just say that. Just say you don't got nothing to offer, then, brother. And we can move on.
Hey, if that's how you want to do it, that's how you do it.
Cool. We can move the fuck on.
Mm-hmm. All the time. I suggest that myself, as a matter of fact, with the knowledge that the powers that be have spoken, and you have been given a wonderful display that you are ready to piss away and move back into, snap right back into what happened where you were before, when the cosmos is attempting to jar you out by changing up stuff so drastically. You have to see it. But no, you'll snap right back into that same fixation of mind. I think it's beautiful, Bobby, that the people out communing, working with each other, getting things done. That's what needs to be done. That's a necessity. People need to go through that exercise of community so they can know what it is and know how to get things done, and realize that the
So
government, the so-called government, is people. They are the government. Once you start doing things yourself, you start realizing you can start realizing that
so
the government is the people. The people are the
so
government.
so it took the loss of people's lives, their homes, their cars, their livelihood,
Well,
all
you
that
give me.
for them
Hold
to
on.
recognize this, Wale. I don't think a natural disaster should be the impetus. And I don't think those people weren't working together. I think some of those people were in neighborhood organizations that you may not be aware of, Why? Because you're not here. You're speaking from the outside in.
Yeah,
And that's the
it was
Okay.
disingenuous
people
of
from
the
the neighborhood.
conversation.
Yeah, you're right, Sabio, because it was people from the neighborhood, but for the most part, a lot of those efforts you think came from
Outside
organizations and
people.
different outsourced group people that's coming from out in rich neighborhoods and the county and stuff like that. Like again, that's the point that I'm speaking to, Wale. It's people coming with the goods and resources in one hand, but they got the knife in the other hand, ready to snake motherfuckers out of their property. So
Right.
what you
I
got to
agree
say
with
to
that.
that?
No, I agree with what you're saying about that, your synopsis on that, your assessment, excuse me, on that. I have no problem about your assessment on that, cousin. And
Well,
I
you
heard you say
can't.
Willie,
But listen,
because Willie buys
we speak.
real estate.
Uh huh.
So go ahead, man.
But that's what. But I'm saying that if that's the major point that I'm trying to stick to, and when you say that's beautiful, that's where it kind of get disingenuous. You feel me, Wale?
Oh, it is beautiful, actually, to me. If you don't see it as beautiful, there you go, man. That beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
No, I'm
You can't
saying.
tell me it was
Okay,
beautiful. And I can't
okay,
really tell you what
let
I
me ask
see
you
is
this,
beautiful.
Wale.
What?
Okay, let me ask you, Wale. If the same thing was to happen where you was at, and a majority of black people homes got either destroyed or irreparably damaged to the point to where now you got this influx of outsiders, i.e., white people, coming in the neighborhood under the guise of resources and help, but really is for urban development and land grabbing. Would you view that then as beauty?
I view our people and what happens as beauty. What's in the mind of another person, I don't get into that. That's your purview. I'm not that psychic and all that stuff. I only deal with what actually occurs, and then from there I deal with stuff. Now you say they're looking, they got a bottle of water in one hand and some kind of sheet to add your value and all that kind of stuff up in the other hand. Then that's your
Uh,
assessment. I have no problem with
that's
your
the
assessment.
reality.
What you want from that's your assessment of reality. So what do you want?
Well, okay, let me
Well, I
tell
don't
you what I
understand
want.
why I got
I'm
to
just
have.
Wait,
saying,
wait,
I
I'm
have
about
don't
some
to.
understand
empathy, Wale. I mean, goddamn, we know people
empathy.
lost loved ones. We know
He don't.
people
That word
lost
don't mean anything to him.
everything they own. Like
Hey, right
to
there. No,
say it's
Wall Street.
beautiful is
Listen,
wild.
stop, Wall Street. Once you said empathy and a nigga say the word back to you like it's just a foreign concept, we could stop right there.
We can stop right there.
This
That
is
word don't mean
this is
anything to him.
this is where psychopaths start. This is where
Yep.
you know what I'm saying.
I've
This
been
is
more
where
Oh,
of a
here we go
you know what I'm
now.
saying.
sociopath. I just called him a
No,
sociopath. I'm just
You
bro,
saying.
rather do
bro,
that. You
listen.
rather do what you normally do, which is what you normally do every day to almost everyone that comes
But
on the panel.
you're a
What you're
psychopath
resorting
though,
to
bro.
now, just start calling people names and this and that instead of appreciating that people have a different perspective than yours. Oh, you don't like this? You
No,
don't like,
no,
dude, the
it
man
ain't about
said
not
wait a
liking,
minute.
bro.
Okay, wait a minute.
If
The
you don't
guy
got,
said,
if you're not dealing with empathy, then I'ma just assume you're a sociopath or a
who
psychopath.
said it?
You're
Who
a
said
sociopath.
they're not
You don't.
dealing
If
with
you don't have
empathy?
empathy, you
Who
just
said
you did.
Who
Your whole
Based on
said
your
thing
they're
response,
not
is
you
dealing?
so
said that.
You,
petty.
You
no,
said
I
that.
didn't.
You said
No,
that.
All I said was one
you called
word,
it
empathy,
beautiful.
when he brought up empathy. And you made all
It's in
this
the
other
no,
conclusion. You
no.
made all
Wait,
these other
Wale.
conclusions and
It's in the
everything else.
context.
You
It's
made
in the
all the rest
context
of
of
that.
how you said it. Wait, listen,
Oh, it's in
brother.
the
We deal
context.
with language here. Yes,
Oh, now it's in the
tonality matters. Yeah, because
You're funny
tonality
guy.
matters. But
It's
see,
all,
that's the
so
problem.
you
But
can make
listen,
assumptions, and that's
yes, no, I
okay.
can
You
make a
make
very
assumptions.
yes, nigga. If the police can make an assumption, yes, nigga, I can make an assumption
Oh,
based
if
on
the
your
police can
tonality.
make it.
Yeah,
Oh,
based
okay.
on your tonality. Yeah, based
If
on
the
your tone,
police
nigga,
can do it,
I
you
could
can
tell you
do
were saying that word. Yeah,
it.
based
You're a
on
funny guy.
empathy, based on the way that you said,
All
based on
right,
the way that you said the
let me
word,
slow this
based
down
on
real
your
quick.
tone, brother.
Let me ask
Let
one
me tell you
clarifying
something.
question real
Let me
quick.
tell you something,
Hold on.
little dude.
Hold on,
Oh, yeah.
Wale. Let me ask one clarifying question
Of
real quick.
course, Sabio, please continue.
Do you put sympathy and empathy in the same category, Wale?
Sympathy and empathy. No.
Okay, so you know what empathy is, right?
Well, of course, I do.
Okay, so
I was
when
surprised
he
he even
mentioned
brought it up.
empathy,
Yes.
because that's all we've been talking about this whole time. It's been empathetic or showing empathy for the people who's lost their homes and things like that, and not sympathy.
That's called sympathy.
No. You see, no one's talking about feeling sorry for.
Oh, okay. What you talking about?
We're talking about putting yourself in the position of those people who's lost those things and understanding how traumatizing it is to them.
How many times?
Empathy, not sympathy. You see, that's why Bobby that's why I call
what?
you a sociopath, because you got sympathy.
Oh, you're gonna call me anything you want to, man, before we even started this conversation.
You just showed it. You just said it again, because you just said that's called
what?
sympathy.
What you're doing is called sympathy, not empathy.
No,
empathy.
no, it's not. It's called empathy.
Let's look it up and I'll show you.
Look it up.
As far as empathy, I am an emphatic.
EMPATH.
Hold on, wait. Hey, Sabio, check this out. Before you look it up, can you tell me your understanding of what empathy is, and then maybe we can move forward from there. What, like, without the definition, what is your understanding of empathy?
Empathy is the ability to divine one another's circumstances.
You said design?
Divine.
Divine? Another, wait a minute. Okay, in the context of divine, how are you using the word divine in
Say
that
it,
sense?
Negro. What
Is
does
it a,
that mean?
yeah,
That
is
made
it a
no sense.
verb?
Just
Is it
say
a, yeah, you feel me? Wale, I mean, are you using
this nigga
divine as a
Bobby up here
verb?
bullshitting, man. Just
As an
say
Yeah.
it.
adjective?
That made no sense.
Divine as a verb. It's a verb, you know. To divine is
So I'm finished for the definition of empathy.
To divine.
Dev, if you there, can you share my screen?
Please.
I'm pulling, and if he doesn't, I'll just read it.
Okay. Well, just read it, Sabio. It's okay. We trust you'll read it.
Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. Empathy is the action or capacity of understanding and sharing the feelings, thoughts, and experience of another person or object. So what did I say earlier? It isn't about feeling sorry for, which you confuse sympathy with.
Sympathy is feeling sorry for someone.
And if you want to go further, we can go into the Wikipedia right here.
You can go wherever you want to. I'm an emphatic. You can do whatever you please, baby. I'm a natural emphatic.
You're not an empath.
Ain't no doubt.
Empathy is generally described as the ability
to
take on another
myself. I had to stop myself from doing
empathy.
Wait, did you say emphatic?
Yeah,
Empath. Empathy is generally described as the ability to take on another person's perspective, to understand, feel, and possibly share and respond to their experience. There are sometimes conflicting definitions of empathy that include but are not limited to social, cognitive, and emotional processes, primarily concerned with understanding others. Oftentimes, empathy is considered to be a broad term and broken down into more specific concepts and types that include cognitive empathy, emotional or affective empathy, somatic empathy, and spiritual empathy. Empathy is still a topic of research. The major
There we
areas
go.
of research include the development of empathy, the genetics and neuroscience of empathy, cross-species empathy, and the impairment of empathy. Some researchers
Mhm.
have made efforts to quantify empathy, excuse me, to quantify empathy through different methods, such as
Mm.
questionnaires where participants can fill out and then be scored their answers. The ability to imagine oneself as another person is a sophisticated process. However, the basic capacity to recognize emotions in others may be innate and may be achieved unconsciously. Empathy is not all or nothing. Rather, a person can be more or less emphatic toward another, and empirical research supports a variety of interventions that are able to improve empathy. All right. So, again, that word has nothing to do with feeling sorry for another person.
Oh, I know that. Matter of fact, I gave the definition when the young man asked me for it. The same
No,
definition
you
you just.
didn't. No, wait. No, you said
Mhm.
something about divine. You said
Yeah,
divine in your
but you
definition.
don't
That's
know.
not in
I
that
use.
definition. Hold on, real quick, Wale. And also,
Go ahead.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
go. I'm
Also,
not go run. I'm not go run past you confusing empathy with emphatic. You said you're in. You said, wait, empathy ain't emphatic, bro. You said I'm
yes, it is.
emphatically.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Okay. Why is
Empathy
not?
and being because empathy is what Sabio just described to you. Being
That's what I
emphatic about
described to
something.
you.
No, but you said emphatic. Being emphatic about something is like an excitement or something like that. That ain't got nothing to do
That's
No,
with
your
empath, my
interpretation,
nigga.
or is that your interpretation, or is that what the
no,
word
he's
actually
not.
No,
means?
it's
He's not.
literally that
He's
they're two
actually right.
different words, bro. That
No,
No, you're
there's
talking.
one word. It's actually one word being stretched out. It's
He's
still
right.
the same word
He's
being
actually
stretched
right
out.
on. He's right. He's using the right word. He by calling trying to. He's saying that he can understand the thoughts and feelings of another. He's right.
listen, that's empath, right, Sabio?
Yeah, that's empathetic or empathy.
Empathetic. No, he didn't say he was
Empathic.
being empathetic. He
I
said
mean
I'm being
empathic.
emphatic.
Empathic or
That's
emphatic.
empathic. Okay, now listen. Empathic, empathetic. That's all true. If I say I'm doing something emphatically, EMPH, that ain't the same as EMPA. Emphatic is like nigga excitement. Emphatic and empathy ain't the. Wait a minute, man. I don't know. Are we dealing with the English language? Or is this a, is this a trick question? I'm confused. Wale, you just
So
said emphatically. I think you getting it confused, bro.
I
nah, he's
said an empath, an empath. That's what we were talking about, right? Sabio, you just read a whole
empathy.
thing on it,
Yeah.
right? Simply, I use the term, the verb divine, and you use the verb to understand. However, I use words to my liking. So I say to divine because the, it's deeper than to understand. Because when one divines, it's palatable. When one understands, it's cerebral. But when one gets into empath, it's palatable. It's no longer cerebral.
So
It's more or
an
less
empath.
experiential.
What does it mean to be an empath? Empaths have an
Mhm.
heightened ability to perceive, process, and resonate with the emotions of others, with an unusual ability to sense and feel what they are feeling. Explains Isra Nasir, MHC therapist and author of Toxic Productivity. Empaths are able to pick up on subtle emotional cues that others might miss and can be deeply affected by the emotional temperature of a room or situation, she says. Some experts even believe there are different types of empaths. including ones
That's
who can
right.
feel for plants or animals instead of humans. An empath literally feels someone else's emotions and takes on those emotions as if they were the person's own feelings.
That's it.
Being an empath versus
Pass under.
empathetic. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll mute.
So, an empath is someone who has empathy. Um, I was trying to, I messed up where I was. Um, Being an empath versus empathetic involves more than having an empath zodiac sign or being able to relate to what someone else is feeling. An empath literally feels someone else's emotions and takes on those emotions as if they were the person's own feelings, as Megan Soon, MTS Community Program Manager and Therapist at Yellow Chair Collective, who specializes in highly sensitive person and empath therapy. Emotions are contagious among all people to a certain degree. People. So, one of the things of being an empath, you must be a person to a certain degree. But with empaths, this is on another level. For example, say your partner is studying for a big test and feeling anxious and stressed out. An empath may unwillingly take on those same feelings: a tightening of the chest, increased heart rate, loss of appetite, even though they don't have to take the test themselves. People who are empaths, sometimes referred to as having hyper empathy, may even lose sight of which feelings are their own and which belong to others. It's important to note that you can be an empathetic person and feel for others without being a full on empath. And that's the case for most people, as true empaths are very rare. Nasir says empath isn't a medical diagnosis nor an official psychological term used in clinical research. That doesn't mean empaths aren't real. It just means we don't yet have the concept nailed down from a scientific perspective. So that's a whole little article. I
That
can
was
post it
beautiful,
if
man.
y'all want.
I agree with it 100. That was beautiful.
About them Knicks, huh? On Wall Street. Knicks, they doing good.
Nixon six.
The who?
I woke up for that. Nixon six. I
The
told
hope.
management.
Keep hope
I told
alive.
management, man, this shit bigger than my career, nigga. I said, yo.
I want to see the Knicks in the finals, man. I ain't even go cap. I want to see
I
it.
said, if we go to the chip, y'all gonna have to figure out how to run this motherfucker without me for a couple days, man, or just let me work remote. I'm going up top. This shit 53 years in the making, nigga. This shit bigger than me.
Nigga, I'm showing up. I'm showing up to New York in a Reggie Miller jersey, nigga. Game 3. Why?
They gonna chase
Get
your
my
ass up
ass
the
beat
block
out
with.
there.
They
I'll
gonna
just
chase your ass
I'll
up the
get
block.
niggas
That's
gonna whoop
crazy.
my ass out there.
A legendary franchise like the Knicks, though, man, to get back there and get it done. That is good for basketball, but OKC gonna beat the fuck out them niggas.
Here we go with the bullshit.
Oh, sick. OKC gonna run them niggas out the gym. I'm sick though, man, on some real shit. My son was talking about that shit earlier this year, like on some like we was talking about the teams that could make it out the East and the West and shit. And he did say the fucking Knicks, bro, and I ain't pulled a trigger on it. $2,500 to $100, bro, just to win the East. I ain't pulled a trigger on it. I ain't believe it. Sounded crazy. Like, Boston wasn't, wasn't no reason to look at Boston as not winning the East. And if they wasn't, I think Cleveland was up next.
Yeah, nobody expected the Jaylen Brown they got this year, like in the playoffs. He just wasn't, but everybody hurt now, torn meniscuses and everything else. Nigga, I used to do that shit, nigga.
I'm wondering how I'm wondering, because I know I've said many times that niggas spend more money, energy, time, and attention on sports than they do on their own children, as a whole. As a whole. Niggas spend more time on sports and something hip hop than they do spending that same amount of time, energy, money, and attention.
Niggas do sports with their children, so it's actually something they bond over.
And that's when I noticed that the what made me actually say something was I noticed the excitement to about this sports thing. Oh, I will this and I'm and all of that kind of stuff. All that push and energy toward that.
Levity,
and I was saying that kind of push of energy
provides levity. When you got a motherfucker talking about a tornado that left people homeless is beautiful. You need levity sometimes.
The idea to push that kind of energy toward our children, and then with that, to stand around and say, "Oh, we have enough to go frivolous, like we done lost our mind, but we want or we need to have some kind of reparations because we not set up right." If you set up enough to just be totally frivolous with your money, time, energy, and focus, then I don't understand.
Shut the fuck up, dog. We was just talking about sports. We talking about sports, and just because you don't know about sports, you niggas always want to come with the. I notice when brothers don't want to be deep no more, they get into sports. Shut up, nigga. You talk about shit that don't make no sense, and niggas let you get that off. The shit you talk about ain't relating to nothing that nobody understands. But niggas let you get it off because you an old head. But that's what I'm saying. I ain't got no respect. I really don't got respect for no human or nigga who say he ain't a human because he done lived a bunch of fucking years, and now because the subject and switched to some shit he ain't abreast to or he don't like, he want to switch it. Yeah, I noticed that niggas don't take care of their kids when they get to talking about sports. Shut up, nigga.
Tornadoes are beautiful. Tornadoes are beautiful.
Hurricanes too. I agree.
I'll let you out your mind, man.
One thing I notice about old niggas, old black niggas, that's when they become they most militant because they about to die. And they want you to crash out with them. They like, nah, niggas don't wanna revolt no more. Bitch, you done live your whole life working jobs, fucking hoes, smoking weed, and now that you at the end of your life, you like, I'm ready to see a revolution. No, it ain't. You ready to die, my nigga. And you gonna get there lonely like the rest of the niggas who didn't revolt when they was young and in shape. You should have did that shit when you was all this talking you doing. You should have stood on this when you was in your 20s and 30s when you could really get out there and still lift up a gun or some trees or some shit. We can't depend on you to do no physical work. So why the fuck we listen to you with all this pumped up revolutionary rhetoric? Because you not gonna be the one that's out there busting no grapes. At all.
And you all the way in Jamaica. Sit your old ass down over in Jamaica.
And you are not either. And anyway, death. I have died three times so far, man. The first death I was 3 years old.
No. You ain't never died. You trapped in the firmament. Stop playing with me. I swear to God on my
Death
mama.
is
No, you
on
trapped
everybody.
in the
I
firmament.
just described how a 11-year-old boy went downstairs in Chicago, got hit in the head with a bullet through a van that had
We
Come on, man. You
okay.
no
cold
Thank you
ass
for
story.
the
I don't want to hear
anecdotal
that
while
shit.
story.
he was going to
Thank you
get
for the
something from
anecdotal
somebody.
story.
What I'm
Keep
We
going
saying
about
is,
this
appreciate the
story.
anecdotal story. It
you
wasn't
think
you.
I'm closer to death than you are?
It wasn't
Start
you.
counting. Start counting. You think I'm closer to death than you are? Let's start counting now
Wind up
and
dead nigga.
see.
Listen,
That's an old ass
I'm
song.
saying
Let's
you're
start counting
closer.
now and see.
You're closer to frailness than me. That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying without
You
any knowledge
frail right
about what
now.
I'm doing or nothing. You're frail minded. Your mind is frail. So
But
what
my
you're
body
telling me
not. So
is
it don't
you're
matter.
making all of this stuff
My
up. My
body
body is
not.
not frail. I guarantee you my body is not frail, cousin. That's an assumption on your part that you would sadly regret.
Wale, if the revolution started today, you on the front lines with me, my nigga?
The
Fuck no.
revolution started the day I was born. Are you on the front lines with me?
Yo, that bomb drop. Drop a bomb for that nigga Taz. That was cold. I can't even rebuttal that. That was cold. That was cold. Hey, Wale, you got me there, boy. That was good. That was good, boy. That nigga say it started with me, nigga. You out here, you on my turf, punk. Okay. I heard that, Wale. Touche, my nigga. Touche Hospital.
That nigga Wale was lying to black people in the bookstore, black books and things, selling books to black people, trying to become an Aboriginal Oriental. Stop lying. You wasn't fighting shit.
Hey, like again, Taz, the Knicks being in the finals is good for basketball. I know game one of that OKC Minnesota make OKC look like this unstoppable machine. But again, I don't see them getting past Minnesota. I'm telling you, Minnesota go win that series in 6 games, man.
No,
Okay.
no, they I mean they really are an unstoppable machine. I mean they've been that way all season. So I mean that first half looked good though. I thought Minnesota was gonna be able to put up a fight, but the way that second half looked, fam, them boys might get boomed.
Yeah, it's been a couple of it's been a couple one game will make it look like, yep, these niggas ain't got nothing coming. And next thing you know, yeah, shit go all the way left. So uh, on no blowout win like that. Even though OKC got that off, I done seen that type of win turn around this year specifically too many times to say like, yeah, that's just gonna be the consistent. That's gonna be the consistent vibe of the series. I don't see that. I don't see Anthony Edwards scoring 18 points per game this season, this series. You feel me, Taz? I just nah.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to damn near triple team that nigga to keep him at 18. Like, so it's gonna open up some other opportunities.
I mean, truth be told, um, it's gonna take some coaching strategy with Rudy Gobert to get Minnesota to win. They're gonna have to find some type of way to either get him his minutes early, switch up the rotation, shorten up his minutes in different situations, or find a way to stagger him with Chet and Hardenstein because Minnesota, they really need to play a little bit smaller. You know what I'm saying? Because Anthony Edwards need to get in that paint so he can, do what he need to do. He's not afraid of no fucking Chet Holmgren or no Hardenstein. But with Rudy Gobert down there, it's hard for him to get up in that paint like that. And they not a Minnesota ain't like no 3-point shooting team like that. They trying to get to the paint.
If they take Gobert out, that's a rebounder. They're gonna lose all them rebounds. It's really over.
Nigga had 3 rebounds last game though.
Yeah,
You feel what I'm saying? So I'm saying you
he
feel
was
me,
in foul
Sabio? At
trouble though.
some point we gonna have to. But I don't even think he was in foul trouble. I just think it's like that like Chet, the centers that he playing in this series ain't traditional. You feel me, Sabio? So Chet is gonna pull you all the way out to the 3-point line. He taking you off the dribble.
Right.
You'll be better off putting Nas Reed in that position and just let Nas and Julius Randle be in your starting 1 and 2, or at least let them get the bulk of the minutes against Hardenstein and motherfucking Chet Holmgren, because nigga, the Holmgren just tall. That nigga can't bang with no motherfucking Nas Reed or Julius Randle.
I don't know. He ain't that weak down there. Chet used to get his points in the paint in college. I used to watch him go off. So
I'm telling
he
you,
used to be all over the
watch
court.
Holmgren. Go watch some Holmgren highlights, man. He gets abused in the paint by stronger, small, like Jaren Jackson. When they played Memphis, if
I
they
know
would have focused more on Jaren
I'm
Jackson,
not saying he
he was
don't get
moving his
abused,
ass around.
but but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that doesn't happen to him, because that was one of the knocks on him. But I'm just saying he can get his point down there. It isn't his main game, but he can get his point. But yeah, that's always been a knock of Chet Holmgren's game. His skinniness. He was too slim. They said bigger centers will abuse him. Bigger traditional centers like the Jokic of the league and shit like that.
Yeah. He more like he play more like a 3 or a stretch 4. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong, Chet is a beast, and he get out there and get them blocks just off of length, but he ain't strong like that.
He's strong enough to get them where they are. Shit. Him and Hardenstein. So,
And you know that's
I
because
don't know what to
SGA
say
shoot
on
30
that.
free throws a game. That nigga SGA shoot 30 free throws a game, man. We know what time it is.
But yep. I don't even care who
Motherfucker
wins.
said, ask niggas. The motherfucker said, ask niggas will they walk off their job like the Hispanics. You see, that type of question got to come with context. When you see Spanish people or them illegals or however you want to put it walk off a job site, it's because the foreman or the warehouse or whatever it is has hired so many of them that they now hold the power. So 5 niggas at the warehouse saying, "Yeah, we ain't going for this shit no more." What's gonna happen? Niggas gonna walk out and they gonna put 5 more niggas or Mexicans in that position? I'm with the sentiment. If it's, you know what I'm saying, if we playing a numbers game, if like you got to show me the place where it's majority niggas working that could even pull some shit off like that.
The NFL. Yeah, that's why niggas tried to press the NFL players and shit like that. Cause it's a majority black. So it was like, yeah, y'all ain't supposed to play. Y'all ain't supposed to make no money. Y'all ain't supposed to be entertaining nobody. Everybody supposed to be taking a knee with their fist up, fighting the power.
Yeah, like a fucking goofy.
That is goofy.
Just so 3 niggas could get paid like they did anyway. Fuck out of here, man. If niggas would have did that, they would have had a special college draft in the middle of the NFL season and would have told all them college seniors, hey, y'all can come into the NFL right now. And all them young niggas would have been looking at them old niggas like, shit, know what the fuck you mean? My granny in the projects, boy. And go get that check.
That's what Traore, he was saying. The biggest problem among the people is division. That everything else, money, resources, intelligence, knowledge, all that. We got all that. Division is the biggest. I'll see exactly how he said it, but he said, "Yeah, that's their big. Oh, that's the weapon they use against us is our division." That's how he put it.
That's weird.
Is it division or is it financial stability? Because it's easy, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like when it again, like I say, when it comes to the protests or when it comes to walking out, even when you talk about the Spanish people or the Mexicans, it's still kind of propagated on the fact that it's this inherent understanding that they're gonna look out for each other. You see what I'm saying? On the back end. Like
And
so
it's
you get to walk out of work
what
because
is
they
it?
know they're gonna work together.
So it's inherent understanding that you cannot be counted on.
I didn't say that, but I'm saying if we just talking about making a brash move, like the brother said, like walking out of the job, then it got to be with the understanding that we all gonna be helping each other with all our bills and our resources and shit like that. Like, you know what I mean? That's dumb. Like Taz was saying, like you want me to strike the NFL, but then you want me to go home and I only got to worry about I solely got to worry about my bills and my like nigga. That don't make no sense.
So you're saying the cohesiveness and the unity displayed by these Latin speaking people is superior or in some way more dependable than the cohesiveness, if any at all, and the divisiveness.
Uh, yes,
Yourself, your people. You're
yes,
agreeing with that.
because they're
You
literally yes,
you're
because
not
I'm
you're
saying
not
based
going to
on
help.
hold
I
on,
see.
based on the circumstances that they're coming. If they're coming from quote unquote third world countries and they willing to live in houses 10 deep and they willing to pull all their money together, yes, they're in a like they damn near in a different cultural circumstance than most black people are today. We don't got that same type of issue. So when you talking about striking or niggas banding together, it seems like it only start and end at that level. But when it go down to individuals going home, it don't extend to that, which is what it extends to in other communities.
Why you reckon? Why you reckon?
Uh, years of uh years of propaganda and then institutionalized into American society and ways of thinking.
Are you, as an adult man, are you willing to change that type of characteristic of yourself?
I wouldn't even say it's a characteristic of myself.
You just described it as such. Where did I go off?
I never described that as myself. I described that as a condition as
Oh,
a
I thought.
whole.
Okay, so that's not your condition as a whole.
Oh, that's the condition as a whole I live in. My individual self, I don't propagate that ideology though.
But you just did get yours. You say, "Hey, man, I got you." Just Hey, I understand, man.
Brother, if I'm talking about the way it is, that don't got nothing to do with the way that I would like it to be or the way that I'm striving for it to be. I'm acknowledging the way that it is at the present moment, though. Without doing that, then you're just living in the imagination. It's wishful
All
thinking.
of yeah, yeah, yeah. So like this is the way things that I know. This is how I understand life, right? You determine something and then you make it happen. Yes? Is that not how you understand life as an adult? You determine something and then you make it happen. Is that your understanding as well? Do you
Yeah,
concur?
that's from the individual aspect.
Mhm.
Completely agree.
Mhm. So when a bunch of any amount of individuals come to that same conclusion, then it's more than just an individual
That's
or
where you,
whatever.
but that's where you lost me at because you got to qualify the
Well,
bunch of individuals that's doing that.
no, it doesn't matter what the number of the bunch, just more than one. I say, it could be a twins or something. I don't know. But I'm just saying more than one or two. Yeah, I'll go more than two. And then we just call that a bunch. Three or more is a bunch. Yeah, we could do that. Would you go with that, or you say seven or nine? What number you need before you concur with the term bunch? And what I'm saying, once a lot,
I'm talking about when the term bunch for me means this is your cultural, it's a part of your cultural identity. So it have to
oh,
be
that
literally the whole.
the whole. Wow. So the whole
Yeah,
skip all over
yeah.
most and go right
It's
to the
shit
whole.
that's it's so much bullshit that's part of quote unquote black cultural identity that we can get rid of one of the bullshit things and make that a part of the whole. In my opinion.
So I was saying a bunch, which means to me, like, let's say nine people who have
Yeah,
the same.
it might take those groups of nine people to start to show that in their community, where then another group of nine people and do it, and then another group of nine, and so on and so forth, to where now it's just it's a part of your cultural identity to help each other to practice group economics. Right now, it's just not.
And are you determining that yourself?
No, I'm determining that from statistics, from observation.
What about participation? See, I'm on the participation side of this. The questions that I'm asking you. Are you participating in this self-determination and applying your movements and thoughts toward creating this particular whatever
But here we
utopia?
go, Wale.
Okay, here we
Yeah,
go.
I think I explained that to you once or twice within this conversation that yes, I am
Good.
individually and with groups of individuals that I work with, but that's not the I would be disingenuous to say that I see and observe that as a whole being practiced by the black community. So two
I don't
things
even
can be
know what
true.
that means personally. As a whole, black community, all those words are ambiguous and without defined. They're non-defined or
All right,
definable.
well then
Actually,
let's do it. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this then, Wale. I'm having a connotative conversation with you, which means that we're using general terms that I'm not going into the denotative with you. So if you
no, I
don't
wasn't talking about
regularly,
that.
hold on, I'm saying, no, I'm talking about that. I'm saying I believe you're intelligent enough and have enough common sense to know that when I use those type of words contextually, you can see how I'm applying them. Now, if in your day to
Yes,
day life you don't use words like black or such and so forth, hey, I can't disagree with that. But when two individuals are having a conversation, we're coming to the table behest of our individual ideology to try to find a common ground. So when I use the word black, what I don't need for you is for you to try to steer the conversation and say, well, I don't understand the word black because I don't use you do understand it and you understand how I'm using it right now. So let's not be facetious.
I guarantee you, any facetiousness is coming from your mind, not mine. Listen to
What
my
word would
response.
you like to use? Would you rather use
Listen to
more? Would you
listen to
rather
my
use
response.
indigenous,
Listen to
aborigine,
listen to my response
Negro?
before you listen to my response before you start offering more machinations from your mindset. None of that has to do with my mind. That's all in your mind. I am willing to explain what I meant by whatever I was saying that you interrupted me. I would have finished it, and I'll finish it now if you would like. But you do use the term black for its purpose. It's an adjective. It describes a thing. And so that's what I use it for. You use it to describe people, and I don't. So it's not that I have an aversion to the word black. That's ridiculous. I have no
Yeah, I'm
aversion
clear
to
on
any.
that, Wale. Wale,
Now,
I'm
what I
clear
was
on that,
saying
and
was,
you've made that
okay,
distinction
then.
plenty of times. But
Well,
if
let
you
me
understand,
continue.
we're speaking. Go ahead, brother.
Uh-huh. What you made reference to was a black community or black overall. And I said, wow, I can't even handle that because I don't even know what's the parameters or the definition of that is.
Black people in America.
Yeah, that's you say that, but what does it mean?
It mean exactly what I said because you don't want to apply what word. Okay, listen. In your life, when you take the word, if you don't identify with the word black, give me a better identifier, and then we can move from that. We can move from that base.
Identify
If
is
that'll
not the
appease you.
cousin. That's how have nothing to do with what I'm thinking of, only what you're thinking of. What I'm
Okay.
thinking of is when you say those words, and I try to picture what you're saying in my mind's eye, it's always indefinable. There's no way to define that. And then
So how do you define
there,
yourself? Let's start there.
I'm an immortal being.
Okay, so the immortal beings of America that look like you.
What about that now? That's all you're talking about now? And I can handle that.
That's what I've been talking about.
Okay, then I say immediately, all we have to do is self-determination. Once we determine
But
what
do
we
you
want
see
to happen,
do
cause
you
it to
see
occur.
the facetiousness in the conversation now? Now you telling me you understand the immortal beings that look like you. But when I say black, you don't want to deal with that, and I clearly define to you that we speaking connotatively, brother. I'm not trying to go into a denotative conversation with you to where we gotta break down every word, go into the etymology, go into the Latin root, see what this part meant, that part, the prefix, the suffix, fuck all that.
Mhm. Okay, well then, do you know when I speak, a lot of times people tell me that it's rhetoric. And I guess it's kind of what you're going for. And the word
I
rhetoric
would have
means
never,
something.
Wale, I would have never guessed that.
Go ahead. Guess what, cuz?
I would have never guessed people thought you spoke in rhetoric. That's astonishing.
And because rhetoric simply means the meaning of words. Of course I do. If we're not going to use the meaning of words in their proper use, or at least in an understandable use that's free from discord, then I really don't understand why one would speak except just to waste time and to flatter their tongues.
So you know what connotative versus denotative mean, right?
Of course.
And I would assume that since you up here having conversations a lot of times that you possess some level of intellect and common sense. So if I've observed you before have conversations with people, and the word black get thrown around freely, and you able to express opinions on that because you understand the context in which it's being used. I'm saying in this conversation right here, we don't need to go. You don't need the word salad meat, Wale, for real.
You
I
know
just
why?
play a
Because
dumb nigga on. I just play a dumb nigga on TV, my brother. Okay,
okay, beautiful. Hmm.
but I'm just not one of them niggas that feel the need to express what degrees and what levels of education he received and all of that. I just rather motherfuckers think I'm stupid.
Oh, that's so
Salute.
beautiful. I hear that's a good way to go. I suggest that you do whatever you think is best. That's what I'm doing, what I think is best. And what I'm talking about is this. Sometimes when I hear the terminology black, I get another terminology called mulatto, mestizo. I get all these other terminologies. To me, I don't want to have to deal with all of that division. So, as I said before, I know the San people. You know the San people? They go by different names, but
Yeah,
SAN, the San.
light skinned people of Africa with the Asiatic features.
There was a group that is even more light skinned than the San people. And the crackers that went over there exterminated that entire group of people. And they were exterminating the San. That's why now they got two names because they had them mixed together. The San mixed with the Khoi. They mixed with the Khoi because they had to for survival. Survival. Because the cracker was killing
All
them
right,
off like crazy
bring it in.
because he didn't want
Apply
people
this.
to know. Because he didn't want people to know that niggas are light skinned without a cracker's input. Most people think, oh,
Uh,
you light skinned, you got some cracker in you somewhere. Some cracker somewhere was doing this, and then you start making up all kind of
what people
hyperbole.
think that? What people think
Most
that,
people, most people in America, I mean, United States. I'm gonna go with that.
brother?
Yes,
Wale,
I'm listening.
this is not the 40s and the 50s. Niggas don't do
Oh,
paper bag tests no more.
it's not. There's a guy that comes on here on this station called Mulatto. He calls himself Mulatto, ancestral Mulatto. Some kind, I forget how he do it, but he calls himself Mulatto. There's
Yeah, but
another guy.
that's the problem though, Wale. You old and
What's
you
the,
don't understand that niggas troll, and niggas do things to get the rise and the emotional response out of people.
meanwhile, back at the ranch,
So if
I'm
you
about
wait,
moving the people
if
along. I'm not into the
you're taking
high.
no, but you are into it because you're on the internet. See, this is where both worlds collide, and a lot of people want to disregard the other one. You want to say that you're here for intelligent conversation, but at the same time, you don't want to recognize that there's trolls out here and there's people out here that's for the sole purpose to cause chaos and fuck up the discourse. So when you talk about the mulatto
Are you
dude, yeah, I
describing
know cuz
yourself?
cuz a troll,
Oh,
cuz a
oh.
troll.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
I'm
yourself,
just
man.
y'all. I'm describing myself in some situations. Yeah, I can be.
Okay, you are. I thought so. But it's cool, man. I'm good.
Yeah,
Whatever
absolutely,
you say. Mhm.
absolutely. Right, just like you can be. But the difference between me and you, I can admit it. You won't admit it because you still try to disguise it in some type of intelligentsia. Oh, I'm just trying to let niggas know what's up. Yeah, you a troll just like everybody else when you want to be. That's all. You a nigga in the pool where the trolls is jumping in, pissing in it, and you looking at them like they nasty instead of getting out the pool. You still swimming in it. You're about to break down to me about the nigga mulatto. Yeah, the troll nigga that go from page to page trolling. You take that serious? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Cuz who say he only offers solutions. I doubt it. You won't hit that link though with no solutions. Yeah, don't everybody be quiet at one time. Sabio, Wale, you need to dipped off?
I figure you troll and do your troll thing, man. No problem.
Now, why would you assume that I'm trolling in this very moment right now, Wale? Come on now. You don't know the difference between the challenge and the troll?
Cousin, the challenge since the day I was born. I don't understand your question. What you're doing is wasting time and trolling. To me, I mean, if it's a challenge you think it is, then you're
No,
challenging
I just
yourself.
asked you. I just asked you when you start to go down the path of the sign people and the people before them that was more light skinned. I just wanted to understand the relevance to the conversation we was having beforehand.
Because you were talking about black and
Hmm.
as a population of people. And I said, I don't know that to exist except as a, whatever it's called when you do that thing with the census and stuff. It's a whatever,
Right.
y'all know what it is. It's a thing.
Right.
It's a designation. It's a designation that the United States government has recently assigned upon you, and you have accepted that designation, and you
Okay.
fight and die by it. Then that's what that is to me.
Okay.
If it's something different to you, more power to you, my youth. I'm good with that. However, that's all what I
First,
was saying about that because our people are not adjectives. But you can do that if that's what you like.
uh, first, I believe black can be used for more than just adjective. Secondly, uh, I wouldn't disagree or agree with you on your stance on that. The only thing I was saying is that by fact of you knowing all of that and you having common sense and me designating to you that, hey, I understand that as well, but
Mhm.
speaking connotatively, meaning that we having a more or less we having casual talk. It's informal. It's not formal. We not in the place where we have to like word check everything because I assume it's already a degree of understanding that you possess when I say the word black, whether if it apply in your paradigm as something else or you use it at all, you understand how it's being used in the conversation. And we can move forward there instead of just being hung up on the word.
It's not hung up on the word, it's the condition the word applied. So now, at that point,
I agree with all
it,
of that. I don't disagree with none of that. I just said
no,
that I don't disagree. Everything you about to try to give me about the understanding of the word black from etymology to how it's applied in status to how it's applied on the census to how it's a designation that's new. I agree with all of that. The only thing
okay.
I'm saying is, oh, the only thing I'm saying is how we're speaking right now. Is not formal. It's informal. It's just
Okay.
connotative. It's just like two niggas on the street. So when I say black, I just want you to understand I'm not going that deep with it. I'm just speaking for general understanding because it's more than just me and you. It's motherfuckers in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So
people that's
now,
listening. It's
mm-hmm.
eyeballs on this.
So now I'm gonna put this in the chat because I ain't
Mhm.
talking about those things. You see, you in your mind have considerations. Oh, it's not this, it's not that. I ain't talking about all that crazy stuff. That's in your mind. You still don't
I don't
understand.
consider it
Oh,
crazy.
yeah. Damn, I'm trying to tell you.
I,
I'm
no, I'm saying
attempting
I
to
don't
tell
consider it crazy. You're not gonna make me say I say it crazy though. I don't consider none of it crazy. You're
you.
not
I do.
accepting my position of saying I'm talking connotative.
Dude, I'm talking truth. It don't change for me. No matter whether you're talking connotative, denotative, under the table, around the table, it doesn't matter to me. It's always about truth. It ain't about the law. It ain't about how it's seen in this circumstance or how it's, no, I'm into the truth. So in truth, that's where I see it from. You don't see it from there. I am attempting with the rest of my energy to retrieve and revive our ancestors' reputation by imitating their commitment to truth. That is the enslavement. When we walk away from truth, it proves that you are enslaved. And I'm not about to do that. I'm sticking with truth. I don't need no books. I don't need no whatever else you come up with or anybody else comes up with. All I need is truth. With that, I live, and by that, I die.
Ashe, my brother, Ashe. Am I supposed to give blessings to the Orishas after that? I want you to continue.
Cousin, I learned this from my ancestors that truth is our steward. That's our banner. And without it, that's our everybody knows us around the world for speaking truth. Because that's why people be like, what the fuck are y'all niggas doing? All around the world. People us asking that question. They almost put us to the point where they just discard us as a reality. We're being discarded as a reality because we are not proving our ancestors.
So were the ancestors calling themselves immortal beings?
Yes,
What was the translation of the word they used to say immortal being back then?
the word I know and use is ori.
Ori. So the ancestors consider themselves Ori.
That's the immortal being. Yes, not the
The
body.
Ori.
The ori.
The
The
Ori,
ori.
yeah. The ancestor, yeah. The Ori is the thing that emanates within the flesh.
You know.
The light inside,
You know.
the spark. I'm right there with you, Wale. Go keep cooking, OG. I'm listening.
Oh, she said which ancestors. You can come up in Momo and hit the StreamYard and ask questions directly because a lot of times trying to read on these things here, the board, as it were, if you really want to answer, just come and ask it, man. I ain't gonna beat you up and stuff, but try to give you a decent answer. I
Okay.
know a lot of times people experience devastating, have devastating experiences, and feel beat up on sometime. But I'm not really going for that.
Shout out to
And
my nigga Lou. He caught the emphasis too. You know what I'm saying? He caught the emphasis too, Wale. You
what
trolling
emphasis?
right now, Wale. Stop trolling.
What emphasis are you talking?
I was talking to Wale in the chat. I mean, not Wale. Lou in the chat. I was saying he caught the emphasis.
Oh, maybe I mispronounced the word. I say empathic because we were talking about empathy. But maybe I did. If you want to say I did, I'm cool with that.
So you do possess a level of wit and understanding. So you do know what I meant when I said black. You just wanted to argue the word black, but it's all to the good.
No,
What the
cousin,
Ori?
you keep saying
Hold
that,
on.
and I keep
So back
telling
to
you
the
that's not
original.
what I'm doing. Why you keep
No, I
accusing
got
me
you.
of something I'm
I,
telling you I'm not guilty of? That's just,
but I
hey,
understand. I understand your position now. So the
no, you
Ori,
don't.
the O. Okay, I don't then, but I do understand what you were saying as far as immortal beings. The
And please
Ori of
continue.
America, the
Of
Ori of
America.
America that look like you,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
What is it that we need to do? Continue.
As I said, simply adhere, anchor, tether,
Hmm.
whatever you want to call it, but connect to truth. Be that truth all the time till we rebuild the ancestral reputation. And it won't take that long because our ancestors have already laid the path of that reputation around the world. They know us around the world. In their ancient histories, they know our ancestors. In their ancient histories, they know us. You can use the cracker who say, hey, I met you niggas in 16, whatever, 15, whatever, and I enslaved your ancestors and beat you up and put you in these. If that's the story you want to go with and the narrative you feel comfortable, then stay there. However, I was like, wait a minute, this bitch telling me a story that don't feel right to me. I'm going to check it out. Even when they said, oh, niggas sold niggas into other niggas, Africans sold other Africans into slavery. I went and checked it out to see what they were talking about, to see if it's real or not. Not because, oh, they said this. No, I went and checked it out to see from the African side what they got to say and see what they say about it. And that's the reason why Britain exactly stopped what they called the slave trade in 1803 was because the Africans who had sent over indentured workers, and you would find that to be so in Virginia 1600, almost all the niggas that arrived, the majority, were indentured. They were not slaves. But you have to go
Can I ask you a
into
question?
their record about that, about Virginia. I'm only saying by going into Virginia's actual state and colony records, that's what they say. So yes, please tell me
Yeah.
your
So,
question.
Wale, yeah. So, what beings are immortal and what beings are not immortal?
The ones who have Ori for sure are immortal.
So,
The
how
one,
would
huh?
how do you identify those ones? Like, if where are they a nation? Are they a race? Are they have a personality type? Who are the immortal beings and who are not
No,
the immortal
they
beings?
they the Ori. They're the Ori, brother. Let's just deal with that.
No, I
See,
want to
you
know the
trying to go
identifying
down the
factor. What are the
they
identifying
immortal
factors?
beings.
Okay, who? How
They're
do we
immortal
identify?
beings.
I tell you what
How do
to
you
do. I
identify
tell
them?
you how you identify, how you can identify yourself, self-identification, all that kind of stuff. Right? Do this. Count silently now. Just silently. Don't say a word. Count silently from 0 to 100 without interruption at all. Should you be interrupted by your mind, then start back at 0.
So when conversation was when he identified when he used the word black to identify us in this country, and you said no, we are the immortal beings. So what if every black person can count to 100 without interruption? So is it only those black people that are immortal? What if there's a bunch of white or Mexican or Asian people that can count to 100 without interruption? Are they then a part of the immortal beings?
Okay, I noticed I was speaking when you started asking me a whole another question, which starts lending to the fact that, or making me think, or the assumption that you're not really trying to get an answer to these questions.
I am really trying to get an answer. Like I'm trying to really figure out what is the identity fact, what is the identity marker of the immortal beings? What is the we haven't had that. That's what I'm really asking you. How do we know who's immortal and who's not?
Okay, may I finish telling you? This time, I mean, will you allow me to complete it before you ask me another question again? Because I was actually answering that question of how to figure this out for yourself. I said self-identification was used this way. And I'm attempting to tell you something that you never got to, because you assume some stuff and then you push forward with another question. You could do that, but do that with someone else. I will not participate in that kind of stuff.
Is Wale, you still there, or something wrong with my phone?
Oh, I'm definitely still here, cousin.
So you told me to count from 100, 0 to 100 without interruption as far as self-identity. So let me ask you now, because I was assuming that that's how you figure out if you're an immortal being. So are you saying that that's how you figure out or learn that you're an immortal being, if you can count from 0 to 100 without letting thought interrupt you?
One of the best ways is to stop assuming.
I just asked. I literally just asked, Wale.
But you are admitted as well that you assume this question that you're asking. And I suggest that you stop assuming. Once you hear my full comment, then you can ask a question maybe, but you never even heard my full comment because you interrupted with another question. So that's what I'm saying again to you. Should you want the full comment that I was willing to give and still am, then I will do that. But if you rather stick with your assumption, then be welcomed to do so.
Wale, I literally started with a question and I'm asking more questions. So when you keep saying, I said, I said, I apologize for assuming. So I'm asking you directly, does doing that process make one become or identify as an immortal being? I'm asking a question.
I wouldn't say yes to that. I would not answer affirmative to your question. However, your question is not what I was going, it means that you did not even contemplate or get
Finish
to
with
the
the
point of
statement then, Wale. No, let
oh,
Mumu,
okay, good.
Mumu, let him finish. Let him finish with his statement on what it qualifies to be an immortal being. Go ahead, Wale.
And I say for self-identification, one does this
That's
exercise of
right.
counting from 0 to 100 in the self-determination. So you do that, don't mix it up. And if you make a mistake, go back and to 0 and start all the way in. Because what will happen and one will realize is there is the one that you think is you, which is your mind, and then there is you, the self-determiner, because your mind has taken the position as though it is you, and of course, most people self-identify with their mind. What I'm saying is when you give your mind a proper order, counting from 1 to 100, because now you're utilizing the tool that was given you as a gift, which is called the mind. It is one of the greatest gifts we have been given, along with the body and, the rest of the stuff.
Well,
So,
I actually read. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
so I'm saying when you force your mind to do its duty, which is your bidding, then you realize what you are. You're the one telling it what to do. And it must do what you tell it, especially if you keep training it, because it's unwildly. Like a wild dog, you have to train it and make it do what you say to do. It will do it because that's its natural position. Go back to zero and start again. And by you not allowing the mind to utilize the body so it can stay in its fixation of being you, meaning not counting out loud, then you can see this is all happening inside, as we put it, inside your head.
Well,
Nowhere else.
I actually read the book A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle back in like 2007. So
Oh,
a
that's
lot
good.
of right. So he's not African, by the way. He's Indian. But with that said,
Oh,
you
really? I
still,
didn't know that. I thought he
yeah,
was a cracker. I thought he was a cracker myself. I didn't know.
yeah. So with that said, we still have yet to get an answer. And if that is the answer, that whoever can do that process is an immortal being, then that was completely out of context to the conversation that the other brother was having with you when he was just basically trying to describe us here in America. That what you're saying now, when you accepted the term, oh, okay, well, we can all be immortal beings, that's out of context because most people can't do that. And we haven't. Everybody would have to literally prove that they can do that for you to refer to us as immortal beings instead of black people.
Most people can't do what? Count to 100?
No, you said count to 100 without thought, and it's something that you have to train yourself to
Without
do.
thought?
Right.
I didn't say
No,
I know without thought.
You said
I say
without
without.
interruption. I'm sorry. Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Without interruption. So what I'm saying is, for the people who can't do that, then what are they then? Because now you're
You
saying that the people who can do that are the immortal beings. So when he's having a conversation, a general conversation about black people, and you say, "Oh no, we the immortal beings, we not black." Well, a lot of black people have not done that process to qualify themselves as an immortal being by doing that exercise. So are they not immortal beings then?
I wouldn't say yes to that question.
So you just end
Hey,
up
wait,
sounding
Moo.
extra. Go ahead, my bad.
Now if I say trolling, you see what I'm saying? Now when I say
I
niggas
No,
get
be
it.
trolling,
because he's still at a
okay.
fixation about what I'm saying is anyone who can count from 1 to 100 is an immortal being, which is absolutely not what
No,
I'm
no, no,
suggesting.
no. We saying that
That's what
we
he's
saying I'm
saying.
saying that no, listen. What I'm saying is this: either you're trolling or your comprehension levels are so out of tune that you don't give a fuck about what nobody talking about in the present conversation. You just gonna steer to what the fuck you want to talk about.
Oh, I thought you were doing that. No problem, man. As I said before, do your thing. Be
And
welcome.
then you play the victim. And then you play the victim. You can't be
And
no
then I
old nigga
do.
still playing the victim.
Wow. So I can't be me and I can't not be me. What can I be?
No,
Tell
you
me,
can't be
please.
no. You
Oh, I don't know
definitely
what
can't
to
be
be.
no victim.
Please tell me
You
what to
can't
be.
be up this motherfucker talk about. You
Can,
can't be a
can
nigga
I
saying
be
you're a mortal deity or you're an immortal being, but then
immortal
you're a
deity?
victim anytime somebody say some shit that get on your nerves.
I ain't never been.
You act like a
Well,
vid.
hold on. I do got more questions about these like immortal beings because just
I've
take that
never been a victim.
hold on,
I don't.
because you're saying that a person doing that exercise and that's what makes them an immortal being. So what is it
I
about
did
doing
not
that?
say that. I did.
We have asked you what is an immortal being, Wale. Oh, now he left.
Did you set him down, Wesley? I wasn't sure what the $10 was. So what's up, Mumu?
Hey, what's up, Dev? Nah, I was nah, I think he just left. I don't think nobody put him out or nothing like that. But
You don't
and
think so?
what I was gonna ask him is like if that's a that exercise he's talking about doing, that sounds like an exercise to be able to recognize if you are an immortal being. So what I was going to ask him is like what about that process changes your I guess your spiritual DNA or whatever. Like once you do that process, is that then when you become an immortal being? Like so, what's actually happening to your biology or spiritual biology by doing that exercise that changes it from mortal to immortal?
But see, this what happened though, Moo. A nigga will come up here and they will troll in the they'll troll in one way and a person will call it chaotic, right? But then when he come up and he troll like that, because I'm calling that trolling. Like you can't take that conversation serious. You feel me, Moo? Like you talking astutely right now. You know what I'm saying? You talking good, my nigga. But if that nigga was sitting on the corner somewhere with a wine bottle saying that same shit, you would be like, "Hey, man, here go $5, cuz just leave me alone." Like that's cool.
Oh, I
Nobody
thought
is
you had
taking
shut
that
him down,
serious in the real world.
Wesley. You talking about ain't nobody up here talking about STEM shit. He don't never talk about no damn STEM up here.
Well, I think Wale don't know he's trolling, and that's even worse. Like, um, you know what I mean? He gets caught up in these concepts and these ideas, and they only sound good on the surface. Well, they don't really sound good on the surface, but I guess to some people they could sound good on the surface. So I love to go into like, let's go further into this. Like, let's say I do believe it. I want to know how the mechanics work. Like, let's look under the hood of this thing. And usually, when you do that, once you get past that first level, it makes absolutely no sense.
Hey, and I feel you though. For the record, even when people really like that, then I'm reading in the chat too. Even when people really like that, because I do believe why they really like that, it still don't exempt you from trolling.
Well, it's a very fine line between actual stupid and trolling. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah.
I feel like they one and the same. That's why I always keep the tagline. Yeah, at certain points, yeah, I play the dumb nigga on TV. I don't think they realize this is being recorded.
And see, like what this dude just said in the comments. He said there's actually a fine line between stupid and retarded, and it's not, bro. And that's the problem with a lot of y'all. If somebody has an actual mental condition, they're not stupid. So what we call a retarded person, which is a wrong word to use, a mentally challenged person is not stupid. They have a actual biological chemical condition in their brain that's different from somebody being stupid, like whoever made that comment and Wale.
Hey, it's funny as hell you said that. That's different from somebody that got that in Wale. I would hate to be in that motherfucking lineup.
Nah, he put up to $10. What links?
But that's my point. Just because somebody mean the things they say, that still don't, like, in my opinion, it don't exempt that from like being trolling at some point. Because you become disingenuous in your conversation when you challenge with regular questions. You see what I'm saying? You can't never answer nothing. Then you just become a troll. You become a nigga that's just like you talking, saying anything at this point. Do you know about the sand people? Do you know about the people? Man, what the hell they got to do with what I was? Oh, we
Oh,
went
okay. You
off.
want him to come back? All right.
No, I
Go
think,
ahead, Wale.
yeah, go ahead, Wale.
Oh, that's
They
beautiful, man.
they're gonna take a break from educational and actual information that people can use, and we're just gonna entertainment and
This nigga Dev crazy.
talk about make believe shit for another hour or so. Then we get back on the important information. Go ahead.
Well, I wanna do this exercise later today so I can become immortal. So I'm glad to hear that.
Okay, I thought I heard Mood say something different, and I heard I was ready to apologize because I thought maybe I had misunderstood you, and but I heard you say something about the concept of whatever I was saying at the time, and but you stayed mostly with attempting to pick on me as an individual, not the concept, not the idea, not the thought, but me as an individual. And then when you attempt to repeat the concept or the thought or the idea, you misquote it into your own mechanisms instead of keeping it as it was given. And in order to maintain your current position. What I was suggesting, and I will continue with just what the guy had asked me to do before I was so unceremoniously dismissed, is to say that once you realize by doing this exercise of counting from 1 to 100, you will realize that
Zero,
you are
zero
not.
to 100.
Oh, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that very much. You realize that you are different than your mind. Your mind is the one that counts. You, the immortal being, is the one that directs it to do so. However, as you put it, a lot of people, as you said, black people, are not able to do that. I don't know that to be true, but I'm just going by your statement alone, not my experience, just from your statement. Then I would suggest they all practice this right away of doing that because you can realize that you are different and not your mind. Once you realize you are not your mind, you can utilize your mind to great extremes because it's a very powerful tool that we have. However, we have once we realize that that is not our position, and you instead all that stuff is happening in your head. So in your head is this one thing, which is your mind that does the counting and stuff. You know, it's more of a calculator, a computer type thing, the mind. But the one that's telling it what to do is you. That's yourself. That's the Ori. That's the real immortal you. What happens is through conditioning, mostly physical and mental conditioning, we allow our minds to take control.
Well, Wale, listen, this is I got a few issues, but let me ask you this. I'll say
Okay,
this.
beautiful. Thank you so much,
Okay,
too.
so if the exercise makes you realize that you're an immortal being, that means that you were an immortal being before doing the exercise. You just didn't know until you did the exercise. You understand that?
That's why
Right.
once you realize that you are not your mind, then you realize that which you are.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to get to next. So
Beautiful.
whether I do the exercise or not, the exercise, if I'm able to complete it, makes me realize that I'm an immortal being, right? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying it helps you realize what you are.
And what would that be?
You determine at that point yourself.
Okay,
That's why
so
I said
Hey Dev, hey, where
self-identification.
Dev at? Yo, Dev,
Go
put the
ahead.
link in the chat. Niggas trying to hit the link, Dev, if you there. Put the link in the chat.
so
I will.
this
All
is how
right.
we got it, Wale. You were having a conversation with what's your name, bro? I don't even know your name. My bad.
It doesn't matter. I be liking to
This
do
Bobby
the
Knight.
idea.
Oh, don't disrespect me
Oh,
like that,
Bobby.
man. This Bobby Knight, man.
Okay,
Ah,
that's
that's
Bobby
crazy.
Knight.
It don't matter.
You're right. You're
It
right.
don't matter what my
I
name is.
apologize.
Oh, come
I
on, man.
apologize,
Look, man.
Bobby.
You were
Nigga
having a
around
Hey, I
here,
apologize.
all
you
that
were
I
having a
pagan
apologize.
shit went right out the window.
I'm gonna say
you
I
were having
apologize
go ahead.
again because I think this time you'll hear me. I apologize.
So you were having a
Go on,
conversation with
please.
Bobby Knight, and in this conversation,
Go.
the context of the conversation was him just y'all was speaking on something, and he said black people, and you were like, you don't identify with that, and he said, well, what's a better word or term used to describe what what he what we all know what he was trying to describe as black? So you accepted the term immortal beings for us as a collective. So then when I asked you, well, what makes someone in it? The first question was actually in the chat was, can other races of people be immortal beings? Which I still have that question too. But then when I came up and asked directly, I said, well, what is an immortal being? And your answer was a person who does this exercise by counting from 0 to 100 without thought interrupting. So then my next thing was, okay, well, that opens it up to anybody being able to be an immortal being. If they have to do that exercise in order to qualify to be one. So then it goes back to your conversation with Bobby Knight. It makes it not make sense at all if anybody that can do that exercise is an immortal being, knowing that he was talking about a specific group of people that had nothing to do with that. And my question once again is, so can anybody be an immortal being? Can any race of people be an immortal being?
Okay, first of all, let's go back to your premise, which was the conversation I was having with Bobby Knight. Bobby Knight and I did agree upon the concept of, the terminology of immortal being, because he said, what would you call yourself, Wale? And I said, oh, I'm an immortal being. That's how we got there. And he said, okay, what would you call other immortal beings who look like you?
In America, who look like you in America. No, I
Okay, if
didn't
you
say
want to
what you would
limit
call
it
them.
to that.
I said,
You,
no, no,
you,
no, 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 no. I didn't say that. I said that just so we can move the conversation along, since you don't want to deal with the word black, I'm gonna just say the immortal beings of America that look like you, and you agree with that.
exactly.
But now that the
And I
wait, but
still
now that the
do.
brother, but wait, but now that the brother is saying, how do you identify immortal beings? You saying anybody who can go from 0 to 100 uninterrupted. White people could do that. Asians, Mexicans, Indians. So that don't. How is that? Then how are you making the distinction? And like you said before, of the immortal beings looking like you, when you saying it's just anybody now.
Oh, they're different immortal beings, man. Why? What I said about the exercise is, you will realize what you are. Is what I said. I didn't say you will realize you are an immortal being. I say you will realize what you are. This is for self-identification.
So we still need the answer of what is an immortal being then? How do you determine
And
who's an immortal being?
I just told you how to do it for self-identification, man. That's how
So
you could determine
why do you
you.
identify as an immortal being? What makes you an immortal being? Maybe that's a better question. Why is Wale an immortal being?
Because I realize That's what I am. And I'm attempting to tell you how to get in a position where you can realize what you are. Nothing more. I don't know what you are, but once you get into that position, you will realize what you are.
So who made the determination on what you are? Was it just you? Like when you did that exercise, at the end of that exercise, you said, okay, this is out of the list of options, I'm an immortal being. Like where did that description come from? Was it just you saying that you described self-described, or was there
The
like I said, like
Galactic Momo, the Galactic Federation gave him that designation. What up with it, Domo? That's
Oh,
all you
okay.
need to
Whatever
know.
y'all want to
That
say.
Man,
came from the stars.
it's
All good. I said you
you
will
know,
realize what you are. Or you will realize it's a lot of things that help realize what you are, a lot of this stuff. I just gave you one simple thing. If you don't want to do it or you abuse it or you want to talk, whatever, man, I ain't got time for all that kind of, y'all don't have energy, excuse me, for all that kind of stuff. I won't put my energy toward that. So it sounds like
Hey,
right
now
now you
listen,
just
I'm gonna say this though.
arguing
Hey, I'm gonna say
for
this though, Wale. But
sake.
Momo, I'm gonna say this. I do believe Wale in a sense because that might have been what Drake was trying to tell us on that song Zero to 100. He was trying to show you how to get real quick. He might have been the savior this whole time. He trying to show niggas how to get to that immortal shit quick. He said 0 to 100 real quick. That ain't that what
Yeah.
he said, Momo?
well,
So
he
we
died. He died when Meet the Grams dropped.
Who
They not like
who
so.
mentioned
He's not immortal.
who
there
mentioned
you go.
Eckhart Tolle? Who mentioned Eckhart Tolle? Who mentioned Eckhart Tolle?
No, nobody mentioned him.
Oh,
No, I did.
somebody.
I did. I mentioned Eckhart Tolle because
I
in
know
his
you
book,
did.
A New Earth, I read it back in 2006 or 7. He talks about that concept, and he uses the words where you step outside of the ego, and that the ego, the what's the other word? Like it's it's old concepts he's talking about, and then I pointed out because he's always talking about the ancestors and African ancestors to be specific. But Eckhart Tolle is Indian, and a lot of his teachings are based off Indian traditions. So that was another thing. But
I didn't know he was Indian.
Hold on,
Like I
real
said,
hey Wale,
crack.
real quick. I wanna hear my nigga Domo crash out on somebody. I feel it coming. Domo, what's up with
That's,
it?
if that's where you find
oh no. I ain't got no crash out. I'm
Okay,
handling
no
this
crash
in the
out.
chat.
Cool.
These
Cool.
niggas is chat rats. You feel me? Like I'm addressing my
Chat rat.
fans real quick. I'm addressing my fans in
Fan.
the chat.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
addressing
cool.
the
All right.
fans in the chat. You feel me? So
Word.
yeah, y'all
Okay.
good. I'm gonna speak up in just a second. I just gotta check this
No
nigga that's
problem.
always talking with his fingers.
Damn. Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
so,
There you go,
so
Wale.
Mumu,
See,
you were talking about
nice and
Eckhart.
quick.
Like I said, I didn't know Eckhart was Indian for real. When I looked at him, I just thought he was a regular cracker. However, the information did come through a lot of into America through a lot of Indian around the late 1700s, and around what's that boy named Sigmund Freud time and all that, and Kellogg's when they were kicking out. That's around that time period. There's a book, and I recommend the book to you because most of Eckhart's work, whatever he write a book and stuff, even The Secret, the book called The Secret, all come from a book that was written in I think in I'm gonna say 1901 or 1800s. I think it was 1800s, and it was a simple exercise that they had picked up from the Indians who had this whole thing. Rudyard Kipling was around that time too. You'll find a lot of his work is very interesting in that same vernacular of conceptualization because they had just run into the Indians who have a good understanding of what I'm talking about, and they have it in a succinct manner. Like you can teach the manner that they do. Like I was saying about Yoruba, Orisha. Orisha is teachable. It's succinct. It's already categorized and hooked up. You ain't got to make up nothing. All you have to do is realize everything. because it's not based on the mind understanding it. However, when people are still living in their minds as though they are their minds, it's very difficult for them to actually comprehend it, because it's a thing one must realize. That's why I say, when you do it, you'll realize inside your own head, as we say, you'll see that there are two different entities. One is the mind, who has been set to a task and it's counting. The other, and this is how you pull away from it, is the one that tells it to count and keep it in tow. That's the one, that's the real you. Once you get to that one, that's the real you, and be able and be comfortable with knowing that, because sometimes I count to 200, even now, just to reset myself. Something, because you can always snap back, you know what I mean? So I recommend people do it over an extended period of time, so you can become comfortable and accustomed and habituated to yourself taking it instead of your mind.
What we
So
still
that's how
never
you get
got
out the
to is like
firmament.
what we still never got to is, like I said, is how, like, what an eternal being is. And we basically got to, like, once you did the exercise, that's the option you went with, that you were an eternal being. But I would like to ask, like, do you have any friends or anybody that else that did the exercise, and what did they become, or what did they realize they were? Did they realize they were eternal beings too? Or were there other options? Like, you could be a tiger, you can be a Star Lord. Like, what are the options to be after you do this exercise?
Everyone, to a person that I know who have accomplished the exercise, have all been able to identify themselves as
I'm saying, as what though? What have they let you know they identify themselves as?
I just said it, but you were asking me the question over the answer again. They have identified themselves as immortal beings to a single person.
Right.
Hold
So,
on, real
okay.
quick,
So
because
everybody you know,
Wale ain't talking about shit. Because like, look, I guess somehow one of these bum ass niggas figured out how to block me in the chat. So I'm gonna just say it on the panel because I can do that. Because I get on the panel. You niggas can't do shit about me being on the panel. You lame ass niggas mention me.
They can put up $1, I mean $10 or $5, you know, whatever it is. You can put up some money to, you know, I'm just saying. There's a way.
Put up some money for what?
You know, for what you just did, said the person 86 a person.
To be immortal.
You ain't gotta put up no money to get drop out the panel. You can get out for free.
Putting up money to be
Yeah,
immortal is
we can
crazy.
start getting back to STEM topics also when we get ready. I'm just trying to let it rock out. It ain't like I'm over here twiddling my fingers, wishing y'all would shut the fuck up. You know, I'm actually been involved into several different projects before I started this stream. Like, I was already busy before the stream even started. So,
well, nah, I'm gonna just say peace right now. I appreciate y'all. I just had a minute. Wanted to.
no, you good, Moo.
No, I just had a minute anyway. All right, I'm out
Hey,
y'all. What up,
actually,
Domo?
I was gonna ask you about the update on the cleanup project. I know it was delayed due to some I guess administrative obstacles. Was there any update on that, or?
Nah. I don't know nothing else about it. I sent out the information I gave you was the person that had the information. So.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the last I heard of it. That it was being delayed due to Trump, and we ain't heard nothing since on the Zoom call.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I never. It was for other people, you know.
Yeah, it was quite a people, quite a lot of them that actually showed up, and he got great response on that. But like I said, it was out of his hands. Once he gave us that announcement.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I was just coming up for a minute, though. Shout out to everybody.
Yeah, it's all good.
Hey, shout out to you too, Moo.
All right, Wale, be cool, bro.
One love, one love. Omu, I wanted to give you the name of that book they all get their information from. It's called The Master Key. And you can Google 2 different PDFs of it out of Google. They'll just give you PDFs if you want them. 2 different versions of The Master Key. They call it the Master Key System. That's what I mean by their stuff is organized and understandable to bring one into one's understanding of self, and which makes everything easy to understand. Math, science, all those kind of things become comprehensible on first take.
Yeah, we'll move on now. Y'all done with the you can be a super nigga topic? How long y'all gonna keep that going? My mic went out.
Nah, we hear you loud and clear, brother.
Oh,
No more super nigga talk.
Hey.
Shit.
I'm a super nigga. He's a super nigga. And you could be a super nigga too.
oh, why is Atlanta ranked #1 best place to live in America?
Savannah, Georgia.
Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta.
Yeah, let's run off the top 10.
I mean, I ain't even gonna lie. If you got that paper, yeah, you could live a nice lifestyle in Atlanta. I ain't gonna lie. You could keep yourself away from crime too.
According to the report, I guess it's a little spot called Johns Creek, Georgia.
Oh, I can't. I'm not too familiar with that.
25 miles. Let me see if it's. I got it. North. 25 miles north downtown Atlanta.
Yeah, it depends if it's north going towards like Gwinnett or north going towards like Marietta and stuff.
We're gonna
But I
find
know
out
some people who
exactly.
say, yeah, it might be, I don't know if it's 85 or 75.
Because both of those going into the mountain area. Let's see. Is this the same G in the chat? Good. John's Creek. Oh, closer to 85, but it's off State Highway 19.
Okay, then that's going towards Gwinnett and all of that shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I ain't too familiar with that area out there. The furthest I've
Nah,
been
because
up
it's
on
all goddamn like Forest Preserve area.
yeah, that's all I was just gonna say. Once you start getting out that way, you going towards the mountains and you know
Yeah,
a lot of Asians out there. That's where the Asians and the Mexicans then, you know, just
yeah,
the white people. I don't know too many niggas deep up off 85 like that.
yeah. It's northeast. Yeah, towards Shawnee Mountain. Is that they got a shoe store called Kick Theory. That's crazy. Chattahoochee River. I know you heard that before, right? Chattahoochee.
Hell yeah, I've been on the Chattahoochee River before. That motherfucker. I used to stay where I used to stay at on the north side of Atlanta up there, in the Sandy Springs area. I think that was
Yeah,
the Chattahoochee that came up through there. The little point
yeah,
we used to go to, but yeah, where the Chattahoochee used to pass through. The Chattahoochee was ain't that the river that the Atlanta child murders where he was where they caught him trying to dump the bodies and stuff.
yeah. hmm
And I think the Chattahoochee run all the way to Chattanooga, if I ain't mistaken, because I was on a riverboat party out there in Chattanooga back in the day, and I think that might have been the Chattahoochee River we was on. But don't get me to talking because I might be lying like a mother. Yeah, yeah, Fontaine. I know it's hella niggas off 85, but I ain't know like because I used to stay
Not
off
back in the
85 like
Forest
in
Preserve area.
yeah, like
Fontaine.
I was just gonna say, not where he talking about though, Fontaine. You talking about still like Norcross, maybe
Yeah,
what's them exits before them exits before Norcross where all the Mexicans and niggas at, but where he talking about way up 85, 319, you said? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck out there. I'm gonna be honest. Nah, but if
yeah.
you usually be out there, Fontaine, I ain't gonna argue with
Let's see. So, Briar Cliff Woods, Ashford Park. Embry Hills, Doraville, you know, not too much further than that. Not past Peace Street Corners. That's it.
And that's where I used to stay at off that Doorville exit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you go find a bunch of them niggas and Mexicans off that Doorville exit over in that area. All them apartments. Yeah, yeah.
Dunwoody.
Yep, the Dunwoody exit. Yep.
They come ATL right here. Go ahead,
Yeah,
ATL.
I gotta hop out. Yeah, I gotta hop out this truck right quick. But yeah, that John Creek is building up, but that's where you're gonna find a bunch of them well off niggas, like rich niggas. They all live out there. Man, I mean, everywhere got some little them old school projects, them little ranch style projects. Everybody got that, but they little neighborhood kind of country. You know what I'm saying? Where they got them little apartments like that in, but like them uppity Negroes, they got like the Falcon players, the Hawks players, they all live out there, in Johns Creek. Yeah. I
Yeah,
had
but it ain't a lot of niggas out there though, Charm.
yes, the hell it is. My homegirl said out there, it's a bunch of niggas out there. It's a slew, like niggas on top of niggas. Like you have to
I'm
go,
saying
like
like, is it
the
niggas?
opposite way
Is
around.
what's the percentage, man?
Yeah,
Let
it's
me.
niggas in like the niggas I don't know the percentage, but when you go out there, you're gonna be like, damn, there's a bunch of niggas, there's a bunch of rich ass niggas out there. Like you're gonna see a bunch of niggas, you're gonna see them I don't wanna call them Mexican because they look kinda Indian. You know what I'm saying? Like the Hiawatha ass Indians, not the they look like them kind, you know. You might see a few Asians out there. It's some white people out there, but most of the white people out there, they going more like in Forsyth. They more up in Forsyth County. You know what I'm saying? Up on that side, more like in like going back toward the Cuba. But the niggas in Johns Creek though, that's a big ass deer. That motherfucker big as hell running towards his truck.
I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I just told you about the STEM program. I don't know what minority enrollment involves because it's saying 53% from a diverse standpoint, but 46.9 white, 28.2 Asian, 11.2 Hispanic, bringing up the rear, 10.2 black. And then we get down to single digits, biracial, and Native Pacific Islander is less than 1%. For the Johns Creek Public School System in the house. Go ahead, Charm.
Yeah,
Those
but
are
that's
some.
what all them urban Negroes and shit like that, like.
Yeah, I think those are some 2022 numbers,
Somebody
though.
say
Actually,
it's like you'll move out. You'll move out. Conyers and like a lot talking about that yesterday about how they moving and how the white people moving back to the city, and that's because they want the city back. But a lot of the niggas who don't want to be a part of move out, like they forced a lot of the people who live in the city to live on the outskirts. And the outskirts meaning like way out in Conyers and Covington and all that old stuff. So a lot of the black folk that stayed in those places, they moved out way out to Creek. And it's still like like a good uh commute to the airport. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they moved out that way. And they left Conyers and Covington and all that shit, Clayton County, all that. They left that to niggas that used to stay in Bay Courts and Boyne homes because they, you know, affordable housing and Section 8 homes and stuff like that. Like Alpharetta is still 50. It's still, like all this stuff around the corner from each other. Alpharetta, Duluth, Johns Creek, all this stuff around the corner from each other. But yeah, if you want to be put up, you want to move out there. Call me. Hold on, I'll be right back, man.
Okay, that should be some of the graph charts on Johns Creek High School. Yeah, they got the big backyards. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Fulton County in the house. That's right. It's not quite over by Alpharetta. Yeah, I'm still trying to add up the numbers on how I became number one in the whole United States. They got a 97% graduation rate. I have to figure out what they comparing their data to. Yeah, some very interesting numbers. They have a 79% science proficiency rate, 75% reading,
Oh, that's good.
65%. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear y'all. Can y'all hear me? I'm trying.
No, you going in and out.
I was.
It's not very clear. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right. And let's see what I say, 65% math, at least one AP exam. I guess that's a state exam test, 53%, and took able to take the exam is 64%. So they have a 96.19 scorecard when it comes to basic academic skills from their school system in their evaluation, I guess. But y'all got the link. Y'all can check it out. Student to teacher ratio Tech ratio 19-1. So for every one teacher, 19 students. I think mine was 24. All right. I guess you can do the math on that to see how that actually stacks up. Yeah, I don't even think they took any crime statistic. It's so low. Probably have one murder every 4 or 5 years. If that. Let's see. I was looking for a story. Michael. That's why I gave him the link. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I know we ain't interrupt Wale's beautiful nigga build at the same time.
Yeah, shit. He interrupted the
That's
STEM
the shit.
tech information this morning. Complained about them, Bobby and Sabio, talking about the lack of intervention from FEMA and Trump acknowledging a storm was even in the area, let alone the 24 deaths and over $1.68 billion worth of property damage. I mean, you ain't heard nothing on the news about that. The mayor coming out saying that there were no early warning systems, letting people know that there was going to be a storm coming.
Hey,
Yo, but
guess
don't
what's
forget
so fucked up?
they
Guess
didn't
what's
elect
fucked
Donald
up
Trump
though?
for like disaster response.
Hmm?
They didn't elect Donald Trump for people to be taken care of in times of an emergency. They elected Donald Trump to get rid of DEI and to get rid of Mexico.
But even when it comes
That,
to like, you know, local politics, because you know what I'm saying, outside of just the Donald Trump shit, here in St. Louis, we just elected a new mayor. You know what I mean? I don't think she even been in office 60 days yet. And
Yeah,
here come this tornado. Here come this tornado, and it's like the alarms don't even go off at all. You see what I'm saying? People were literally caught in the middle of the street. You feel me, Domo? Because didn't go off. And the crazy part, like the alarms just got finished going off again, like 5 minutes ago. But it's a clear day. So they setting off the alarm today when there's no threat of a storm, but the day that the actual storm happened, no alarms went off. You know, that ain't got shit to do with Trump. They got something to do with this faulty local government.
well, nah, that's the thing. Trump is a reflection of the type of politics that has made it to where what we focus on and like what matters or have been disconnected. I mean, because you know, when you think about like what has mattered in Georgia politics, what's mattered in Mississippi politics, what's mattered in Texas politics, it's all at the feet of what's happening at the White House. You know what I mean? And especially when it comes to disaster relief and preparation and all of that, like states rely on federal, you know, federal programs, federal funding, federal standards. You know what I mean? And it's like what we're seeing is like none of these things matter. Not even just from a federal standpoint, but even local governments. It's more of these cultural battles that people fighting outside of like really effectively running government.
Yeah, I think the new mayor actually made a reference to federal funding being cut in terms of not being able to have the resources to warn the residents about the storm.
Yeah, like this disaster response. That
That's a
disaster
sorry
response
excuse.
bread. That disaster response bread was one of the main things they was focused on cutting. They trying to get rid of
That's a
FEMA
sorry
altogether.
excuse. Yeah. Now I understand that disaster response part, but we're literally talking about the warning system. You know, she's focusing on the thing that's not being said. Like the people trying to figure out like why on the day of the storm none of the warning systems went off. That ain't got nothing to do with disaster response. They got something. It's a level of incompetency. This new mayor, she just got elected, and just like any of these old, like this stupid ass system, they want to get to firing people and shuffling shit around and all that. That was her misstep. It ain't got shit to do with Trump. She came in firing motherfuckers and shuffling shit around, and then when the storm happened, she looking crazy because nobody's at the fucking office to ring the alarm.
Well, no, that's I'm saying more so like that is like the type of political culture that we in right now. It's like we treat government like a business. Cut funds here, like cut this here, fire these people, get rid of these people, and we're not thinking about like when you like government itself is a service. It's not a business. And so when you limit the capacity to provide that service I mean, and we talking about even from a local level, like you see the detrimental impact of that, and that is the political culture that exists on both the federal level and the state level throughout the country right now. Like the idea that the best way to approach going into government is to, cut it down to brass tacks. It's like, I mean, and it's the South in red states where limited government and limited government employees and limited government spending is all they care about, which is inevitably reduces the amount of services that the government can provide for the people in the first place.
Oh, you said DT said we don't need the NOAA.
Man, y'all hold it down. I gotta get some work, man. I gotta get this work done. I got y'all, but y'all hold it down. Where Wale at?
Oh, it's cool, man. Appreciate it, yo. It's all good. We still rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know. Kind of hard to predict what people will do in the future if something is said or something is done. Something is not said, something is not done. I know if Q Butter channel is not live through the middle of the week and nobody's responding to emails or text messages, I know it's some hoop and hollering going on. So that's why we live today to kind of cut down on that going into the weekend. Yeah. Yeah, some people ride the bench, that's all. We ain't never lacking no content.
Nah, we appreciate you holding it down, there.
Nah, it's all
Definitely
good.
appreciate you holding it down.
It's all good, man. Um, I just got to finish up a couple more immediate tasks. I could probably get this other stuff out the way between now and the weekend. Part of my planning was actually dependent on the weather, which really hasn't been cooperating in my favor, if you will, but not to the point where it's disastrous or anything like that. So I don't want nobody freaking out. It just hasn't been as warm as anticipated. 40 degrees in late May. Yeah, even for Chicago and northern Illinois, it's still relatively kind of cool. So that'll all be over with shortly. But Dr. Lamb is in the building.
What's up, y'all? You better enjoy that cool weather. Shit.
No, no, no. We have refrigerators and other cooling devices if we decide to pretend that we at the North Pole.
Man, I never used to ride with my AC on blast. Man, my little AC on fire. I'm like, it's hot as out
Yeah.
here. Let me go.
Better
Hey,
not
it's
cut the
a
AC
push you to
off.
drink some water.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm having a long weekend with this heat at the Gullah Festival. I'm going to look for me a camo pack now so I can freeze it.
Yeah.
So I can have that cool ice on my back. You know how we do it.
You got that dry?
Well, I don't know if I could put dry ice in it, but I know if I just freeze the water, it'll be cool enough on my back. I've done that before. I don't know if I could get dry ice into the slot. I never tried that
Yeah, I don't know how big the slot is.
for the I'm about to go to one of the little military schools right now. Want a good one. I was like, this ain't about last year, man, was so hot. We sweat through your clothes. I felt like I was back in the desert.
Yeah.
Couple people pass out. I told them to get a mist tent. I said, and we on the water, but it's like blowing heat in your face.
Yeah, it's coming from the other direction. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What y'all talking about?
Oh, we was on some STEM and uh technology earlier. We got interrupted, and then we were trying to get back on track. We were just highlighting Johns Creek, Georgia, was rated the best number one top place to live in the entire country. 20 miles outside northeast of the ATL. We were just going over those particular economic and academic and political makeup up there. But
Yeah,
it's mostly hillbilly country though.
yeah. Reggie got Georgia in his Black City plan. A lot of the areas in Georgia that has done a really good job
Yeah.
creating their own little spaces, incorporating it, creating their own little infrastructure. Um, a lot of the places in the South, when it comes to economic development, is either they don't want to or the infrastructure is not there and they don't want to put the money into it. But we have a lot of potential to create, you know, in a lot of land. Um, if you can convince them to, shift some money your way. So, did you see? Speaking of Georgia, did you see? Well, you probably already talked about this before, but did you see where they had given Stacey Abrams some nonprofit she's affiliated with? I don't know if it's her own, but the financials. It was like 2023. How is her financial report? 990 gonna go from $100 to the next year having $2 billion. So they opened up an investigation. Did you see that?
Not specifically, no.
Yes, they try to use that.
I saw a headline, but I didn't cook into it.
Yeah, say she taking some of the organization raised funds to so basically they're like her influence to help them raise funds to help her campaign. So they find them like 300,000. They find the organization 300,000 for ethics and whatnot because she shifted, you know, shifted fundraising money towards that way to that particular organization. But STEM. I think I told you this before. Working with the Nigerian guy on
Hmm.
teaching the cyber classes is funny. So he's like, I was doing this by myself. I make good money, but then I realized I got to partner with people. So we working together. But the only difference is, he's so quick and so fast, and sometimes like the younger folks, they get lost in the sauce. We talked about this on what can
Yeah.
we do to make it better. So what he's done since we've talked about that, brought that up as a conversation. What he's done is he created a second cohort for 2 days a week, where he's letting those who desire to be instructors, they're mentoring them for free to guide the students through SOC level 1 certification. So then that way, it will kind of free up some time for the instructors they already have, who may be kind of a little bit advanced for the new group. And then if they get their COI level 1 cert, then they getting them hired, and then they will still be in training, learning real time. It's kind of cool how he has it set up. So, so I call myself trying to learn. Crash reported ahead. Yep.
Said crash.
Ah, that was my GPS.
Yeah.
It said crash reported ahead. I ain't trying to get stuck in no traffic. I'm trying to get down to
Uh,
Birmingham.
yeah, we talked about Google putting out
AWS.
a new cybersecurity certification.
Oh, I need to go see it.
Yes,
Is that something other than AWS then? Right?
yes, that's separate from Amazon.
Oh. Oh, I need to go check it out because we gonna need this whatever we can get. I'm trying to get all my little younger cousins who don't want to go to college. They ain't feeling it at all. Trying to get them acclimated on something, but they, you know. So soft skills. The approach to it, I think there's some space for employability or workforce development as it relates to um prerequisite to IT. If someone can help me understand the prerequisite, like what does a person need to know coming in, like give me some videos or something, because I think that's where you're talking about changing the discipline, going from one career field to another, or an understanding. Most young adults are either they gotten stuck into some type of clerical job or some type of fast food or department store for stocking things of that nature. They don't really have the skill set, not the skill set. They don't have the understanding and how to apply it, but they have the willingness to learn. Um, and we could kind of do like they would do in a regular university or college, and do like some prerequisite soft skill understandings. How to with the Nigerian guy, he like, hey, they don't do that no more. We're not here to hold your hand. You gotta read.
Hmm,
And then he
that's
like,
good.
we want we want to, but we can't comprehend it. We don't really get it. Like, I tell him you got to do more exercise type, more activity. And I know we shouldn't be holding their hand, but initially, I think that we could, in a sense. And I don't know, that may be the feminine side of me, but you know, what you think about that?
Um, no, we definitely need to probably scale it back because we covered 40% of Generation Z lacks proficiency in communicating by handwriting, according to a
Oh,
recent study. Yes,
subject verb agreement,
being able to formulate the actual word and place it in the right position, and
sentence structure.
uh, yeah,
Yes. And you know
making
what?
it legible for other people to see.
Well,
I can read it if I'm writing, but yeah. But real quick before we get off into that, so when you see the letters IT, that's information technology, primarily when you're talking about
right.
software, data management and stuff. When you see OT, that includes hardware and software as well, and how they interact with the physical world. Like when you're talking about your sensors that Q is working on, the those devices that the athletes use to monitor themselves, like you were talking about.
Smart devices. Uh-huh.
Yeah, smart devices. Yeah, that'll be like OT. So Google is actually offering a official certification specifically for OT.
Which is hardware. No, which
Yes,
is yes, hardware.
yes,
Yes.
and software together.
Yes. and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Because so let me ask you,
Mm. Operational technology, OT.
an operational technology comes with an expiration, well, or a maintenance plan.
Hmm.
Like you would need to understand how to the upkeep of it, right?
So OT, the operational part, specifically concentrates on the what makes it move. So uh, this would be let's see,
The
uh,
function.
yeah, the controlling physical processes of the devices. So this would rely on control arms, the actual physical apparatuses, if you will, whatever you're using to collect samples. When you're talking about sensors, where IT is strictly primarily data and information only. That's it. When you're talking about IT. So I just want to make sure that our younger people coming up, we only had IT. We didn't separate OT. We kind of lumped them all together.
Right.
But uh, just wanted to let you know that Google by themselves is offering cybersecurity certification specifically for OT only, and that's it. They do have the IT as well. They've been had the IT just the same as Amazon, like AWS, but this OT is something new.
What's the cost?
Uh, they're partnering with MIT actually.
You said they're partnering with who?
MIT, Massachusetts.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Hold on one second. My history. OT search. I'll just put in level for 2025. So there's different levels to it. Obviously, let's see. I don't think it's the same as TIA initially. No, not stocks. Uh, I think it's part of the comp TIA package.
Gotcha. That's cool.
Yeah, so you got the grid for the comp TIA, right?
You say I
You
have
know
to go ahead.
you know how to follow that cybersecurity path for that particular those particular certifications for cybersecurity comp TIA.
I am brand smacking new.
You
I
brand new, so
I'm
yeah, get
talking like
yeah, yeah.
green, green.
Nah, 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 nah. So what's the guy's name on your that you do the Wednesday show with in
Chris?
Texas? Yeah, yeah, yeah. He'll give you a summary on how they classify those because there's actually different levels to that as well. It's kind of layered.
Yeah,
So
I seen all the all the levels or whatever.
yeah, so it can
I,
it can run up to like 800, 900,
yeah,
1500. Yeah, yeah, it can run up a little bit depending on what you're trying to go for.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um, right now I'm just trying to introduce them just to the entry level so that
yeah,
they can get some, so they get some understanding and let the money entice them on the entry level, and then if they want more, they can go. Um,
advanced. Yeah, some
yes,
corporations and funding programs actually sponsor where the actual user don't necessarily have to dip into their pockets so much. I've seen various cases where the timing, what they're going for, kind of actually lined up. Where some don't have to come out at all, but if you're just
let me
going in it for an entrepreneur and just to get it under your belt, more than likely you're gonna come out with have to come out with something.
let me ask you.
Mhm.
Um, Square cash registers, that would be IoT, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Device web. Okay. And
hmm
so what I'm attempting to make a case for is to train young entrepreneurs who are interested in mobile retailing, like mobile sales, like at festivals, that places like that, flea markets, things like that.
yeah,
Training them on how to make money, but teaching them the technology side of it that will make it easy for them, as opposed to, because like when you go to your concerts and sports arenas, they're not taking cash anymore. They all taking, you
hmm
have to have a card. And so
yeah,
trying to acclimate young entrepreneurs at the same time, offer training and teach them how to govern their administrative affairs as it relates to taxes and particularly taxes, because that's where we get in trouble and we don't
hmm
sustain our businesses. And so coupling in, hey, here's how you streamline it by using these pieces of technology, or you can create your own, or and then, oh, by the way, because you already know what to do. It's how to keep it. What's the sustainability? What's gonna bring you
yeah,
generate more revenue? Like when people get out, how can you maximize your sales?
yeah,
um, and understanding the tech, and then you have your seasonal folks who've been around forever, who like, I'm dealing with just cash. Well, a lot of people don't walk around with cash anymore,
hmm
so you're missing out. Speaking of that, I gotta go to the bank and get me some cash. I'm talking to myself because I plan on selling jewelry and food, all kinds of stuff this weekend, face paint, everything. I'm like, wait a minute, I ain't got no cash.
okay,
Cause
yeah,
somebody gonna come up to you and they gonna have, I ain't got no card. You gotta be ready both
hmm
ways, and so I'm
on
gonna
the
have to
spot. Yeah,
I'm gonna go about to get a couple $100 worth of cash so I can be ready. Cause I ain't missing no sale. I'm gonna tell you that. But I have my apps on my phone, and then I had to get me a portable charger because I'm not bringing a generator. So that I had to get a really good one so that my phone don't die and I miss a sale because my devices are not working.
device. Yeah,
You see how
device
beautiful?
management. Yeah,
Yes, device management. I like it. Text me that. Text me that, damn.
that's crazy.
I'm about to submit a grant. So I'm trying to be savvy, right? I'm trying to be creative and not sound cliche like the rest of the
Mm.
big dogs who are able to give these trainings. And we want to do soft skills training, but we want it to be meaningful. Nobody's coming in there just listening to you lecture them. They want you to show them something that's gonna put some money in their pocket. So I'm trying to be creative on the approach of young. I'm targeting SCAD. You know, SCAD is South Carolina Arts and am I going the right way? Yeah, Arts. Um, I think it's let me see. Is it
Development.
like SCAD? Yeah, maybe Arts Development. Yeah, it's a school in Savannah for arts. College, it's college in Savannah for arts. I'm targeting them because they do fashion, they make things, and I wanted them to um, do cultural fashion. But
Okay.
in the same sense, I want them to understand the devices that you can create to streamline what you're doing. To, trying to, I'm figuring it out. I'm gonna work it out. Y'all teaching me a lot. I'm gonna have to put y'all on payroll when I make a lot of money. Well, contractual services, my personal consultant.
Yeah. So in the midst of all these cuts, not everything is getting cut.
That's right.
I think there's a $11.2 billion liberal arts that slipped through here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Revive.
so you.
It used to be an old train station.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they transforming. Did you see? So that's the liberal arts. Did you see where they Oh Lord, took the abandoned school. Oh, what am I gonna get out? They took the abandoned school and made it out of an apartment complex, like for transitioning homeless people.
Down to my down to where you at? Transitional
No,
housing. Oh.
no, they did it in it was I want to say it was Utah. Somewhere up north. They took an abandoned school
Oh.
and they
Okay.
yep, and they changed it into an apartment. And I had sent it to Q. I had sent it
That's.
to Q because he's dealing with that school.
Hmm.
It was either apartment or businesses, but I want to say it was apartments because they walked in, they had the beds and stuff. Yeah, they transitioned the whole school. I say, woo, that was nice right there.
Yeah.
That's
I seen something
powerful.
like that done in Philadelphia.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
known them to do it for hotels.
Yeah.
Um, so building a cap, I always say, our street pharmaceuticals, though, if they could took their money and did some infrastructure stuff,
Yeah.
man, listen, straight power move,
Hmm.
you know. What Wiley and Savior doing? They in the back in the cut, picking peas.
Actually, I'm playing a game of chess. It got kind of intense.
Got busted.
Mm.
Hey, Wale. he said, don't be trying to bust him out. Oh, God.
You said part of the basketball court was the living room. That's wild, Eric.
We said part of the basketball court was what? Let me see. Let me see if I can see.
You said they did three of them in Cincinnati.
Oh, oh, that's so cool though, cause they getting ready to close a school in near my hometown, and I was gonna tell the guys, I was like, yo, man, that would be, geez, you gonna close the school, you're not gonna do nothing with it. Might as well make it out of a housing complex. Infrastructure's already there. Just got to do some renovations in the inside. You know. The only thing is I mean, I suspect it'll be the community shower. Make it like maybe do it like they do at Lowe's, not Lowe's. I'm sorry, Love's, where you have the truck drivers and you have the lock. Go in and you take your shower. I mean, I'm not sure how that would work so well without security. If you have kids around, I guess you would have to make it
Yeah,
so
a
it.
little bit extra security. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, because it would be kind of like it would have to be like a one bedroom. I know my aunt, she like 85. She moved into an independent living spot, and it's just like
Yeah.
a one bedroom. She got her common area. She got her bathroom, and it's perfect. She downsized from house. Matter of fact, I just seen a vet. He and his wife, his kids are out the house, and they was trying to convince him. He had this big, he had bought this big old house when he got out of the military. Shit, he was telling him, he was like, no, it was like, you moving again. He said,
Mm.
heck yeah. Me and my wife don't need all this house. That's too expensive. I'm downsizing. I thought it was the funniest thing because he young. He
Yeah.
probably, I know he's not older than me. I'm 48. He got to be probably about 42 or so. I was dying laughing. So the other
Mhm.
guy, he was like, shoot, I told my wife, we ain't moving. I'm keeping my little bit of house. And I say, shit, I said the same thing. I ain't moving.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Ain't nobody gonna pay no $2,500 rent. But back to STEM. Um, let's see. Oh, the science fair this weekend. Shout out to the science fair. Hope you guys in the area going support.
Yeah. I think he's got some new stuff in terms of presentations he's working on.
Nice.
Yeah. Real quick. Yeah. Here in the Chicago area, well, you know, Aaron, they call them lofts. Sometimes they use old banks, old libraries with the high ceilings. Man, piece of drywall, divider up, man. And then downtown, you know how they do downtown. Yeah, overprice those particular I guess kind of millennial slash Zers who wanted to live within walking distance of their jobs when they head downtown. So they'll take a 800 square foot space and shit. They still getting, you know, $2,500 to $3,000 a month for that little bitty pantry space. But I don't know about permanent use. I like the transitional housing, so you don't have to worry about long term wear and tear. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of maintenance in those types of operations.
Yeah, but then that's where you partner it out and have that company as one of the partners. That's what
Hmm.
makes it great.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
intervention, prevention, that's what those funding sources, because then they would see, okay, you're generating revenue and you're
Hmm.
just trying to sustain it, but you're not just using it just for you.
Hmm.
You also are keeping another company or two employed or with cash flow.
Hmm.
See, we have to get over the hang up of someone else gaining revenue at the same time that we are. If we could get over that mental mentality, like all four of us can have a piece of the pie and offer a particular service, and depending on what's the quality of your offering is going to determine the sustainability of your business venture. If we get, man, listen, we can really make it happen, but sometimes you're like, oh, I don't want to do it because such and such, I don't want them to make this, or maybe their quality of service is not up to par, and
Hmm.
so they mad because the other person winning because they doing what they supposed to do.
Yeah, I never been a part of that. I don't know if it's a generational thing, but somebody getting money and they're not harming or physically getting in anybody else's way. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I was brought up in terms of wanting the whole world to kumbaya and be,
Yep.
less anxiety.
I'm
But if
with
I was brought
you.
up in the world, yeah, if I was brought up in a world where everybody was pissed off and ready to snap at the drop of a hat, I guess I probably would be mad if I see somebody else reaching in their pocket and
Yes.
they pulling out Benjamin Franklin all the time.
Yes. But
I ain't grow up like that, man. Straight
we
up.
going. So we when we go down to the festival, it's okay. So we got a food truck coming. We got
Mm.
face painting coming. We got paparazzi coming, and I didn't have time to do my smoothies. I normally do Seymour smoothies,
Oh,
and we
okay.
got photography. So that's five different areas of revenue, and we all come in together to help each other, to give each other a break, and we're gonna be doing a little volunteering in between so that we have enough personnel. So I think it's about one, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12 of us, and we're all working together for our little group.
That's cool.
Yeah, I told him, I said, listen, I said, man, listen, we could go to these festivals this summer and we can make money. You're gonna bring in at least $10,000, $12,000, right? Just do right by the people, but if we do
What,
it
two
together as a
days?
group, three.
Oh, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
In this case, this time we added a day, so it's gonna be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Nice, 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 nice,
Yeah.
nice, nice.
Yep. And I don't care how many vendors we got out there. Man, it be so many people there, anywhere from 20 to 30,000 that come through in a weekend. And I'm
Mm.
talking sun up to sundown.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep, yep.
That's tomorrow?
Starts tomorrow. We start the Elimu tomorrow, which is the educational piece. We got a tour, we got a play, got workshops, and then Friday, we hit the park and the big stage and entertainment and everything in this mama.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Workshop. Yep. It's gonna be hot as heck. And I'll shoot couple videos. If y'all are live, I'll pop on and show my screen.
Yeah, yeah, we be looking out for it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So
Yeah,
you
pretty
guys.
much the daytime tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep. So you guys can see it's a lot. It's some work. We always need more. And this is the Gullah culture.
Yeah.
I'm not. I guess in some aspects I would be Gullah, but my family, they say, "What are you going to a Gullah event for?"
Mhm,
I say it's just like going to a Mardi Gras event, damn it.
mhm.
Just like going to one of our festivals in Louisiana. It's like, well, what
Yeah.
is it though? Real difference.
Mm.
Yeah. Say West African culture. It's like what? Oh God. We
Yeah.
got Essence coming up in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Essence and the Jazz Festival.
Who's the headliner?
I don't even know. I haven't
Beyonce,
even looked yet.
Beyonce just left here and turned Chicago into a country western store. They couldn't even get a
Ah,
black owned uh photo op. They had to go
what?
to let me see, what's the name of that damn store? Some store where they got everybody going to get Daisy Duke shorts and whatever t-shirt she was wearing. So she was here last Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So she got people. Oh, hey, listen, and she's smart. She's smart because she jumped on
Oh
that
yeah,
stage and added in her song "Where Them Fans At." So she got
yeah,
both crowds.
yeah. 2 and 1. Bow.
2 and 1. I
Hmm.
see she ain't missing out on no money. Hey,
Yeah,
I mean, we can do it. Rock with it.
yeah, I'm with it.
Rock with it, honey. You should see my damn vehicle. Heck, to the max. My boyfriend's so mad at me. I was like, yo, you gotta take some of this stuff. He like, she always want to do something and she can't bring everything. Yep, you know how it go. I swear I should have purchased the truck. I swear.
Let me see. Check on the birdhouse. Is it? Don't look like anything been in there.
In the birdhouse, you got some birds?
Yeah, I built this birdhouse at my school.
Oh,
Yeah,
I told you I tried to have two lovebirds. Lord have mercy. One of them flew away. I bought another one. And
yeah,
then the new one was so mean to the old one.
yeah.
One of them got out the cage. Then he died. And then the other one, he died of depression because I didn't get another one quick enough.
Oh, okay.
Crazy, ain't it? I tried. I had saw Cedric with those birds. You know Cedric with the pseudo killers.
Yeah.
And I wanted the birds.
Okay. Yeah, I have to let her know that I can still use a saw and use a pencil for tape measure.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they got the high tech laser measure.
They'll see. I didn't grow up with video games.
Right. Well,
That shit
yeah, I
was
caught
outdated.
that. Yeah, I caught the last half of that, but I had to
Hmm.
work for it though. It wasn't, you know, my
You
mama
better know
didn't. She
it.
didn't believe in. Oh, this will keep him quiet. Nope. You better be learning something while you be quiet. Yeah, you can make prefab custom interiors for not only homes but vehicles, work bands, custom bands. Yeah, this is all part of creativity and building. Unless she moving around, she probably lost her connection. So it's all good.
um, Jack,
Oh, there you go.
yeah,
Almost.
I'm about to go in Hobby Lobby.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna jump back on.
No, it's all good. We still gonna be rocking and rolling. Rocking and rolling. Yeah, Hobby Lobby is where I used to get my stuff for my kites. Well, not when I was a kid, but I'm talking about when I was an adult. Going from zip code to area code to latitude and longitude.
Boy, that's rough. I'm not doing that. Oh, let's see what happened. Oh, moving too fast. That's okay. Oops. Okay. Yeah, when you're working solo, you gotta make sure all your backup plans have contingency just in case. Well, that's all good. No, it's still relatively cool for late May, but we don't have a dire need to be outside for long periods of time. Right now, at least. Make sure I am charged up. That's 100%. Okay, any more IT news? Let's see. No, we wasn't doing the stock market. Sorry. I know they got yeah, Cash App just settled their lawsuit. They paying out money. So check your Cash Apps.
if y'all felt that y'all were being swindled between, I think, 2016 and may have been 2018, all the way up until August 2024. It's a lot of companies settled for lawsuits as of late. So I put the link in the chat a few moments ago when physicists figured out how to convert light into a liquid solid. So maybe I'll come back to that. But scientists have also built the world's fastest transistor using laser pulses and graphene. Some scientists out at the University of Arizona were able to take a traditional silicon-based transistor and let's see, collaborating with other researchers using light-powered transistors using graphene. Their experiment shows electrons in the material can be controlled using laser pulses lasting just attoseconds. That's 1/quintillionth of a second. So how much is 1/quintillion? QUINTILLIONTH. Quintillion. The results, processing speeds in the petahertz range, over 1,000,000 times faster than what you would see in your laptop or phone even. The study demonstrates how laser light interacts with modified graphene to generate near-instant electronic motion. By leveraging quantum phenomenon known as tunneling, researchers observe electrons by bypassing physical barriers without any delay. Graphene's symmetrical atomic structure usually cancels out these electric currents, but when the team introduced a special silicon layer and hit the material with a precisely timed laser, a single electron tunneled through and could be tracked in real time. So the associate professor named Mohammed Hassan, an associate professor of physics and optical sciences, said this is kind of a surprise result and what makes science exciting. So they have captured the title of the world's fastest quantum transistor. Let me get this pop-up ad out the way. To capture and control this effect, the team used a commercially available graphene phototransistor, which they modified by adding a silicon layer, a laser switching at a rate of 638 attoseconds. Do you know how long an attosecond is? Which was enable the transistor to operate at petahertz speeds. So you know with kilohertz, you know with megahertz, and you know with gigahertz. So how fast is peta? P-E-T-A, hertz. That transistor acts as an electronic switch or amplifier, basically the backbone of all digital electronics. The new version is driven by light rather than by voltage, which opens up an entirely new frontier. The professor calls it the world's fastest petahertz quantum transistor. He emphasized the importance of hardware catching up with software. He emphasized the importance uh, to have an experience of a huge leap forward in the development of technologies like AI software, but the speed of the hardware development does not move as quickly. But by leaning on the discovery of quantum computers, we can develop hardware that matches the current revolution of information technology software. Remember how we separated IT from OT earlier? So I won't go into this any further. I don't want to get too deep into nerd hour, but the study is available on naturecommunications.com if you want to check that study out. You may have noted University of Arizona was already known for the world's fastest electron microscope, and now they are able to put this fastest transistor into their, I guess, accolade trophy stand. That means it's pretty damn fast. Let's see. Let me see. Petahertz. Okay, so kilo is what? Is it 10? Is it base 10? Mega is base is 10 is 100. So petahertz is 10 to the 15th with 15 zeros. Welcome back, Joe. Oh, you got some drug dealer news? Oh, weight loss drug. Oh, you got a list of companies that are paying out lawsuits. Oh yeah, that list got so long. I ran out of space. Yeah, so 1,000 has 3 zeros. So uh, add 12 more zeros, where you get 15 zeros, Afro, and then that'll be peta. I just seen an Ozempic commercial during one of them playoff games, Joe. Jeez. They were making out to be the world's best drug. You couldn't go no wrong if you make this purchase. Yeah. Yeah, it had some old ugly white person in the commercial. Yeah, and I was coming up, boy. Pills and capsules. That means you was extremely sick. You had a deficiency. You was disabled. It was only supposed to get you back to normal. Well, like for some weeks or months even. No, you weren't supposed to be on no drugs because you had a bad day at work, or somebody said something on the internet that you didn't like. Now you got to go get a pill. That's just crazy, man. That's an email. So let me see. Is it spam or is somebody actually giving me some info? Oh, somebody's actually giving me some info. Let me see. What is it? OpenAI is buying iPhone designer Joni Ives AI devices startup company for 6.4 billion. Let's see. Uh, equity deal. What does that company do? Who is Joni Ives? You blocked. You got blocked because you supported reparations. Well, y'all are hilarious. Uh, Quantum computers outsmarted supercomputers. Oh, the Google glasses are out. Let's see. I don't. It doesn't give me a price though. I was trying to find a price. All right, who's sending in counterfeit bootleg iPhone chargers? U.S. Customs seized $7 million worth of counterfeit iPhone chargers in a container outside of the Houston, Texas port.
Oh, there's the acquisition. Water. We were completely wrong on how gravity works. Oh man, let me try to bury this story. Google is releasing Google Beam, an AI 3D video communication platform. And let's see, is that a 1941 coin? Let me see. I was looking for coin values the other day, so I'm getting all these coin stories. The FBA. No, you call Westmore a Jamaican tether. Google made an AI coding tool specifically for UI design. Yeah, we're strictly keeping it techie and nerdy for a little bit at least. I'm gonna try to dodge that headline as much as possible. I know somebody gonna bring it to the platform to simplify. Beat earnings. Yeah, everybody's trying to scramble for the Android AI virtual glasses. Nah, they don't want to talk about microplastics though. Let's see. Yeah, Dr. Lamb posted up some information about a HBCU hack computer hacking competition for students that was won by Spelman College last year, I think. Nah, they lose sleep, Jackson. You know that, man. Come on, man. Somebody's gonna run you down for some stuff you said back in 2021. They're gonna throw that into your face and make you damn near plead guilty and under oath on the Quran. Let's see if y'all can answer this question. Okay. Investing. All right. So this is no, we're gonna get into that. I'm gonna back away from that story. Keep it techie, keep it techie, keep it techie. They're still trying to put a stadium in Chicago. Okay, so here's what I posted up earlier. Was this the no? This is not the liquid. The liquid ad. One second though. So in a historic scientists have now been able to display what an electron actually looks like with researchers from MIT, Cornell, and other institutions. Uh, the work was led by a physicist at MIT and was published in Nature Physics. Basically, the technique is called angle resolved photoemission spectroscopy. Spec- spectral spec, spectroscopy. Yes. ARPES. By shooting photons at a material and measuring how electrons are ejected. All right, so I'm gonna show you a picture of this actually. Yeah, we're gonna keep it, keep it, keep it, keep it, keep it, keep it techie, keep it nerdy. Cause I know y'all gonna be coming with the emotional responses real quick. One second. Yeah. Okay, so that's what it looked like. Oh, he went off again. Ah, y'all since it. Hey, I can't do nothing about the chat, yo. Y'all had to deal with them people. You never know they had a corn emoji. Yeah, that's kind of Amish. Y'all know about COX Cable and another cable company doing a merger? Y'all know what happened last time that happened with Time Warner and Time Warner and AOL merged, right? I just gave y'all a link from AOL, didn't I? He said we are all Aboriginal. Let's see. Oh, I thought they had blackballed him from Hollywood. Oh yeah, y'all heard about this uh, time mirrors might be demonstrated. The idea seemed too big and wild, and only came up around discussions around quantum mechanics. So this research center at Advanced Science Research at the Graduate Center in New York City, otherwise known as CUNY, tested changing the properties of a device in a quick, uniform way so that signals reverse directions at the same time. Looking into a mirror and spotting your back instead of your face sounds like a science fiction, but it has a basis in real physics. Researchers had predicted for more than 50 years that sudden shifts in wave and environments could trigger such events. Time reflections differ from everyday mirror views in one crucial way. Instead of light or sound bouncing back in space, the wave is forced to reverse its flow in time. This shift causes the frequency of the wave to change, sparking a chain reaction of interesting phenomena in the system. In normal reflections, you see an immediate image or hear an echo. In time reflection, on the other hand, makes part of the signal run backward. There is no need for any speculation about time travel. These effects involved a swift flip in the medium's physical traits. The group used an engineered metamaterial designed to control electromagnetic wave behavior, which allowed scientists to manipulate waves far beyond ordinary mirror lenses. This arrangement supplied the necessary burst of energy to force the wave to flip direction in time, an effect that used to considered nearly impossible and accessible power. The outcome was a time reverse copy of the original wave appearing just as predicted, but never before seen with clarity. Oh, come back.
Dr. Lamb, I just now was looking down. I was reading, looking away. I don't know. I want to get too nerdy here. Oh, smoke signal popped out. Oh, y'all tired of nerd hour? Y'all want to go into abo hour? I don't want to go into abo hour. Hold on, let me
Smoke
put this
signal.
article. Let me put this
Smoke
article.
signal.
No, you're not in here.
Oh,
Let me
okay.
put this scientific article in the chat so y'all can look at how electromagnetic waves are manipulated. Yeah, when I was reading it and I was trying to picture it at the same time, and there was a couple of sci-fi movies that popped up, so I had to get out of that.
I heard you talking about Chocolate City, Atlanta.
Just the area. There was a town called Johns Creek that was rated #1 in the world based on their schools, cost of living, crime, other factors, I guess. Well, that's the link in the chat for time mirrors and how they are manipulating electromagnetic waves.
Right.
Yeah, we went through photons and super transistors. Those are from our old hardware heads with the basic parts of a transistor is what? The base.
The I think the base, the gatherer, and the emitter. Emitter is a word. Yeah, emitter, collector, and emitter. Is that what you're talking about? That
Yeah.
particular trend? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this
And
is
when you
only one
first
of the
said transistor,
entrances
I was
now.
thinking of a coil transistor, because that's what I'm interested in now, called transistor.
Yeah, the collector, the base, and the emitter.
Right. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Quite so.
So instead of using electrical currents, though, the super transistor uses light.
Okay. Light is faster. Mm-hmm. It can be anyway. What are they using? Plasma?
Silicone.
Silicone light.
Mm-hmm.
I was just watching a show last week about this plasma they may able to maintain. Once they go into plasma, it's like it's I don't know, man. Plasma will give you a different perspective on time. Yeah. From what I was listening to in the documentary about it. But yeah, that's beautiful, man. That's what I be recommending to the children all the time, that they get into some, sciences where you have to understand stuff that you'll never see.
Yeah, I don't like that never word though, but I know
I mean,
I get what you're talking about.
Yeah, that you got to be able to understand it, realize it, and don't see it. Okay, that's better than never see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. we have a certain connection to nature and stuff like that that feeds our mind. Our mind has certain information that we are not privy to. Not our mind, our ori. I was saying ori. You know, we have certain information we don't know we know because we didn't get it in a conventional way, i.e., through our mind. It came with us a lot of times because we have not accessed what we are. We live as though we are our minds. Sometimes something will come to your mind that you'd be like, where did that come from? And it actually came from the self, but the mind don't recognize. Once you delineate the two, the self and the mind, it becomes easier to come up with all kind of what they call innovations. Innovations. Mm-hmm.
So China has announced that it has completed a development of encrypting transmitted messages over large distances using a new technology that is virtually unhackable.
Wow, that's beautiful. I like that.
The China Telecom Quantum Group launched the world's first self-proclaimed distributed crypto system that combines two core technologies. The phone call using the system covering a distance of over 600 miles between Hefei and Beijing, combining two advanced approaches to using quantum key distribution to securely transmit encryption keys via quantum mechanics and post-quantum cryptography to protect the data using complex mathematical algorithms, according to the South China Morning Post publication. Let's see. Yeah, unless you're into encrypted messages, much of this
That is beautiful.
definition and lingo be kind of foreign. That's why I would just post up the link.
No tax on tips.
That's how I check that out.
No tax on tips. This is, yeah, well, the poorly educated.
Oh, we're gonna put it into nerd hour. We done with that?
I'm liking this innovation that you're talking about because I've been watching how they're innovating on the regular and where they're getting their information from and how they're utilizing it at the moment. They are doing something in Peru. You heard about the Peruvian Canal? They talk about the Panama Canal all the time, but China been, and they're back. They had gotten kicked off, but now they're back into Peru, building the canal in Peru, an alternative from the Panama. So the Panama is, I mentioned some months ago now, well, weeks anyway. The Panama Canal has been corroding ostensibly from the documentary I saw on the Panama Canal. They've been having very difficult problems with that for over 14 years. It's falling apart, and they haven't restructured it. They just stopped using certain parts of it, and they raised the insurance on it, and so they're making more money because the insurance is so high to go through the canal. So China started on making an alternative through Peru. I think that's right. Peru.
I heard about that project that China's trying to finance and get started. I think that this should have been done about 50 years ago because the United States has always undermined Central America. I think Nicaragua was thinking about doing a project. decades ago, and the U.S. government used some to keep them from getting funded. It's just it is. It's a monopoly.
It's a bully. It's a bully thing, like the mafia.
We done with nerd hour now. We're going right. We're jumping right into pseudo hour. I didn't know it was 2:45 on the East Coast.
I thought you were talking geopolitics.
Yeah, I didn't want to do a big intro.
Talking
You asked what was the
geopolitics.
time mirror in the chat. You found out what it was before you hit the panel, Dorsey?
No, because I asked what the time mirror was.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have some things about theory, but I never seen
Mm-hmm.
anything concrete as far as it being practically used. But
Yeah,
they did
yeah.
say
I
if
posted.
you
That's
use
why I posted the link in the chat. But go ahead with your theory.
what they're saying is if they do a spinning, I think what was it, a spinning is it not antimatter, but it's something similar to it,
Mm-hmm.
that it gives off a frequency that allows certain things you can trace the motions of certain atoms. I guess they just kept working on so they're actually able to see people and time events.
Oh, okay.
It is possible to go back in time. It's just impossible to avoid.
Once you go back, you're gonna stay back.
When I'm saying go back in time, I'm talking about the see time, to see through to the past. Because what happens is anytime you make moves or give off energy and so forth, it leaves a trace, And then what they do is for somehow they're able to do some type of optics and can actually see the time scale. I don't know how long it lasts, but they can actually see where you walk through or you left an image, like a negative,
Footprint.
negative
Yeah. Yeah.
right.
On Australia, they call that dream time. You hear me? On Australia, they call that dream time because they do it in what they call their dream time. They go back through that sequence and
Yeah.
uh-huh.
I mean, I don't wanna go into the pseudoscience because I get criticized for that. So I'm trying to stick with the subject. But if they're able to do a time mirror, you have to know how many years they do it, hours, seconds.
Okay.
Peace, peace, peace to the panel.
What's up, Diddy?
That's deity. Hey man,
Peace. What's going
I
on,
see you headband up again. You like the headband thing.
You gotta see your head manned up. Crowned up, man. We crowns, man. Ruler of our universe. The constant reminder I'm the ruler of my universe. The sun and this, what do you say? The moon and the stars will tell you sun is thorough. That's that kiss. Jada Kiss. The moon and the stars will tell you sun is thorough.
I ever mentioned what I call the conundrum of the moon and the star? Because the moon and the star, they show the star, but in reality, you usually don't see nothing but a satellite in front of the moon, but no stars. All the stars are behind the moon, and so even if it's a dark moon, you wouldn't see a star in the middle of it. That's what I came to me.
Okay. That makes sense.
So I always felt like it was a not a joke, more like an understanding or realization.
Well, when they use gravitational lensing in order to look around objects and so forth, especially black holes, they can see around, they can see the stars behind the black hole. That's through the gravitational bending of light.
Oh, you were looking at that black hole thing? Because I didn't see the black hole thing yet. Were you watching you talking about from the telescope, right? The black hole thing?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't watched that one yet. But I appreciate that you
Right.
have, man. What can inform, do so. Because I plan to look at it.
Right. The thing is, they use spectrums of light that go beyond humans' ability to see, like
Well, of course.
ultraviolet, X-ray.
Well, of course.
So when
Plenty
things go,
static.
sound like somebody's typing.
Yeah, it might be me. I'm moving around. Nah, that's sound like you going in and out. Or it might be me.
Okay. So, like I said, a lot of it is theory and it's based on
Theory.
mathematics. And what they do is they take all the information and they run it through a supercomputer, and then gives them a image of what they're looking at because they can't see these things with the naked eye.
Get you, man. It's all imagery. I understand. Imagery and imagination.
Exactly. I mean, we talk about gravity even though we can't see gravity, but we do know it has influence over us and through our course of our lives and so forth.
I would say this. We talk about a force that we experience, and we refer to that force as gravity.
Exactly. And in order for us to feel more comfortable, we try to find out a reason or the answer to something, and then it goes into the back of our psyche, and we just goes along with the information that society provides to us at this given moment. And I mean, this knowledge is always updated, so it's not like it's concrete; it's fluid.
Okay.
Now, one thing I would like to mention, I don't know if it's just rumors or just hearsay, but they said they found other structures under the pyramid, the Great Pyramid.
Yes, I've heard, I've seen, and heard about that.
Okay, and do you think that's concrete? Because they used what was it, the imaging, sound waves or whatever, and they got back to sonar. They used sonar, and then they got back the image.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, right. That's what we. So my thing is, how can we let Western civilization tell us about things that they were limited knowing about when some of the things existed maybe 15,000 years ago?
Okay.
They say the Sphinx is older than it looks.
It's an underground in the Sphinx too, right?
Yeah, underground chambers.
Yeah, under the paws, they say.
Right. I just wonder why do they keep denying us access to these things? What are they trying to hide? Are they trying to hide that maybe the Egyptians, because I'm not going to call them black, I'm going to say that the Egyptians were way more advanced than they claimed they were?
Actually, every time I check on the claims about the Egyptians, the claims say they were very much more advanced than most people think the claims say. But the actual claims are ridiculous with attribution.
I understand that, but when you have an advanced science, then you try to describe it to primitive people, because we are primitive people, right?
Who,
When you
who
try to
that you
explain
call it?
things to them,
Wait a minute, you say we are primitive people. Are you talking about yourself and who? Because I
no,
ain't
I'm
in
talking
that
about
one.
Americans. No, I'm talking about American society and Western science.
Oh, you're talking about Western society, as it were. Okay, I can deal with
Right,
what you're saying. They admit they're new to the
right.
game, sure. But
Yeah,
if you
but they
eliminate
knock
the
everybody else.
Western side and society,
Hmm.
well, I think that's a self. You know, you're doing that to yourself. That is not really your position. It might be your cognition, as much as you're willing to recognize, but you're not limited to that position at all. Of depending on Western society and stuff, you don't have
Right.
to.
No, I don't. What I do is, like you, I try to keep with the latest information and discoveries, because discovery is something that's been covered up, and they just remove it.
Okay, discovery
Okay,
kind of
say
means
for
to uncover something. It's already there. You
exactly,
just uncover. Yes, of course.
exactly. So
No.
they never really invented anything. They just discovered things.
Uh-huh.
What's his name?
Like,
But I
you
think if
know,
you listen
like,
to their language, when the actual language that the actual responsible bodies are doing, they will talk in
mhm.
that verbiage. They will talk in that verbiage. They rarely say that something is new or they discovered. They use that kind of verbiage all the time. They're not claim jumping, not the ones who are, actual doing it, but a lot of their proponents, people who say, well, I studied what the scientists say, and they say, them people, that kind of thing, usually they are misquoting the scientists. Because most scientists that I've listened to, I mean, almost extensively, exclusively, they all say words with their verbiage leaves them a way out. Nothing is conclusive. I mean, very
I
little, excuse
wholeheartedly
me, very
agree.
little.
I can't wait to this debate.
Very, not too
What's
many
that?
scientists
No,
say,
I'm just y'all good. I'm just
no,
I
no,
ain't
go
trying to
ahead.
interrupt y'all. I'm just speaking not abruptly, but just speaking out of my bad. I was just speaking out of
Oh, brother, go ahead. You have a right to say what's on your
no,
mind.
you
Go
good,
for
brother.
it.
No, it was just no. I'm thinking about no, my bad. I'm reading this book, thinking about how it's based. I'm just thinking about this book, and this book is literally it's a codified guide for Black Americans on how to integrate into the tech field, but it's talking about just our plight and just everything. And the focal point is Black people in America. So it made me think about DEI and how it's just my bad. My mind just get the circulating, and and I can kind of speak out loud sometimes. My bad. I do that. I speak out loud when I'm reading certain things by myself. I speak out loud to myself, like, damn, yeah, I do that. I recite things based off what I'm reading. Though. Yeah, I go over it
No
in my,
problem, brother.
good, bro.
Understand this. The oracles of Delphi, they used to have incense. and the incense used to make their mind a lot more aware. So maybe something to do with you burning incense has awakened up something. Well, you can call it a joint. I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but some about the properties of that smoke opens up something in the human mind. Because you know, what's that? The Buddhists burn incense all the time.
So we're going from pseudo hour to spooky hour. We already at the spooky hour.
Man, this shit is
Oh,
just
3 o'clock on the East Coast. My bad, Samuel. My bad, y'all. Shit. I'm trying to keep it instructional, educational,
that you
scientific,
know
and nerdy. But they
you should have
said,
known
fuck
when
this
Molten go
shit.
you
We
should have
going
known
full speed
we going full speed ahead down the wormhole. Full speed of fucking head, boy.
Shit, that motherfucker said the Buddhist said if you smoke
Full
and
speed
you
ahead.
smell it, you gonna become magic nigga.
The magic niggas. Niggas just gotta be magical somehow.
Yeah. Fuck reading books. We don't have to interpret it and learn how to communicate with the rest of society who's operating at their optimum proficiency.
Nope, we just got to learn how to become magical. Once
We
we learn some
different.
magic tricks, there we'll be all right. Once we learn a few magic tricks.
It's just some about that information is just
learn how to
gotta have a shortcut.
smoke.
Yeah, this is the quick way to get to
the quick way.
Excellency. Yeah.
The magical way.
Mm-hmm.
The magical Negroes.
No certification required.
No certification required. Just read a few magical books, learn a few magical words.
You ain't gotta read that shit, man. We got Chat GPT, AI. Shit. If you ain't writing, you ain't got to worry about taking a pen or a pencil. What the hell are you thinking about? What you gotta be reading? You ain't got to read or write.
Voila.
Go ahead. That was just a commercial break. Y'all get back to which one is it? Spooky hour? I can't tell the difference. Which hour are we in?
Okay, y'all decide. Y'all want to go? Y'all stick science?
Oh, it's up to us. Shit, wasn't nobody talking about no Great Pyramid. We weren't on secret underground tunnels that don't nobody know nothing about. Nobody was talking about that. You came up with that.
No, I mentioned that the Sphinx and so forth. The brother mentioned
Yeah.
there was tunnels, and I agree because there are tunnels. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know y'all why y'all brought that up. Nobody was talking about that. I was talking about stuff that was actually happening on top of the earth.
Yeah, why would it matter if it was a tunnel under this fucking Sphinx?
There's something down there.
Like it's a whole city underneath Vegas. It's a whole city underneath Chicago. Like, what does that mean? So what?
Didn't they say secret? They not supposed. Y'all ain't supposed to know about it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, secret like the underground city in LA. I mean, because if it's a secret, then you wouldn't know about it. But some of them they call secret because like it's not inhabitable or usable anymore. And I think Atlanta used their underground still, but like out here they don't use the underground, but it's definitely there. It's a whole little city underneath there.
Underground in Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta has the underground.
Well, to be honest with you, they have underground military bases here in California that we're not that you guys aren't privy to information about.
We not privy.
Maybe.
Yeah, we ain't
He
finished.
said it like,
Yeah.
like he ain't.
I'll be like this with that kind of stuff. You maybe, I don't know, maybe you would be surprised at least 10 years ago, because they're changing things drastically, how many colored people were involved in military secrecy, as far as their what you call them, their security clearances. But a
Yeah,
lot of
like
people have.
Denver
Is there
has an
anybody from
underground
California?
military facility over there. They're not
Are there
secret.
many people from
Man,
California?
y'all naming the motherfuckers left and fucking right.
Some of them
Yeah,
are secret. Some of them
Denver's
are secret. Some things are secret,
Yeah.
even if you don't know they're secret. That's why you don't know,
Oh.
because they're secret.
Oh.
Did you know that Pasadena used to have an Air Force base located over by Arroyo off of Colorado and what is it? Colorado and Orange Grove. In those canyons, those were military.
I haven't been in Pasadena for almost 50 years now. Yeah, over 50 years now.
50.
Okay, you know what the old bridge? You know the old bridge that goes across from Eagle Rock to Pasadena?
Cousin, I promise you, I've been in so many. They all kind of the same now.
Cousin, promise you.
You know the hotel that's overlooking the bluffs?
Cousin. Been 50 years.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, that hotel is still there.
You 50 Taz?
No, that's what Wale just said.
Oh,
I mean,
like,
this nigga talking like somebody sitting in Pasadena right now looking like we're not there, right? Like, we can't see it.
Well, I understand that, but if anybody's ever been across that bridge, they'll know where that Arroyo I'm talking about.
One bridge?
Yeah, one bridge. You know that bridge that comes
Oh.
Colorado?
No, they don't know what you're talking about. They're not from Pasadena. No, they do not know what you're talking about, Dwight. They are not from Pasadena. I lived in Pasadena for 22 years. I know what bridge you're talking about on Arroyo Seco. They don't. Please stop trying to tell them about Pasadena. They do not know about Pasadena, California. Please stop.
I can take you to the Rose Bowl. You know what I'm saying? I know where that's at. But like, just talking
You, my country ass, been there. I've been there with a car with Arkansas license plates on it way back in the 80s.
That might be the only place they can tell you about, and maybe Colorado Boulevard. Shit.
That's it.
The Rose Bowl in Colorado. Everything else is uncivilized. They wasn't looking at the mountains and the bridges and the streets, Arroyo Seco, Orange Grove.
That last time I was out there, they had half that shit blocked off for the fires and shit. So, you know what I'm saying? It was really just a little small area you could ride in Pasadena.
It's like asking them if they know where the Tournament of Roses mansion is. Hell no, they don't know where the Tournament of Roses mansion is. I do, because I lived out there for 22 years. I'd have went in tours of the Tournament of Roses mansion and all that shit. I'd have been to the Northern Simon Museum and all that shit. They don't know nothing about that shit. Stop telling them about Pasadena if they've been there.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been to St. Louis a couple of times, but I know they got the arch and I know they got the stadium right next to it. I know the Mississippi River is right there too.
Man, all you gotta do is pull up a picture of St. Louis, and that's one of the first things you're gonna see is the arch in the fucking muddy Mississippi.
Wow, I
don't care about that piece of tin.
Damn, for real, fam.
you,
The Arch is
have
in
you ever
St.
been
Louis.
inside
That piece of tin.
have you been inside the arch?
I don't even go into that raggedy piece of shit anymore. That shit is boring. Shit is a waste of your money and life if you live in St. Louis. You go in that shit if you're a
Mm.
tourist. You don't go up
The
in that
Arch
shit if
looks
you
so
live here.
weak, bro. Look, that shit looks so weak. My
That
wife
shit
didn't
is
even want
weak.
to. She came to the baseball game with me, bro. She didn't even want to go to the mall. That's how
That shit
weak
is
that
weak.
shit.
That shit is pointless. I was
She
disappointed.
came to the baseball game with me, but now we in Miami, never. She has never been to a Marlins game, but she will not go to certain places that just don't look like that. Arch
Shit is pointless.
it wasn't even no
Shit is
line at that pitch or nothing, bro.
no, it
It's
don't
like,
be no
yo,
lines or nothing. That should be empty.
It was cool when it was
just
Well, I
first
mean,
built, though.
walking through that
that's
motherfucker.
not
You
what.
alone?
If you're
Hell
not
no.
interested in that, that's fair. But you got to
You know,
understand, brother. I came in during the '70s. I came in
you
during
want
the
to know?
'70s.
This how I know. This how I know he hasn't been to St. Louis in a long time.
Hmm?
People are doing tours at the old courthouse where they had the Dred Scott case. People rather go
Dred
on tour
Scott.
because that's historical. Yeah, they'll go
Yeah.
there before they'll go to the arch. That should be packed all day. But he's sitting here talking about the arch. He won't talk about the old courthouse. But he talk about that piece of steel,
I
piece of motherfucking metal that
I
don't
wasn't
nobody give a
aware
shit
about.
about.
I wasn't aware about the tours of the. I don't live in St. Louis. Like I said, I haven't been in St.
So
Louis
why
since
didn't?
the '70s.
Oh, but the courthouse has been here since before the 70s. That's a piece of history,
That's
just
not
like
what.
the arch is.
That's
So
not what.
why? So how come?
That's
How
not
come you
what.
didn't mention that? How come you
That's
did
not
not
what my
mention that
parents took
museum?
me.
You
Diversity.
say what?
Because my parents did not. Because my parents did not go there.
Oh, so because your parents. Oh, so that means they didn't know about it.
Why your hair look like that?
You better watch
I'm
that
sorry, I
diversity.
had to ask.
Yeah.
I asked him that the
Well,
other
my hair
day,
look
bro.
like.
Yeah, it
He
was
said
like
he
that.
was a fan of Cisco.
My whole thing is, I'm brave enough to put my picture out there and put my face out there,
Is it
but
like
then
that?
everybody want to go ahead.
Yeah.
You know, you chose what image you wanted to be. You chose the best picture you think
Yes,
that was
a
going to
male
represent
image,
you.
Yeah,
a
but why did you
masculine
want to
image.
I
unleash
don't
the dragon like
y'all
Cisco
make
though?
up
Like
these
that?
I think he
pseudo
died. Is it,
names.
brother? Did you
See,
die your ear, my brother?
y'all always these physical attacks.
Yeah, that-
I'm not on this show to make you
yeah,
feel good
everybody.
about
You
the
right.
way
You
I
still.
look.
You right.
That's
You got
kind
No,
of
no, no. That's
creepy
not what
that
I'm
a
asking.
man
I'm
has something
saying
to say.
you
you got the
obviously
you right.
know that that's extremely odd for a black man. So
Mm.
were you
He's
trying to
not
be
black.
odd?
That
Like,
was a
was
He's
that
trap.
the goal?
Australian. He's Australian.
Yes, I was trying to be on.
Well, you
Yes,
pulled
I
it
was
off.
trying to
I
be
give you
on.
that. That answered my question.
Okay, so understand this. Follow my logic. If
That's
I
an
don't look like
Australian. I
anybody
need
on
y'all
the
to
street,
understand that.
if I don't look like any of the people, then why the police gonna stop me? They're not. They're gonna be like he don't fit the description, and they're gonna be like,
Exactly.
Oh no, they
Exactly.
gonna
I
stop
told
your
y'all
ass
he's an
first. Cause
Australian.
they gonna be like, this nigga's black and crazy. They gonna stop your ass first.
So it's a
exactly, and they
strategy
ain't gonna
against
want to
the
do no
police.
paperwork. They ain't gonna want to do no paperwork.
Man, this
I've
is
never heard that
That's
before.
one thing
That's
about that.
yeah.
They are not gonna do no paperwork if they can help it.
Like,
Man,
ah,
y'all ain't
Yo,
man,
in
you
no
know
bro,
what? He got
exchange
blonde
yo,
information.
hair,
bro
man. You
got
know
the
he ain't did
Super
nothing wrong.
Saiyan
I'm
shape
gonna
up,
look up
yo. That
the
is wow. I ain't never
diversity
seen no shit like that in my life.
diversity act of 1705. Do some research.
The avoid the police lineup rule.
Diversity Act, 1705.
Oh no, your ass going to jail if you did it. Like ain't nobody else they gonna line up with a Super Saiyan shape up. They gonna be like, oh nah, it was him.
Watch that diversity word. If it does not explicitly benefit black folks, ask questions. Ask who, what, when, where, how, and why.
It was never meant to exclusively benefit black folks.
What the hell is wrong with people? I don't think people
You hear the
pay
word
attention to
divert?
these words.
When you hear the word divert, what are we diverting from? That's why I say words are pivotal. Words are pivotal.
Divert or diversity?
That, like no, divert.
Is the word divert or diversity?
Watch the word. I'm saying, but divert is the root of diversity,
crazy.
though. Let's not go there. Let's not do that nitpicking, that small ass, corny ass nitpicking. Like, why are we even talking about? Like, why are we doing that? The hell, divert.
This shit is slow.
Is the root word? What do you mean?
Diverse.
Thank you, brother.
You can't have diversity without having goddamn divert. Suffix.
And what is that supposed to mean? And what is that supposed to mean? Because that was so profound what you just said. Explain that. Explain that better.
You don't know. The ones that know,
I need you to break because you want to sound like you're the most intelligent person.
This ain't got nothing to do with none of that. No, because
they do mean different things. They do mean different things. All I want you to do is all I want you to do. All I want you to do.
Why I'm
diverse.
If you don't know
diverse,
the residual effects
and
the
divert.
Effects
I want y'all to understand that he is misspelling words and trying to compare them. Diverse, you take the you take the E off and you get diversity. And then you have D-I-V-E-R.
I know words,
which is diverse. So diversity
I'm very good at parsing
is nowhere near diverse.
Promento words, taking the beginning of a word and the ending of a word, minty side. That's a promento word.
This man is insane.
I'm not a master of it, but I know words.
No, you're not. You're not a word sleuth at all. You're not a word sleuth at all.
Who wants to
You
test
are
my
not
intelligence?
You are not a word sleuth at all. All I wanted you to do. All I wanted you. No, I did not. You said something. You're triggered.
You're just mad. Do you feel
You're triggered.
Do you feel
You're triggered.
Do you feel threatened?
You're triggered.
Do you feel threatened? Do you not realize I'm reading
absolutely
from a book?
not.
The hell?
You said all I wanted you to do. All I asked you to do.
Why I brought it up, then that's your issue.
All I asked you to do was explain.
Hold on, don't interrupt him in the middle of the crash out.
All I asked you to do was explain what that saying meant. That was it.
You always want me to break
because you thought it was profound.
Get the hell out of here.
You thought it was profound. You thought
that you allegedly teach.
You thought the word diverse
allegedly teach. Go do that with
and
him.
diversity. You thought that saying was profound.
The hell, like he said, watch out. What are we diverting from? What the hell is the diverse? How does that benefit black people? Yeah, he's right. When you get to parsing that term, what the fuck is we diverting from?
So I guess everybody in the world spell diversity. Diversity, they spell it Divertsity. Divert. So there isn't a difference in the spelling of those two words.
About diversity. What are we diverting from? When you include that term is problematic. When I hear that term,
we already got two, man. We don't need three. We already have two. We don't need three, man.
Reading is essential. Reading is important because it literally, man.
It really is, and I understand why. You need to learn how to read better.
For real. You need to go read more.
You need to learn how to read better. Ancestral.
Yeah, get some ancestral.
Shit. Yeah. So now some dead people gonna give me some fervor. Some dead people gonna give me some fervor. Some dead people are going to give me some fervor. Some dead people are going to give me some fervor. Some dead people. Some dead people are going to give me some fervor.
90% of our knowledge has been written by dead people. What are you talking about, bro? You sound stupid as fuck.
You cannot be creating.
Oh, these white people are dumb.
That motherfucker said 90.
They writing some they were dead.
These motherfuckers are dumb.
You're gonna take the verbiage I use and try to.
I don't know how you got that in.
Shit.
Just idiot. Some spookyism and you get energy from the. Get out of here, bro. Stop that.
Thank you.
Y'all are insane.
It's a new epoch, man.
It's a new epoch of stupidity. I do agree with that shit. It's a new epoch of stupidity.
Never.
It's a new epoch of stupidity.
Ever.
I agree
Yes,
with
but
you on that.
I agree with you. It's a new epoch. It's a new
My bank
time.
account
It's
and
a
my life
new
is
era.
indicative that I can never be stupid. Because as a black man, if you out here in this world and you ain't producing nothing in this white supremacist capitalistic society, then yeah. So clearly, I can never be idiotic or nowhere near far from an imbecilic being by far. By far am I.
So, what's the difference between divert
Nothing, bro.
or divergence and diversity?
Students, bro. Go do that. That's like telling me what's the difference between residual and residue, and knowing that the goddamn root word for residual is goddamn residue. Are you serious?
That was hilarious.
I'm not doing this. This is elementary.
I didn't think you was gonna be able to land that one, Scrabble God. You landed it though. You landed it. I didn't
Oh,
think
that
you was
was
gonna be
fire.
able to
I ain't
land
gonna
that
lie
one,
to you.
Scrabble God.
That nigga said residue. I like that.
Out of all the examples, yeah, he chose to pick that one, right?
No,
He was on that
So
magic. He
divert,
said residual, but he brought
divert,
it back though. I say he could.
Residual and residue.
Yeah.
divert
Hey,
versus diversity.
I'm gonna give you that one,
We're going to
Scrabble.
compare
You
these
got that one
words.
on my scorecard.
You would
I'm still
divert
trying to
or
figure out
you
how
would.
this only applies to black people, though. I don't think that point was ever
At
made.
the end of the
Did
day,
y'all get to that?
I mean, there's a full context in it.
Diversity.
And like I said, I'm
Diversity,
That
gonna
a
means
state
black.
of difference. Diversity,
yeah.
a
Do
state
you
of
know what the
difference,
Diversity Act
dissimilitude,
1705
unlikeness,
was? No, I don't.
multiplicity of
So I'm gonna do
difference,
some research on that.
multiformity,
The whole
variety,
context in this.
variegation, divert, to turn aside, to turn off from
Exactly.
any course or intended application.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I was saying about diversity? So I'm going to reread diversity for. I'm going to reread diversity for you. Are you going to listen or are you going to talk? Oh, so you're going to talk. Okay, you're going to talk.
Nurture in the
You're going to
14th
talk.
Amendment.
All right,
Institutions, private corporations, aliens, others, and a host. I mean, but the Negro. It leaves little room for the Negro. That's what the fuck. That's where the problematic. That's where the problem comes in when it comes to the word divert. Diversity. The hell you can't take away the. What do you mean? It's just a subject.
All right.
What are you talking about?
All right. Cool. I hear you yelling and screaming. What we're not going to do is we're not going to play idiotic word games.
Nah, buddy.
So I'm going to read the definition.
About trying to tell other people, but when you rude and shit, you up here always talking over people. Man, people get tired of your bitch ass, nigga. That's why your motherfucking ass live in a trailer.
Shut your Australian ass up, you Australian bitch. Shut your Australian ass up, bitch. Shut your Australian ass up, bitch. Take your ass back to Australia and go live.
You white trash, nigga. You white trash, nigga. You a trailer park nigga. What the fuck you talking
we
about?
Know who is. We know who you are. We know what you are, white boy. Yo, Australian ass. So again, diversity. Diversity.
Hey, he called my man Goku Australian.
Diversity. A state of difference, dissimilitude, unlikeness, multiplicity of difference, multiformity, variety. Variegation, divert, to turn aside, to turn off from any course or intended application, to deflect as to divert a river from its channel, to divert commerce from its usual course, to turn away from any occupation, business, or study, to cause to have lively and agreeable sensations, to amuse, to entertain, as children are diverted with sports, men are diverted with works of wit and humor, to turn aside, to digress.
So, did you go to college?
Absolutely, I did.
Did you go to college?
Did you? Absolutely. Did you?
College, yeah. I went to university on an academic scholarship, full scholarship. What was what college you go to?
I went to a few. I went to Glendale City College. I went to Citrus College in Azusa, California.
Nigga, you went to community college. That ain't no damn college. That's a community college, nigga.
I got a degree. It's college. It's
into
it's
his
college,
community
bitch.
college.
All
It's
right, but
college.
what
No,
did you
It's
it's
learn at the
college.
glorified high
university that
school.
It's
made you?
college.
It's
What did
It's
glorified
you learn at
high
the
college.
school.
university that
It's
made you
college.
paint your hair like an insane white man? Not even a regular white man. Like that shit weird to me. I'm trying to understand it.
Check this out, brother. If I see your picture, you might look weird to me. So I mean, at least I'm able to put mine up. I stand on who the fuck I
The
am.
fuck?
Nah, I look pretty standard. Like
And
I
then
just
on
got a
top of that,
shape up.
It
and on
had
Like
the
I
top of
word
look
that,
like
college
the
in the
I don't give
title.
a
quintessential
fuck
black
what no
man.
man. I don't give a fuck
No,
what
listen to
no
what I'm
man
saying.
says
Listen to
about
what I'm
me.
saying. I get what you're saying. Like if I had a perm or something that might look a little strange. If I no though, I just have a regular shape up. So what I'm saying is your appearance is strange, and I want to understand what about this strangeness were you pursuing? Because you pulled it off. But what the fuck was you thinking about when you did that shit? I would really like to know.
He was trying to run from his blackness.
But
He was trying to hide with the white
no,
people.
I'm
He
not
just said it.
talking about my blackness, brother. First of all, I'm Choctaw Indian and black. That's something you wouldn't
You,
understand because me and you ain't the same person.
There you
So,
go. There you
and
there we
go.
go.
Nigga
one
went
of the
half
persons
on
from
a
black,
nigga. Enough said.
one
Grandma
of the persons
said,
Enough said, Chickasaw.
one of
You
the
got it.
persons who know what I'm talking about, Callaway High School, Tougaloo, they know the history of that place. They know
Grandma
what Tougaloo
said,
University,
University
not
Act
Glendale
1705.
College on Mountain. Brother, I used to live in Glendale with
The
all the
hell?
Armenians. What are you talking
I'll
about?
kill a nigga on a university
I
today.
went to
I don't
school.
care where you
I
go,
went to
brother.
school at
Black
Glendale
men ain't
Community
getting that
College.
haircut.
Come
Like
on,
you and Cisco are the only two niggas in the history of niggerdom, right?
oh, don't forget Dennis
That went for
Rodman.
that
Don't
look.
forget Dennis Rodman. Now. Don't
Yeah,
forget
another
Dennis
weird nigga.
Rodman.
Another weird nigga
Okay.
though. Do you see the
Don't
pattern?
don't forget Wesley Snipe because I done heard y'all niggas call me all kind of goofy ass names. That's how
I mean,
limited your
Wesley,
motherfucking
Wesley,
intelligence
Wesley
is.
did it
You
for a
go
role.
on
He did it.
you go on cartoons, bro. Come on now. I hate having to get to arguing because before that we was able to have a discussion without insults being traded. But as soon as you get on, this shit goes into chaos because you
I
always
just
trying to
asked you
put
how
Yeah, I
you
people
did
mean,
it.
down.
it is what it is, bro.
And
Like
I actually
niggas have to
I
say
just
nothing.
asked you
because
why
I'm
you did it.
grown because I'm grown and it's my hair. That's why the fuck I did it. Why you get
That's
tattoos?
crazy
Huh?
though. Like I'm
Oh
grown. It's
yeah, but
so many things you
to
could do when
you,
you're an adult,
that's
right?
crazy to
Like
you.
what
For me,
made you
living in a
paint your
trailer,
hair
knowing that you're
blonde?
gonna get hit by a tornado is crazy. Living in a trailer, knowing you're gonna get hit by a tornado is crazy. Damn, nigga. So how you gonna sit up and judge me when you make motherfucking poor decisions on real estate? Come on now. You could at least got you a place
what?
with a basement or some shit.
What?
Nigga, don't come to me with
That
that
nigga got
sideways
you living
shit.
in
You could have
Kansas,
afforded
right
a
in the
house.
middle of
You could
Tornado
have afforded
Alley,
a
nigga.
house that had a basement, bro. Come on now.
Wall Street Willie from
You still
Kansas.
paying
That
on your
shit
shit.
crazy, man.
You
I'ma
still
just go
paying
with
on
it.
your
Fuck
shit.
it.
Man, people just reach for shit out of the sky.
You reached for shit.
No,
You
I
reached for
asked the
shit.
question. So I asked the question. I wanted
And
some
I gave
clarity
you
to
an
a question.
answer. And
No,
I
I
gave
wasn't
you
even
an
talking. I
answer.
wasn't even
And
talking to you. I wasn't even
satisfied
talking
my
to you.
answer. Come
I
on,
wasn't
man.
even talking to you. I wasn't even talking to you.
Nah, you insult people. No, you don't. You talk down to people. So no,
I
motherfucker, you ain't
talk
talking
down.
to
I
me.
talk down to those that I feel deserve being talked down to. Idiots.
Yeah, you feel like a bitch. Like a bitch, you
And
feel.
you're an
Like a
idiot.
feel. You don't go by your thoughts. You go by
And you're an
feelings like a
idiot.
bitch.
You're an idiot.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, but you the nigga living in a trailer.
I live in a whole house. The fuck wrong with you, stupid?
Man, you live in a trailer. You just said hours ago that you was worried that the tornadoes came through and you was out there helping the community and all that shit. Nigga, come on now. I heard the whole motherfucking thing. I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning listening to that bullshit.
You didn't hear
I'm
me
in
say
LA.
shit about a tornado hitting my house. You heard me talk about the
No,
tornado
I
hitting in
said
St.
you
Louis.
said
So
that
wait, dudes
tornado
helping
went
their
through your
community
area.
is some
No,
bullshit.
stop it.
Dudes
Stop it.
helping their
See, you
community
trying to twist
just made a
words because
statement.
you
So
said
so so
a
the
tornado went through
so
your
watch
area.
this.
You
So
said you
watch this. The
stayed up
white.
all night
Now
watching niggas talk
Wall Street.
about
Wall
taking
Street. Wall
care of their
Street.
community,
Willie,
right?
chill out for a sec. Nah, chill out for a sec. So if I go show you that I live in a house and the tornado didn't hit my house, will you leave the panel, Dwight? Will your dumb ass leave the panel?
No, no.
That nigga named
How I know it's
Dwight.
your house? Show me a
My boy
show me what
he
show me
put
You
his
want to see
whole
my house,
ear on the
bitch?
screen.
You want to see my house,
Oh,
bitch?
picture.
oh Lord.
You want to see my house, bitch? You want to see my house, bitch?
No,
Hold
I
on.
don't want to see that house. Who gives a fuck about your house, nigga? It ain't
You,
my
you,
house.
you, you the dumb bitch that said I live in a trailer park, right?
My
You the
dick
dumb
don't
bitch
get
that just
hard
said I
about other
lived in a
people's
trailer park,
property.
right?
I'm not a dick rider like you, nigga. I'm
Right,
not a
bitch?
dick rider like you. Why would I give a fuck about
He said,
somebody?
he said,
So here's on
please.
my whole
I
house.
got
Here my
what
whole
you
shit
talking
go.
about?
No tornado hit my shit, bitch.
Was
All
a
right, shut your
tornado in your
dumb ass
area?
up. Go shut. It
No,
didn't even hit
was
my
a
area. The
tornado
tornado
in
didn't even hit my
your
area,
area?
bitch. The tornado did not hit my area,
Some
bitch.
nice weather,
No
man.
damage in my area, bitch. Shut
Nice
your dumb
sunny
ass up.
I'm sorry.
Shut your dumb
Why would
ass
you
up.
even say that though? Why would you even? Why would
You
you even?
dumb bitch.
That's exactly
You
why.
dumb bitch. You's a dumb
That's exactly
bitch.
why
Shut
though.
your dumb ass up.
Why would? That's
A
like
nigga
making
named
fun of. That's
Sabio.
like
What
making
kind
fun of
of
the.
that's
Hey,
like
that's
Sabio?
like making fun of the black.
Too.
That's like making fun of what's that black? That the only black town in California that got devastated by Altil something. It started with A.
Altadena.
Altadena, yeah.
Altadena,
That's
California.
like somebody black getting on here and that's that's crazy.
You
Yeah,
Man.
that
dumb
was
bitch.
weird.
That's like somebody was on here and
You said I was watching
niggas is
y'all
making fun of
talking
Lake
about helping
Michigan.
the community
Somebody that's
and
to
that
me that is
goofy shit. What'd you
crazy.
call it?
That is fucking treason, nigga. That's treason, bro. When you get the
And a lot of people work for
domestic
JPL that live in Altadena. Them people been living back there for 2 or 3
mocking
generations.
domestic
William Street,
calamities.
Washington.
All right, I'm gonna let this one go.
That's exclusive to black people. That shit is crazy to me.
I'm on mute, Dev.
But hey, it is what it is, though, man.
It was anything to try to take a shot at me.
Damn.
Anything to try to take a shot at me.
Man, that's crazy, bro.
You can shot at people. You very disrespectful.
Only to idiots.
None of this
Have you noticed? I'm only disrespectful to dumb people. I'm only
Yeah, that's
disrespectful
all
to
my
dumb
fucking
people.
comrade. Like, we'll fuck with Sabio from time to time. We ain't gonna let no nigga coming in here looking like a Super Saiyan as a nigga that's older than me looking like a fucking anime. Call anybody stupid. Like, I bet you that man could.
What the
Yeah, you
fuck is
look
a
like a
Super Saiyan?
goofball. That's what you look like. The
You want to
children will
know
know what
why
I'm talking about.
man?
You look like an
Wall Street, that's
anime
what you're saying?
character. That's clear
Wall
enough?
Street. Is that
You
what
look
you
like an
is that what you saying? Is that
you
what
look
you
You
like
saying?
in
an
What are your
cosplay,
anime
assets,
nigga.
bro?
character.
What are your financial assets? Huh? What are your financial assets? Are you retired? Hmm? Do you own property? Huh? Is your car paid for? Huh?
Yeah, I own a couple.
Is your credit score? Huh? What's your credit score? 735, nigga. Beat that.
It's
Beat
pretty
that.
good. I got lights in the crib. Pretty good. Now, why are your
I'm
lights
good.
off?
I'm glad you
Why
got
are you
it. I got
why are
solar
you in
panels, so who
darkness?
gives a fuck?
All right.
Nigga in the dark talking shit. He might live on a street corner somewhere.
Nigga, it's 100 degrees in California. Are you out your
I'm
fucking
saying the
mind?
way you talk,
What the
you
fuck
gotta
am I
show a
burning
nigga
that for?
something.
I
I'll
need
take
to
you
see a
up on the
pool in
deck,
your
but the way
backyard or
you
something.
talking,
I need
It's
to
12
see a
o'clock
pool.
noon. Yeah.
I can't
Yeah,
teach people who don't want to listen and learn.
12 o'clock noon in on the West Coast.
Don't want to learn.
And it's pitch black.
Well, if it's pitch black, how
That's
can you tell
crazy.
what color my hair is?
yeah, you in the
If it's
basement right
pitch
now?
black,
Like, yo, where you at to get that level of darkness? I'm curious.
I'm in my house. I'm
That
in my
motherfucker
house.
said he inside, Jack.
That's crazy.
So he ain't got ain't no getting around his house without a flashlight after the sun go down, I guess.
Damn. The
Oh,
sun's
nah,
Is the
you
still
sun
ain't
up
got
out?
no
though.
No light.
flashlight
The
out
It
there,
sun's
is?
still
Dev.
up
I
though,
looked
Dev.
away.
Now,
The sun's
I'm in the
still up.
darkness. Now what?
The sun's still
I
up.
am in the darkness. Now what? Because I just turned on my lamp. Thank you. Goofy ass nigga.
You're
Lamp?
welcome.
Like a little bitch. Now, you can see
Your
me now,
daddy.
motherfucker. So
No, the fuck we don't.
You look like a
All we see is
homosexual dance
all we see is
choreographer. That's what you look
your
like.
hair.
And like I said, bro,
You look like you
y'all looking at it.
choreographed for Beyonce, brother. Are you was that your goal in going into the world looking the way you do? You look like
Check
you
this
do
out,
real
bro.
strange things on your off hours. Let's talk about it.
Check this out,
Please,
bro.
no, we don't want to talk about the strange things you do on your off hours. Please, no. We
I
gonna
tell you
leave that
what.
area
Have
of
you ever
You got that
conversation
one,
in
Savio.
the
You know
dark.
what?
I don't do it shit. Have you
I'm
ever
gonna
ate
follow
a
your
woman's
guidance
ass
Hey,
on
out?
that
it's,
one. I
it's
believe you.
9 o'clock at night on that motherfucker, bro.
Let me ask you, have you ever eaten a woman's ass? Have you did that nasty
What?
Yo, man.
Cause
What's going on, man?
Prosecution and defense have rested their cases.
What's with these lonely weirdos?
The fuck
Look,
is
man.
up with these lonely weirdos? That shit is insane.
I had no idea that was coming, y'all. Y'all go just I'm a little bit slow on the trigger. Wasn't anticipating
See, Willie, you see what you caused by you asking that dumbass question? You allowed
yeah.
stupid shit, Willie. I asked you. I was like, no, let's not. And he went right.
Mhm.
You opened the door and he jumped right through the wormhole.
See how weird I can get?
Let's see how weird I could get.
So we went from pseudo hour to spooky hour. What hour was the last one we just got out of?
We don't even know. Shit. The fuck? We trying to figure that shit out.
Woo. Oh man.
Shit.
Yeah, man. Come from all types.
Weirdo.
Yeah, I thought that was his hair at first. I didn't know he painted that.
You don't see the black layer underneath?
Yeah, now I see it. Like now, I wasn't looking that hard the other day, y'all.
When
Come
he
on,
first
man.
joined, I was like, hold on, does this
I
dude got a blonde wig on or something?
I wasn't looking that hard, man.
Cause I seen the black layers, like, hold on, this dude
Look,
dyed his hair whole
I had
blonde.
other stuff going. I wasn't trying to get all.
That's why when he first joined the show, I said he stood in the sun after he poured peroxide on his head.
No, I thought that was just motherfuckers be stressed out. Look, I didn't know.
That's that peroxide. Man. Willie, open the door. You see what you be causing, Willie? Don't get silent now, Wall Street.
Yo, we on a trolling marathon right now, ain't it? God damn. Where all the randoms coming from?
Shit. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I listened to that shit last night so many times. Damn, I ain't gonna lie.
What? Listen to what last night?
Oh, girl came on.
Oh, you like white people. You love white people. Somewhere in your past, white people got into you.
When she said
Yeah,
it,
she
I had
popped
to
out on me
rewind.
yeah,
Like,
about
whoa.
Yeah, it didn't hit me till after I got off. I was like, oh
I said,
shit.
she been setting this up for a minute.
All right.
She'll ask you a question, then everybody else will start talking. We'll move on. I'm like, wait, she been trying to read.
Yeah.
You're a white defender.
Yeah, where did you live? Was there white people around you?
I said,
her man said he finally said, "Get your ass off that goddamn bullshit ass shit."
I heard
Get your ass off. Yeah.
But look, no, it's funny though. She said she could see the spirit of white people in you, but not Madonna.
Yeah.
Madonna sitting up about Trump.
What? What?
Don sitting up here defending Trump. So motherfucker like, damn, you don't see the spirit of whiteness in him? She like, nah, not really him. I gotta hear some more. But the other one, yeah, he defend white people.
What? Yo, was she drinking?
Man, yeah.
Okay, well maybe that might be. I don't know. I'm not making no excuses. I didn't see it. So let me. That shit. These
I said,
weirdos.
damn, she been trying to build a case on that. I don't know where it came from. It was like out of nowhere. She just decided, damn, go be the one.
She built the case on there.
Man, she's sitting over there trying. She's like, so who you grew up with? None of that mattered. She didn't give a damn about his answer.
Yep.
She still.
I was cool till I told her stop putting God in everything. All you have to do is just trust in God. Trust.
Whoa.
Feel your spirit.
Oh man.
And him will know the truth.
Real.
As soon as I started going in on that, then that's when I became white. As soon as I didn't believe in God.
She said, no, I didn't say white supremacy. I said, you just defend. I'm like, wait, what?
And when she was saying it, I was my slow ass. I didn't even know what the hell she was talking about.
I put it on speaker. I said, he don't even
I'm trying
realize
to cook. Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to cook food. I thought everybody had fell the fuck out. I'm like, man, I'm gonna just take my time. And shit, she said, fuck all that, nigga. You gonna own up to this goddamn
I like that. Nigga gotta
South
go off after
Florida
that.
beat down. Yeah.
Man. So that was the one who that's the sister y'all was saying black people can be atheists right there.
Yeah, if you see L Skin in the chat later on, that's her.
L Skin. Oh,
Yeah.
I seen her earlier.
Yeah.
In the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, that's who that was.
Yeah.
She put on the show last night, yo. I don't know.
I don't know, man. It seems like
Because she asked me earlier if I prayed.
Women that wear that little top hat, it just seems like it's always something up with a family. I don't know what it is, bro. Something about that little top hat, man. It's like a red flag, bro.
It's automatically, you know, it's gonna be some smoke.
Taz said the top hat is a red flag.
I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah, she was getting ready to do a Paula Abdul video any goddamn second now.
Not Paula Abdul.
Yeah.
Yeah, she definitely had the hat though, and it was tilted.
Mm-mm. She was on her fly shit.
Yeah, she ain't get no complaints. I wasn't even mad at her about her goddamn you defend white people comment.
Her old man had enough of that shit though. He's like, all right. You had your fun today. Yeah. Oh man. Then the other one came
she
on
said,
like she just bailed out.
She got flat from the chat because she was talking about she wasn't really much of a reader.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because Diddy was trying to big up STEM. Yeah. Diddy was talking about, we need to promote STEM and science. And she was like, have none of that shit. I ain't much of a reader, but I can tell you about shit.
And then she was like, no, I said I don't like to read.
Yeah, she tried to switch that shit. She tried to switch that shit up.
Damn. That is a problem. Because it's crazy. I done read 3 different papers on this one this morning before while I was heading to work. I read 2, and then I read another one when I got off. On this thing that we on one of the topics I've been studying, race and racism. This one is whiteness and time, the once present whiteness and time. It's written by the same lady I presented the other paper from a couple of days ago, Helen, whatever her name is. But this is whiteness and time, the once present and future race. This is a pre-publication version of an article published in Studies in Medievalism.
That
So,
motherfucker said Dennis Rodman.
right, Dennis Rodman. But yeah, this paper, along with the other papers, is basically saying that she starts this one off in after she goes through her little intro, when she starts talking about Anglo-Saxonism and medievalism. In the opening sentence, she says what a lot of scholars and what I've been trying to get people to understand. European ethnic nationalist identities have, since the late 18th century, been widely constructed as having their roots in the Middle Ages. Ethno-nationalisms tied to physical, mental, moral, cultural, and political nature of a people, or volk, VOLK, to the geographical boundaries of their territory. While academic medievalism has devoted considerable attention to nationalisms, the ethnic component of the construct has been relatively ignored. From the late 18th century, historical philology precipitated a new way of conceiving race, which could reach beyond geographic boundaries and have much greater flexibility and ability to account for the movement of people at the height of European imperial and colonial power. So basically, what she's saying in that little snippet is that this construct of race was built and constructed during the Middle Ages, the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries, those times. And it got its new conception once the colonialism of these new powers started doing what? Moving into new territories, because they had already had their idea of what was superior. And they had to do what? Bring everybody under this banner of superiority, their hierarchy, which they were building based off of the things that they had learned, taken from other empires and fought and shit like that. So it's an interesting read.
So prior to that time, not saying that it was a premiere or the first time, but associating a group of people with geographical land area. So the people that were here were called this, the people over there were called those. But when you start moving from not just across the street, but time zones, latitude, longitude, I mean, long distances, the racism, there was a need to take, hey, this person is, and no matter where he ends up, he's going to be, in the Anglo-Saxon case, Anglo-Saxon's case, superior, so on and so forth. Okay.
Yes, because of the constructs that they had, that they were using to build their identity under. So this whiteness, they was using a construct. Whiteness was built under a construct of purity, and this purity was given to them by this so-called deity. So once they had that solidified amongst their peoples, once they started colonizing and branching out, they had to have that what? Shown. So they had the literature, the travel logs, and the book. And they were what? Conquering these other peoples. So if they have this so-called divine right to conquer and settle lands and bring them into the Christian faith, yada, 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 it gives them this ideal of what? Superiority. White is right. Everything else has to come. And that's basically what she's saying in this.
When did the white man get the bullet?
The who?
The bullet.
Oh, gunpowder. Wasn't initially used for ammunition though.
No, it
Was
wasn't.
it?
It was China was using it for like fireworks and shit in like the 2nd century. I don't think they got that shit till like 7th, 8th, 9th century, somewhere up around there.
You
Yeah,
trying to
8th
equate it
century.
with something? Will?
I
I
mean,
thought
when
it
I
was
look at
somewhere around the 8th
history,
century, Dwight.
that was a clear game changer. Like we had the Crusades and everything else, but once they got that bullet, that was kind of a game changer. So I was just curious.
I don't think they stole it. I think they were trading. I think they were trading because of the trade routes, Dwight. But yeah, they was on
Opium.
them trade routes and they was always trading information and goods. So that shit was probably traded with the Arabs or
Yeah,
Asians
yeah,
somewhere on
yeah.
one of them trade
The
routes.
pseudos keep saying that African tribes had the knowledge and the technology to build fishing boats, and they could have traveled to America, for some strange reason. Why didn't they get into the into the trade business?
On those
Or what?
trade routes. Well, there was some on that worked on some of them trade routes.
Yeah.
A few, but not many, because the trade routes were so far away from West and Central Africa that there would have been no way for them to get to the to that trade route going up into India.
So what's the pseudo response? Consensus. Since we're just supposed to assume, hey, they had nothing else to do. Let's go to America without coming back.
Have y'all niggas heard the claim that like ancient people had cell phones?
Mm-hmm.
No, I heard about the battery.
Because
Nah.
somebody said it was drawn on one of the temples or some shit in Egypt.
The pyramid.
Yeah. It was like this block thing and they were trying to say like this was the buttons and all this
I
other
said,
shit.
you motherfuckers is crazy.
Nah, I ain't hear that part. I heard about
Hey,
the
but man,
battery though.
y'all need to let Dwight back up here, man. Stop bullying people, Sabio.
I
Come on
just
now,
found
bro.
out I didn't know his hair was like that though.
I'm not bullying nobody. He made
He
a
kicked
wild ass
himself off,
statement,
man.
Domo. He kicked himself off with that
He
wild
got
ass
himself.
statement. What you
Yeah.
mean?
Dude started what you do for? 12 o'clock in the day.
He said light
Vampire
bulb and
Dracula.
pyramids and batteries. He
He
said they had
keeping
light bulbs in the
vampire
pyramids.
hours. Yeah. Cut down on the light bill and shit. I get it.
Bro,
He
tripping.
said they had light bulbs in the pyramids, y'all, and batteries.
Hold on, Dwight is saying that right now.
Yes, he said it in the
Yeah.
chat.
Hey, hit the link, bro. Hit the link.
They
Don't
had light
be
bulbs
scared of
and
Sabio.
batteries.
Don't be scared of
In
Sabio.
Egypt,
Hey,
they had a
bro,
light bulb.
hey, no more grocery talk, man. That's why his ass got kicked off.
I mean,
That
we
shit
can
came out a
keep it PG.
little easier.
Out of
We can keep
nowhere,
it
you
PG.
couldn't even see it was coming.
That part, media. Any nigga that say the pyramid had lights need to stay in the chat. I agree
Pyramid
with
did
that.
have lights.
Prove it.
Nah, we need to, let's examine it the way that we
I
examine all the pseudo shit.
just
I
had
want to
a
hear the claims.
documentary about the lights. They call them Dendera lights or something like that, and
Oh
they showed
shit.
it in the
Oh
hieroglyphics.
shit. No, this man didn't just say the
Some guy
Dendera
made
light.
it. Yeah,
that up for
I
me.
don't know
I
if that's the
thought
name.
Yeah, that's the one.
I
That's
thought
the
they
one.
were
That's the ones I was talking
reading
about.
inside the
They
pyramid.
actually came up with it. I mean, I saw the documentary just this past week. Weekend. And
How do these stories always end up a documentary?
And then the guy was saying who did it. You know, the scientists that put it together. I think it was the University of Oxford or something like that. I'm not
Yeah.
sure which university, but they put it together, and that was
Got to be some white school though, right? Yeah.
The Dendera lights were
I
not
don't know
lights,
about white schools,
and it
man.
was
I'm
not
just-
electricity.
Yeah.
Wait, so
What they
so
use, what they
not
used was
electricity, but was there some type of refracting light shining through like a hole in the top or something like that? That's not
no,
that
but
part
they
ain't true.
use. Okay, I know it's available. The information is available, has been proven, and people who are skeptic of that, I don't know. Yeah, it has been done over and over, repeated. It's not just one person.
Yeah, I was
One
just asking
school.
right quick. We don't give a fuck for real. I'm just asking right quick.
I was saying earlier, he still.
Hold on. What are we saying was done by more than one person?
Oh shit!
What are we?
Hold on.
What are we falsely claiming?
There being lights and shit in the pyramids, or because I'm not even saying lights. I think that's like crazy to make it sound like electricity. But I'm saying like they made like according to what I thought anyway. I read it somewhere that they made like holes in it so light can get through so you can see inside.
What happened, Taz, and you don't know about Coptic jars that were found? They had copper and I think it was zinc in the Coptic jars, and in the Coptic jars, copper and zinc in an electrolyte, even as calm or easily attainable as seawater, will give you a battery that can light a light bulb.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't.
Did they have light bulbs though?
In 15,000 BC?
They depicted. They depicted a light bulb in the hieroglyphics.
No, they did.
Okay, so you're saying ancient Egyptians.
One bulb?
Wait. I just want to be clear. Let's be clear. You're saying ancient Egyptians had light bulbs.
Actually, true. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I mean it's in the hieroglyphics, man. It's up to you if you want to look at it.
He said, yeah.
You ain't even looked at it, Wale. I'm talking about it
Yes,
because
I
to me if I want to look at it.
I did. I'm telling you. Hey, I just.
Okay, so who was the archaeologist? So who was the archaeologist that was able to discover the hieroglyph for the light bulb, and two was able to decipher that hieroglyph actually
It was a
represented
Norwegian.
a light bulb? Who's
It was a
that
Norwegian electrical
archaeologist?
engineer, and a Norwegian electrical engineer was the first to propose that this image depicted an electrical lamp.
You said it was no archaeologist? Is that what we
No.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, 24.
So it's actually a snake, but they call the snake a cord. It's shit is crazy. You got to read the whole to know what it's saying.
Now, anytime somebody say I saw a documentary, you gotta ask them where they saw that documentary. More than likely, it's gonna be on Tubi. Niggas is in the whole Tubi University. Shit.
So this is what it says. So this is what it says about the Dendera light. So this is what it says about the Dendera light.
No, hold on, Sabio. It does though, because it's like you can make claims about anything. I could read a Spider-Man comic book and say, well, there's a such thing as superheroes, just because I read a Spider-Man comic book. That don't make that claim true.
Cousin, I'm saying it's in the hieroglyphics. No, I'm not making this up. Nobody else.
Hold on, Sabio. Even if you're not making it up, whoever you believe that said it made that up. So you believe made up information.
I'm not saying what somebody said. I'm saying I saw the different photographs of the hieroglyphs, and I've seen them in different locations. So
right, but
now,
you do understand hieroglyphs have to be interpreted. So in order for you to say I seen the hieroglyphs and I saw that it was a light bulb, that means that you can't just look at the hieroglyphs and say it's a light bulb. You got to be able to interpret the hieroglyphs and understand what's being depicted, a pictograph. Right? So you just being like, oh, I just looked at it and I can look and I can see that it's a light bulb. That's not how hieroglyphics work, though, Wale.
So that's what the guy is, Sabio, excuse me. Sabio just mentioned the
Oh, my
guy
nigga
by
Julio.
name and nationality. So I didn't think
Okay,
I had to
so,
go
so
over that
okay,
with you.
so let's okay,
And
so let's get in there. So let's get into the information then. Let's go. Who is
okay.
it? What's his name? What's his name? Sabia? What's his name?
Hold on. Because it says at the top of this that I'm reading on about the Dendera it said the Dendera is a particularly controversial topic since it is not exactly an artifact of potential ancient technology. Since it is not exactly an artifact of potential ancient technology. Doom, doom, doom. So it's not a light bulb. All right. Throw that
That's
shit in the
that.
garbage. Throw it in the garbage.
Did Mike go out?
No, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
No, not you.
Mm-hmm.
Wallace.
Oh
Hey,
no, my
Dwight,
mic
you
is fine. Sabio read a little clip on somebody's opinion, and there you go.
Oh,
And
now
y'all
it's
carry on with
somebody's
that as
opinion.
long as you want
Now
to.
it's
Yeah,
somebody's
man.
opinion, and he just gave us
Read,
somebody's opinion.
read the next sentence.
Oh,
All you
shit.
got to do is read the next sentence.
Okay, he want me to read the next sentence. The next sentence ain't gonna help.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
finna cut you right here. That's where the cut comes.
Sabio be cherry picking information like this, like
Yeah,
Taz.
read that next sentence, Sabio. This where the cut coming.
But the possible depiction of such an artifact on a wall of one of the best preserved ancient temples in Egypt, the temple of the Egyptian goddess Hathor at Dendera. That's all it says. So, what I read, and I will put it on the screen. All I read was the opening line of the Dendera Light, myth, tests, and truth. And the opening line, the first paragraph says the Dendera Light is a particularly controversial topic since it is not exactly an artifact of potential ancient technology, comma, but the possible depiction of such an artifact on a wall of one of the best preserved ancient temples in Egypt, the temple of the Egyptian goddess Hathor at Dendera, or Dendera,
So,
however you want to pronounce it.
what's the argument? Is the argument that they had lights, or someone actually said that they had lights?
Someone said that they had lights.
Yeah, but
That's
it
the
sounds like the
argument.
Egyptians is the one that they said they had lights. Is that true?
No, that's what
Themselves.
somebody interpreted
Oh,
because of that.
Because of the writing.
Because
Like that's crazy.
Like this is hieroglyph.
That's
So
what I'm
listen,
saying. I was specifically asking
maybe you
about
don't know, Tam,
the
what
usage of
got into
sun
the whole
numbers.
story. Yeah, what got into the whole story was they found some underground stuff that was down in the different places, like you say. So what about them places? However, when they got down there and shined the light on those places, and their depravity from light, I mean, there's no way for they say sunlight to reach it. In those places, they have intricate carving on the wall and the ceiling, which you cannot. You must need light to do that type of intricate carving, and so from there, the hypothesis moved forward.
So the ancient Egyptians have electric
The
lamps.
Joe file.
The ancient Egyptians have electric lamps. The image known as the Dendera light is found on 3 stone reliefs in the temple, and at first glance could be construed as a bowl similar to a Crookes tube with a lotus socket at one end, a cable traveling underneath, and a snake-shaped cord filament inside. In the most popular representation of the so-called Dendera light, a priest is shown
that's
holding
your
up
background, Domo.
Paperclip.
All right,
and a few
so
smaller
I'm just
figures
going to close it.
are seen below it.
Did
Hold on.
I made a
Damn,
few
Hold on.
changes to
No, I
yours.
got it.
I saved it right now.
They're on light. Okay, well,
One of the figures.
So they had electricity. Then you saying?
No, they're not. Taz, listen, I'm reading it. One of the figures appears to be directing the light bulb upwards. A 2-armed jade pillar is also shown with the bulb, and the hands are apparently connected to the snake cord inside. A baboon is presented in front of the lamp while holding 2 knives in front of itself. All right, let's see. because it's not calling it. A Norwegian electrical engineer was the first to propose that this image depicted an electrical lamp. Austrian authors Peter Krause and Rainier Habeck brought the hypothesis to worldwide attention when they published a book based on the Dendera reliefs titled some shit in German, Lights of the Pharaoh's High Technology and Electricity in Ancient Egypt. W. Garn, another electrical engineer, later tested the hypothesis and constructed a working model of the Dendera light. In the English translation of an excerpt from the book, Gamm is quoted as saying, if we evacuate a glass bulb with two metal parts reaching into B, C, we can see a discharge at much lower levels depending on the size of the glass balloon. D, at a pressure of about 40 tons of mercury, a snake-like light filament meanders from one metal part to the other. If we evacuate further, the light filament grows wider until it fills the whole glass balloon. This is exactly what we see on the pictures in the subterranean chambers of the Hathor sanctuary. The myths behind the symbols. Most Egyptologists, however, interpret the so-called Dendera light in a different way. The key is to remember that there are inscriptions and other images beside the reliefs, so it's necessary to consider the writing alongside the vignettes when interpreting them. An excerpt from a translation of the text surrounding these images made by Egyptologist Dr. Wolfgang Wakis includes the following information in direct relation to the most famous Dendera light scene. WTSO Harsotumus, the great god who is in Dendera, who rises from the lotus flower as living Ba, whose perfection is risen by the Kemet images of his Ka, whose image is worshipped by the crew of the day barge, whose body is carried by the Jed pillar. Below his image, the primeval beginner Hathor sits, and whose majesty is carried by the companions of his Ka. The inscriptions are telling us that Harsomus, another creator god, Horus, the unifier of two lands, is the snake rising from the lotus flower, with his body being carried by the Jed pillar on the day barge, the so-called cable.
Hey, hold on a second. Hey, man, there's a lot going on here with all this. So look, bro. So how is what you reading correct, but why they ain't?
Because these are
it all sounds like interpretation. It sounds like an interpretation.
So these are people who learned how to, who I guess they know how to read the hieroglyphs.
Based on
don't nobody know how to read the hieroglyphs. That's pseudo.
We just giving niggas credit like
that shit could be a light bulb connected to electricity for all we know.
Yeah, that nigga might not be right, bro. Like,
so this reaching. So now something that comes from a scientific source, somebody who studies Egyptology, is reaching.
Yeah, but if they just looking at the picture and interpreting it, and they saying it could be easily construed that way.
So again, they study these things. They went to school. It's just like going to school to study any other dead language. You're going to learn what certain things mean, or the closest meaning to these things. So I don't know if y'all don't think they can read the hieroglyphs. That's on y'all. I didn't see too many people reading them. I didn't seen the books. I didn't seen different little texts. So
I didn't seen Brother Reggie up there claiming
Brother Reggie. But I would say this, Sabio. Let me give you, if you allow me, Sabio.
Same shit, bro.
No, Sabio, if you will allow me to decipher that interpretation that you just read from.
Now he's finna decipher it.
Yeah, I'd rather take Wale's word for it. Let's go.
Please just hold on, Sabio, because I'm doing it for your behalf, because you understand what I'm saying as I do it. Okay, with anyone's behalf. Okay, my man, anyone's behalf. Because I think once I said, you can understand it. They're simply saying, and when they're talking in terms of what you call gods, or whoever interpret that as gods, we call those forces of nature. And when you know the different correlations of forces of nature, they're telling you about the force of light and the force of those two connections. They even mentioned in there the two connectors and how they would bring forth the next event. And all of that is about forces of nature and how to put them together and make them do things.
Now, it is much easier to see how many symbols in the so-called Dendrolite are actually linked with Egyptian mythology. In one of the ancient Egyptian creation myths, the first thing to emerge from the infinite primordial Sea of Noon, sometimes referred to as the Sea of the Two Knives, which pre-existed creation, was a lotus flower. That flower is said to have given birth to the sun god Atum Ra. So again, these are those people mythology. So for y'all to sit here and hold up, no. For you to sit here in 2025 and try to force your bullshit onto other people's mythology, that's the problem with y'all. You're trying to tell us that the scholars who study this shit interpretation of what the ancient Egyptians said is wrong because you want some other shit that you think is right. That is some bullshit.
Okay, hold on.
It has nothing to do with anything you trying to get across. So stop it.
From the book Metuneta, from the books Metuneta, volumes 1 and 2, written by Rahum Nefer-Amin. Everything I just said is adequate, not only adequate, but 100% correct. You don't know how this thing goes, and you're taking this. Of course I do. Rahum Nefer knows what he's talking about.
That flower is said to have given birth to the sun god Atum Ra.
Now,
there are many ancient depictions of the lotus in the shape of a lamp. There are many ancient depictions of the lotus in the shape of a lamp, similar to the relief at the temple of Hathor in Dendera. There are many ancient depictions of the lotus flower in the shape of a lamp, similar to the relief at the temple of Hathor in Dendera. We also know that a snake. We also know that a snake in a bubble was used in later depictions to represent Atum Ra. The bubble or essence around the snake may represent the emergence of the universe out of nothingness. Therefore,
say that again. They say it may. Did you say that? It
may represent the emergence of the universe out of nothingness. Therefore, an obvious interpretation of the Dendera light, according to most Egyptologists, not niggas who just think they know, is the depiction of the sun god emerging from the lotus flower.
You know, yeah, I'm saying the lotus flower is connected with Buddha and them in the same way, in fashion. I
Buddha and them?
Buddha and them, yeah, because that, you know, around that area of Buddha.
That nigga took that shit right to time.
Also, I was going to say also around it.
Is the Dendera light mystery solved? Thus, many of the symbols shown in the controversial relief believed by some to depict the Dendera light are related to ancient Egyptian creation story ceremony, significant gods in their pantheon, and ideas of rebirth. The inscription around the reliefs clearly suggests this is not evidence of ancient Egyptian technology. It is not evidence of ancient Egyptian technology. Stop lying.
What you read now? Wait,
that's the opinion of
I'm reading the same shit. Taz, I'm reading the same shit.
Read the whole
same shit.
But how are they saying that?
Now, here they go. They finna argue. They finna find the argument. They finna find the wormhole to jump down. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it again for you slowly.
Just the whole sentence.
I'm going to read it again for you slowly. The inscriptions around the reliefs clearly suggest this is not evidence of ancient Egyptian technology.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that, because that
please go lay down. You're
tired.
You're out of breath. You're out of breath.
The inscriptions.
Another major point against the Dendera light hypothesis is the absence of historical texts discussing the use of electricity in ancient Egypt? Which one would expect to find if the reliefs depicted electrical lamps?
That's a misnomer. I mean, that's a mistake. They just don't recognize.
You,
Once one recognizes
you're
it, they
just
can see the
you're
other
smart. You,
depiction.
you don't even read the hieroglyphs, but you know.
Oh no,
You
I
know.
did. I have already divined who is doing that perfectly, and that's Raul Nefer Amin. He even knows how to speak the language. All
Finally,
of them
it's
people
worth
together.
considering that archaeologists. It finally is worth considering that archaeologists have not found any unambiguous electrical artifacts, much
Oh,
less
okay.
light bulbs, in the thousands of ancient sites throughout Egypt. There is no
That's right.
concrete proof available yet to suggest that ancient Egyptians had harnessed the power of electrical lighting.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
That's the
And I
So
like the
same.
way they word. I like the
That's the
verbiage they
same
use.
paper.
It suggests nothing yet, because they are not as vehement as you are. They are not as sure as you are. You are just so sure, and they are not. I wonder why.
so now I understand why Marley said his cell phone battery was going low. I never understood why you just couldn't charge it up.
Oh shit.
The airlines are actually restricting cell phone carriers to even carry their chargers on the plane with them due to high risk of fire.
I knew it. I was thinking explosion, but yeah, I know it. Yeah. That's beautiful.
Damn, for real? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, man.
oh, that's real. That's real.
Has anybody flown yet since the ID change?
Yeah, Marley just left
Next week.
Friday.
He
All
got
right,
his ID though, man.
all right, but I gotta
We're
be on
just going to
WT.
Europe, right? England, right?
Going through no bullshit.
Where did Marley go to? There, England.
Yeah.
All right. Then. I know people there too. Like when people went, maybe
So
they
he went
hook
to
up.
England?
Yeah, I know people
Yeah.
in England, especially people from colored people, people of color.
People of color.
Yeah, man, people of color.
All people got color though.
Mm.
So I don't know what that means.
Whatever you say, cousin. I'm not in the argument with
I don't know what
He
that
said it
means.
was a colored woman one day.
you. Yeah.
Oh man. I ain't gonna lie though, bro.
Oh, I had something that
That
I had
article
found.
don't disprove they had electricity in Egypt. I'm just telling you now.
I just need you to prove that they did have electricity in Egypt with
Man, it
some
wasn't
evidence.
no motherfucking electricity in Egypt. If it was, it wasn't no light bulbs, man.
That guy, Praveen Mohan. Are you familiar with Praveen? I keep talking about Praveen because he likes to go as deep as he can in these things, and he
Hey,
doesn't mind
Where did
putting.
Thomas Jefferson
Mm.
get
oh,
the idea for the light
hey,
bulb?
yo, Dev, your man is
So
whack.
Gonna be
he did a
Benjamin Franklin
he did a show on how simple it is, and
or Thomas Jefferson.
I've seen other electrical shows that show how simple it is. As a matter of fact, we used to do it when I was in elementary school. Take a lime or something, I forget, a citrus,
What gave him
and
the
we put.
idea though to just out of nowhere create a light bulb?
That's where I say the idea comes from the self, the real self, not the mind, the one self, the one you choose to live as yourself. That's your mind. The one
Hold
that's
on,
true,
you
true
killing your
self.
argument right now. We
The
tested.
truth.
I'm saying he stole it. Hold up.
Okay,
That shit was stupid
Sabio,
as hell.
Sabio, how did Thomas Edison, where did he get the idea for the light bulb?
I have no clue. I
He
wasn't there with
created
it.
it from
Don't
his
ask
own
me.
imagination.
I don't know. I don't shit. From the story says he was out in the thunderstorm, fucking around with some bullshit. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know where he got the idea from. I know he got the carbon filament from a black man.
Does the light bulb that he created doesn't
So
look anything like
carbon
that,
filament, the light
which
bulb
was
wouldn't be shit.
drilling?
So I don't give a damn about that.
But does this light
The
bulb that
casing.
he created, does it look anything like the light bulb on the pyramid inscription?
What?
I'm trying to think of the black man that was actually sued that white man. He was in court for stealing this invention.
What the fuck was that? He just asked.
Let me see.
That
Does it
was
look
Louis'
like
first invention. I'm giving all the credit to him.
you said it was Louis who?
Louis Latimer.
Louis Latimer, the carbon filament.
Thomas Edison didn't even exist to me. Fuck that white boy.
Wasn't for that filament, that light bulb wouldn't be shit.
Latimer, he did more than just that. He did something.
Okay,
Latimer got hella pat. He got more.
He did more than just that.
Black Edison.
Yeah, he has multiple.
What was the other dude? The real McCoy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he successfully defended himself. This cracker tried to sue him and try to say it was his invention.
The refrigeration.
We wonder why we got to copyright shit.
See, at the time, the courts, the government and stuff like that was not recognizing colored people's pattern, and they wouldn't allow them to make.
We need a 25. We need a quarter jar for every time that man say colored people.
And the patterns and copyright, and it was something else too. You know how you claim land or something like that. They weren't recognizing those claims either at a specific periods of time, and so stuff like this did occur. Sometimes the dudes would hook up with them to do business, and then they trade on. They hook up with the guy like Latimer to do business, and then trade on him and call him the thief once they get the intellectual material. I've seen stories of all four of those things happen.
I think we got enough. I think we came up with enough inventions to have our own goddamn nation. Most of the luxuries of the shit that we like and don't want to get let go of is the shit.
Well, I mean, we need to reshift our focus more so to a thing where we're chasing drive, entrepreneurship, and ingenuity.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. You know what? I'm saying that it's a fix. It's like the guy said about anything. Wherever you catch the disease,
did you catch that?
Say it again.
Drive, entrepreneurship, and ingenuity.
Yeah.
We got to go back to ancient Egypt and steal this shit off the reliefs, Tad, to
And
make
I
sure
think
we get it right.
I think the security also to protect them.
If we don't go back to the ancestors, we're not gonna get that ancestral fervor tag.
You see that again, bro. Drive, entrepreneurship, and ingenuity. The new DEI, nigga.
He said the new
DEI.
I like what you did there.
What was the D? What's the D now?
Drive.
Drive. Okay.
Yes, sir.
E is what again? D is
drive, entrepreneurship, ingenuity.
Okay.
You say entrepreneurship and call it you. I hear you. Go ahead, man. Do your thing.
Yeah.
No, that's a fact.
Hey, man, that's how you gonna spell it. Do your thing.
I like to have a program where
DUIDEI.
we snatch kids up. Like they get,
or
you know what I'm saying?
DEI.
Okay, DEI. That sounds
DEI. You know what it is? What it stands for now is diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I think we need to do that.
He talking
Yeah,
about
they
a
do a
Dewey.
bunch
He
of
said, "You spell entrepreneurial with a U? No, nigga, DEI."
You
Hey man,
said use the
I don't know what those alphabets you know what I mean? I'm new to this.
hey, when you gonna join the league, Sabio?
Y'all could do that kind of stuff, man. Y'all got time. You ain't doing nothing anyway. You might as well
Hold
just sit
on,
around.
Wale. We waiting for this answer. Hold on.
Maybe you'll be different.
You
I
say what,
heard this.
Taz?
This
I
nigga
say
say a lot of shit.
he ain't fucking with us, man.
I
Nah,
need to get Sabio the clock.
no, you don't. If you
You
want to, if there's
you
any,
said
if
we
there's
should
any,
use the foundation of Egypt for building something as if
no,
that's
I
a
didn't.
bad foundation.
No, I didn't. I was joking. I said that's what we got to do in order to get shit.
Yeah,
We got
you
to
were
go
saying
all
that
the
like
way
that's
back
a
to
bad
ancient
idea.
Egypt. It
But now
is.
to the real question, Sabio, when you gonna get in that octagon, man?
Not again. I've already been in there twice. Oh, you talking about with Chris?
No,
I'm
I'm
gonna
talking
set that
about
up.
with the debating, man.
Not ever.
Talking about yeah. So
But
Now,
now,
I'm gonna say this again, like I said it last time. If anybody want to intellectually challenge me, we don't have to have a debate. We can pull up the information that we want to
Nah,
discuss,
that
and
ain't
you can
it.
teach me, and I can teach you. What I'm not finna do
Hell
is
nah,
have my
nigga.
information judged by some randoms who are sitting there telling, and I refuse.
Hell
now,
nah.
all the psychology stuff from Freud, he admits that he got all that from his study of Egyptian books that he got when they pillaged Alexandria in the 1800s. He got a copy of some books. He
Sabio, I
called
could see
Carl
you
Jung over
crashing
to
for
help
the
him
rest of
deal
the
with
week.
that. And all the people in any medicine field will tell you that the books out of Egypt on medicine are not only were used to do how far they are now, but are still being used.
Books on
And
psychology in
information,
ancient Egypt.
that's right. And the books on medicine from ancient Egypt. Once again, the information is still being used for all the stuff that they do in medicine right now. The basis of medicine is based on that. Those I know for sure. Psychology and what's the next thing?
Psychology came from Egypt.
And
Mm-hmm.
what's the next thing? The next
You
thing.
right. You are so right.
Oh, medicine
I'm not
and
even
medicine.
finna argue. I'm not even finna
Oh,
argue
another thing too. The
psychology
next thing
because that
is the
shit is
next
stupid.
thing is the next thing is economics.
Thank
That's
you, K
also
Dubs World. As a med major, not true. I appreciate that, K Dubs World. I didn't want to say it
as a
about psychology either, but you know, he thinks I'm just
okay.
being anti Wale. But
I understand. Check out the words of Carl Jung and
Brethren,
Sigmund Freud themselves and see what they said about themselves.
I got psychology books.
I know,
and none
but
of
you
them,
don't have
and I got psychology books. I got a whole teacher's manual of a psychology book right here. I can go reference it right now, and Freud, Jung, none of them reference ancient Egypt.
I know that's how you're gonna talk, but when you go and read the actual papers by those guys that's written by those guys, you will find that they will tell you what it is, especially when you look in the era of time when
I didn't argue math. I didn't say anything about math. But
Freud
psychology.
went and got, because when Freud went and called Carl Jung to come over and talk with him and discuss the works that he had found out of Egypt, you can go and check that line of it's there, man. If you don't know it, if they don't put it in your
yeah, but
face,
Freud was a fucking weirdo. Like, why want to go back to him?
Hey, I just want
Freud was a weirdo.
to just real quick. Public service announcement. Everything Wale is saying about science and medicine still using ancient tech is a lie. It's a lie. I mean, we could continue the conversation, but just a public service announcement. There are no modern scientists that are looking towards ancient times as a way to and still using ancient techniques and things like that in order to conduct medicine.
Nuclear
These things are
fusion
just
through Kemet.
these things are just not true. Right? So
Hey,
we can
how
continue the
much
conversation. We can
on
continue
now?
the conversation, but as long as we all understand that right now we are engaged in fantasy and pseudoship and not actually talking
Prove
about,
any of this.
actual medicine,
And
it's
if you
cool.
can't prove
Man, how
anything I
dare
said
this nigga,
to be
Wale?
erroneous,
Thank you,
that is
thank you for
Domo,
your
fuck
time.
all that shit,
Thank
man.
you for your time.
So if
Nuclear
I pull
fusion
up,
came from Kemet, Damo.
But that's
All
your word
cap.
against mine. Go ahead and prove
That's
your
why we don't
stance.
fuck with color folks now.
Bro,
Yeah,
I don't.
go
Bro,
ahead
he
and
said
prove your
go
point.
ahead and prove it.
He's
This
scared to
is
pull
pseudo
up
shit,
proof.
bro.
He
Right,
can't show
This is
no
right,
pseudo
proof.
shit.
so if I pull up my
This
psych,
is pseudo
so if I pull up 2 different psychology books, one from MIT and one
No,
from the
no.
college I
Pull up
went
the
to,
work
and
of,
neither one, and
of
I went to Carl Jung and the other person you mentioned, and
Sigmund Freud.
Sigmund Freud, and we reference where they got their teachers from, and it doesn't mention Egypt. Would you put a quarter in a jar?
Will you look up their statements about what they said they
That's what
did?
I'm looking up.
You ain't
Okay.
looked up those statements, bro. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be
No,
able to talk about it. If you look up, no, you haven't. You're
I
proving
have,
with
but I wouldn't
your
be.
responses and your
And you
answers and your
stupid.
contributions
You
are
just
proof that
like
you don't look into any of this stuff.
you
You just
just
like to talk. You
you
just like to
just
talk. You just like to say random stuff. You just like to make claims with no actual factual evidence. None of that. Like that. So it's like this whole prove it thing. You haven't proved anything to be disproven. You just made a
Facts.
ridiculous claim.
Don't let that nigga get away with that
This
shit,
nigga
Wale.
Domo violated.
I
And,
sure
and look,
would.
and don't let Blue or Taz back you up because they some of the worst researchers and readers of reading comprehension that I know on YouTube.
Damn.
Good luck.
You see, I chopped him up on that L3. That shit over.
Boy, you dead. Your own source bodied you on that. If you don't quit bringing that shit up, your own source bodied you. Please
You
don't
wanna,
bring that
you
shit
wanna,
up
you
again.
wanna pull
Hey,
up? You wanna
No,
pull up
if y'all
under
no,
gonna
we
Kemet?
are not.
hold
We are
on,
not
I'm telling
rehashing the
y'all right now.
past.
I'm telling
We
y'all
will
right
not
now.
No.
If
rehash
y'all
the
start talking
past.
about L3,
Pull up,
I'm dropping Blue.
We are
I'm
not
putting money on
rehashing
Blue
the
Head.
past,
pull up
sir.
If
right
y'all start
now.
talking about L3, I'm putting money on Blue Head. I'm not lying to you. I'm doing
Nah,
it.
we not going
No
I'm
blue.
backwards,
not.
man. Like we smoking on
He,
blue L3
he,
packs. We
he
did that
showed
already. But
y'all
let's
didn't know how to read. That's the first thing he did on Psycho Channel. You niggas don't know. You niggas don't know what pre mean.
Oh, you don't know what pre mean, stupid motherfucker.
Pre mean.
Yo, Blue, man, we smoking on blue L3 packs. Like that conversation already was had.
I got the thing on that was
I'm
requested
Button
the
satisfied.
going up.
I'm
information.
satisfied with my dub.
It reads AI reads that Freud
Oh
contacted
shit.
Jung initially because he saw Jung as a promising young mind and potential heir to his new science of psychoanalysis. Jung's work on word association tests provided evidence supporting Freud's theory of repression, which drew Freud's attention. The two almost formed a personal relationship
That
with
nigga
Jung
blue.
initially. With Jung initially,
Got that nigga up out of here. Damn.
They sat him down.
I don't know. Either somebody did or something did.
Damn.
I don't want to get
I
too
thought I
serious.
thought he was cutting Domo up right there. I
Slicing him up.
thought he was getting ready. Hey, I was just waiting.
You said he thought he was slicing me up.
I was waiting on the word Egypt. It was gonna be over with. You know I wasn't gonna.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Bray
When y'all go ahead. Listen. So
so what's
if
crazy?
your doctor is talking to you about ancient Egyptian remedies, and you still sitting in that doctor's office,
You better, man. But you want to
just
know
so you
what's
know how that.
crazy?
Let me know how that go for you.
But you want
Let
to
me
know
know how
what's
that go
What
for
crazy?
you.
about Eastern medicine?
But y'all want to know what's crazy? When people talk about psychology, it's like they only talk about 2 people, Jung and Freud. What about B.F. Skinner? What about William James? Have you ever heard of these other
Yeah,
psychologists?
B.F. Skinner. I haven't heard of William James, but
Oh, so you
B.F.
haven't heard of
Skinner before.
structuralism? So you ain't never heard of structuralism or functionalism?
Mm, what's structuralism?
Functionalism is what William James, 1842 to 1910.
What was his premise though?
It is so according to James, if human behavior is naturally selected, it is important for psychologists to understand the function or survival value of a behavior. So let's see. James wanted to know how a particular behavior helps an organism adapt to its environment and thereby increases its chances of surviving and reproducing. James's perspective on psychology became known as functionalism. So we skip to
Yeah,
we
I
skip
heard that
right to
before. I guess I
Freud,
didn't know that was
and we
him.
skip all the steps that led us to where we are in psychology today.
I think usually though
It's
Freud.
building blocks.
Yeah, I usually never really went to Freud outside of like the mythology and shit, like how he put together the little fairy tales and shit. Outside of that,
What, the psychoanalytic theory or the psychodynamic
yeah,
perspective? Which one?
no, probably the psychodynamic. Um,
Pavlov's dog, like
what's the
Ivan
second one that he
Pavlov.
wrote? What's the
Nah,
second one
it's
that he wrote?
psychodynamic theory
Yeah,
and
psychodynamic. Yeah.
or
So,
perspective. Psychodynamic perspective and psychoanalytic theory.
yeah. Yeah, I was using that shit for what was it? Is the Bible a book of fairy tales or some shit?
Like, why is it Freud and Jung the first people that popped to people's head? Is it because they're like because it's like they use all of them in
Because he
psychology?
got a bad name now.
I think one of the worst was B.F. Skinner. Classical conditioning and shit.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they do both kind of attack the kids though. So I mean, yeah, because that would be my argument is that Freud was about shaping and molding the minds, how you shape and mold them. But then at the same time, it's the same thing. Really, kind of Skinner was doing was really stating because in order for you to get to where they had an adult, it would have had to have started early.
I just find it
The
odd that
conditioning and shit.
certain white people get the bad name when all of them help contribute to this bullshit. Like, but then they nitpick which white people. And
you
then
think it's bullshit?
yeah, the psychological game that they got us trapped in using their psychological models and all that. We haven't, and that's one of my biggest arguments. Like we haven't had the ability to develop certain things. So when we do try to develop a black psychology, we have to do what? Unfortunately, use white psychologists.
You could have used Umar.
I don't think we
Salute
have
to the
to.
panel. I just wanted to piggyback off of the current topic about Freud. The reason why Freud is the main one that they go to because they consider him the father of psychology for whatever reason. It's only because of the games that he played
Right.
along
And
with
that's
his
what I'm saying.
constituents.
That's what I'm saying. I don't get that because he wasn't the father of psychology. He contributed to it as all of them did.
Right.
So how do y'all not? How do y'all just run right to Freud and Carl Jung?
I don't know why, but based on the last time I took psychology was last year, and they basically are still referencing his techniques, his works in the world
Psychodynamic
of
and all that
yes,
shit.
they're still using his um techniques or whatever. But to piggyback off of the medical system still looking towards Egyptian ways of medicine, the medical world goes off evidence-based work. The Egyptians didn't have anything that was evidence-based at all. But that's not to say that things that they did in Egyptian time is not being done. Now it is, it's just evidence-based. But they're not fucking pulling brains out of the nose with a fucking spoon. They're not doing that. They're not practicing that dumb shit anymore. Now, as far as in, if you was to go to a holistic doctor, they may put, plant-based remedies in front of you. But going to the word leaves me, the type of doctors that most of us go to, they're not finna put no plant-based nothing in front of you. Unless you sit there and you advocate for yourself. But Egyptian, to say that the modern world now is using everything from Egypt, that's a reach. That is a reach, because there's many societies that are used in the medical world. You can have it, baby. Go ahead. But that's just my little take on that part. I don't want nobody spreading any misinformation. There's already so much mistrust with the medical world amongst our people. I don't want any more, misinformation spread with that topic. But
Now
y'all
that's
got it.
what's up. You on point yesterday, so we
That's that's
definitely
a that's
appreciate
a
it.
that's a good segue actually. Like what type of things do you think what are some of the things you think we are misinformed about medically?
Vaccines, number one.
Vaccines are one, even though the and I you have to be careful with these topics, especially on a monetized channel. But I'm not giving any medical advice. Let me put that disclaimer out there. But um the vaccines, surgeries, uh we're just misinformed about a lot. And the only problem is advocate for yourself. Just like with anything else in life, don't just sit there and take what's
Mm-hmm.
being given to you.
Mm-hmm.
Always get a second, third, fourth, fifth option when dealing with doctors, because we have to realize at the end of the day, this is a practice. We go to school, we do years and years of training, but um we don't know at the end of sometimes it's just sometimes they just do
Trial
it
and
like
error.
thank you, trial and error, because we come into a point in realization with a lot of doctors, they're realizing this isn't a one size fits all thing, so we can't do the same thing for everybody.
Bingo.
But the way this western medicine is set up, it's a one size fits all.
Mm-hmm.
You get it? So now they're coming to the realization that no, we can't operate that way. And most people do, most medical professionals do unethical things, just like with any other career path. But advocate for yourself is the only thing that I can say at the moment that would, dwindle down the mistrust.
So basically, when you go in for anything, ask questions. Don't ask them what they're doing, what that is. Just don't let them shoot you up with anything. I sure don't. Read your paperwork. Ask, like, inquire. Shit. Don't just let them shoot you up with something. Next thing you know, you walking around infecting the whole house.
And that now, that's a sticky topic as far as in vaccines. I kind of got away from that for a moment. I am pro do what the hell you want to do. As for me and mine, we're gonna take the recommended, the the ones that's been evidence based longer than 50 years. Like measles, chicken pox, and all of that. That's been proven to work. But anything outside of that, like the newest one, no, we're not doing that. No, no. You also have to. You can get them if you don't want to take them. You test your blood to see if you have the antibodies to fight off whatever the vaccine is, and 9 times out of 10, well, depending on your environment, you have the antibodies to fight off whatever virus or sickness that may be present in your environment. But most people don't know that. They just take what's given. And you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that at all.
I don't know about all that natural immunity to some things. We do have some immunity to a lot of things though, because of the evolution of our body and our
Yes,
immune systems. I agree with that. We do have, but there are some things that we may not have the antibodies because they're new, and
that's a fact.
and because they're new, that means we need some type of protection or vaccination to curb those ailments or maladies,
Now, I
however you
don't
want
mean
to
to
term it.
go pseudo, but when they say there's nothing new under the sun, I honestly believe that. So when they come with this, oh, it's a new strand of virus that we've never seen before. Listen, the study of epidemiology, this is what most people don't know. When Corona was being talked about back when Obama was in office, they was making an uproar about that, but at the same time, you had Ebola going on. So
Hmm.
most people only focused on Ebola. They didn't focus on the Corona. But a lot of times, okay, let me give you my personal experience with Corona. Before the shutdown happened, I got sick. I had no earthly idea what the hell was wrong. I think that was like the December, November prior to. So
Yeah, I got hit that
I
same
I
time all the
I
time,
got
but
sick. You're right. I got sick, and when it really started to ramp up, even still to this day, I've been tested for it again since November and December, and then they didn't know what to test for back in November. Well, they say they didn't know. Um, I've never had it, basically, is what I'm saying. So, although I do agree with you that sometimes we do need vaccines, again, I told you I'm pro do what you want to do. I still get that, me and my kids are still getting vaccinated, but I don't take all of them. I do my research on every last one vaccine while I'm in school studying for this shit. But my whole point in
Nothing
saying
wrong with
that,
that.
thank you. My whole point in saying that is sometimes it's take getting infected with whatever virus to make you immune. Now, some people they can't risk that because it'll take their ass out. Me, I didn't know that it was coming, but you get what I'm saying? I became immune to it. So whatever the fuck has been going around, me nor my family has caught it.
Mm. Yeah,
So
some people do build up a natural immunity to it due to proximity or catching certain symptoms and not catching the full virus and things like that. So
yeah.
that happens.
But I still say at the end of the day, just advocate for yourself
Man,
and don't just go listening to what any professional tells you because you can study that same shit too. It's not hard. Not now. Don't go thinking you a doctor or a nurse or a PA or anything like that because you still need training, but you can read and study for yourself. And don't be a Google dagger. Go to the library.
Damn. What up, my man?
Man, I was waiting on somebody to become a white defender. Nobody want to be
Not a white defender.
nobody want to be a white defender right now.
I don't defend white people. What the fuck? I don't know how to do that shit.
Oh man, damn man, I'm doing everything I can not to get caught.
Oh,
I don't
what?
even
What?
know how I take it.
How you would take what?
Being called a white defender. That was deep.
Well, there are some white defenders around here. There are some people who would jump up here and defend white man, the white person, real quick.
Yeah, but if I'm sitting up next to the die, yo, I'm gonna be hot. Like, hold up, wait, what?
I mean, he's not the only one. Shit, I heard a few others, but he's like one of the main. That shit weird. Let's not speak him up.
We already did.
Oh shit.
You better believe it.
Where do these people be coming from? Who is this Miss Regina O'Muckalon? She been wilding. These people wild. But yeah, these conversations be all over the place. That's why when I do try to start some conversation, I normally read some, like that conversation on race. But again, that conversation has to be had with people who actually look beyond the eras that we've been taught to look.
Right.
Because if we stay stuck right here, we're only doing ourselves a disservice, because it's weird how that shit plays up.
I mean, like the connection between whiteness and blackness.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah, that's
On
that shit.
otherness, period. On how that word otherness and shit was used outside of, and even applied to some Europeans at certain times before they adopted the term whiteness in certain parts of the world.
Yeah, it becomes and you know, I always say it kind of starts with us with religion and like spirituality. But if you notice, a lot of the times the way that we describe things was through color. You know what I mean? Through light and color and shit. You know, darkness and evil and all of that, kind of making that connection. And it just became a disadvantage because now it started to be like, okay, well, this is how darkness and evil and good manifest on the physical. And so once they was able to kind of play that, I think it's hard not to buy into it.
And see, that's where the theosocial aspect comes in. I know y'all may not be familiar with that term, but it's going to become a buzzword eventually. Theosocial political, because it's all these, and it's a psychological aspect behind that also. So it's actually a four-tiered ideal, the way they use these things, because they had to do what? They had to craft the psychology in order to push the sociology. So people had to adopt the ideal that white was superior, or this meant right, and this meant virtue. These colors meant pure. These people had these qualities, and these people outside of this realm, outside of this political, social structure, did not have those qualities. So yeah, it's a weird conversation.
Yeah. So I'm like, because you can see it take. That's why it get tricky during the other times because of it's gonna be people who ain't white today that's be called white, and then out of
Right,
nowhere it just takes a turn. Like, oh,
right. But that's under this ideal of what? Colonialism. So the more
hmm
people colonize and they use other people to subjugate or were subjugating other people, then this ideal of whiteness in the Western context got applied to them. So we have to look at whiteness from the Western context when we start applying it.
But you see, that's my confusion with it. Being from the South and seeing certain records, um, you will see that it was some white people who was considered black on the census,
Uh-huh.
and you will see some black people considered white. So I never really understood, like, so what? When did the switcheroo happen?
That that's a different conversation, and that has to do with how people were depicted, maybe the families who things like that. Maybe I don't know. Those are rare instances. So,
yeah,
but this
it's not really a switcheroo because that kind
okay,
of implies like we were, you know what I'm saying? Nah, it's just that wasn't something that was really race that was
It wasn't
considered
race
like,
based. It
yeah,
was
no, it was more class based.
status,
yeah,
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
and it still is. It's just now the class the class is now tied to your, you know what I mean? It's they've been able to
But
maneuver it a little slick.
see, what's crazy is they've always tried to apply your class to your race. So, and this goes back far. This goes back, and I've mentioned some of the papers, like or things that I've read that they use to come up with their conclusions and draw this construction of race. So there's a paper about gold people, silver people, and bronze people. Now the bronze people are the lower class. They can only reach to the silver class. Now the silver class are like the workers, the police officers, the guards, but they can not ever become gold people. And the one rare silver person that does become a gold person is going to take all of his silver attributes up with him and infect the gold class. So they try to keep those people separated in those categories. And this is ancient Greek thought where they and shit like that and they were using these things to classify people. So people outside of certain areas will be classified as bronze people. And if you're a bronze person, then you're going to be the low class.
Now,
The highest you can aspire to is silver.
was that class system also used in uh amongst the Hindus? Because I always wonder, how does their class system work?
I don't think so. They had a whole different system over there that was
Okay,
different than what was going on in the ancient Near East.
okay.
Going on, peace, yeah, peace.
What's up?
What up, Marley? But yeah, that whole conversation on race is a difficult conversation. Race and racism. Because there's so many different layers to it. And you can't just take one aspect. So you also have to try to get literature from people on other continents to try to see how they classified themselves in their tribes, in their groups, in their communities. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then you have to see how the conquerors applied or disregarded at the way they looked at themselves and applied their ideology on top of them to do what? Classify these people as lesser. But before you got there, these people looked at themselves as royalty. But now they got to look at themselves as slaves because you have this doctrine that says you're superior to everybody on the earth, but we don't know what you're talking about because we have always been superior in our kingdom, in our little neck of the woods. So how does this apply? But again, all we can do is take the Western aspect because this is the literature that survived, unfortunately, that we have to build off of. It's an unfortunate part of the conversation, but I don't think people take that into consideration, though. How did the Native Americans look at themselves?
There's a lot of literature
colonizers
on all
came
of
over
that.
here?
That's not from the conquistadors and colonizers.
You see, I got a lot of literature from the conquistadors. I'm not talking about that literature. I'm talking about literature from other tribes, from tribes on Africa where a lot of writings wasn't. There wasn't a lot of literature and writings coming out of Africa because they had the griot.
It was some and
from
and
certain
still,
areas. From certain
yeah.
areas. I'm not saying all of Africa. I said there's not a lot of writing coming out of Africa. There's certain areas where we do have literature from. I'm not disagreeing with that, Wale, or denying that. But we can't apply that to the whole continent. We can only apply their literature to their kingdoms and their peoples. So the kingdom of Songhai and Mali, we can only apply their literature to who? The people of Mali. We can't apply to the people in Kenya because the people in Kenya had a whole different system.
According to the book Mantu, that's not as correct as you might think. According to the book Mantu, even though we're living under different languages and subtle differences in culture and stuff like that, the basics of all the cultures were very similar. In as much as same thing was very similar in the Americas. They had similar like baseline things that ran through all the cultures. And then on top of that, you get your rhythms and stuff. That's my understanding from reading Mantu.
No one's this man. So no one's talking about the similarities between peoples, dance moves, eating, dress styles, tattoo, weaponry. No one's talking about those things.
Neither am I. When you say no one,
hey, I let you finish. I did not interrupt you.
I'm not talking about that either.
I did not
Dance
interrupt
and all
you.
that other
I did not interrupt you. What I'm talking about is literature, Wale. The advancing of ideas through literature. The advancing of ideas through writing. That's why I mentioned the griots in Africa, because we know the stories were passed down what? Verbally. There weren't many people doing what? Writing. That's why I mentioned the kingdom of Songhai and Mali, because they had writing. Timbuktu, they had writings. Certain areas did have libraries and things. But we can't apply that across the whole continent of Africa. And this is why when you talk about this concept or this thing called race, and we try to apply it to Africa, it's so difficult because of so many different ways people look at themselves. What they were calling themselves. We have to do what? Take the European ideal and force it on them people, unfortunately. But if we had writing from those people, we can cross compare.
I'm saying the writing does exist. Cross comparisons have been done, and that's why I even mentioned the book Muntu. I'm trying to think of the next one I've seen that also does that work, and you can check with that one as well. But I mean, if you like the way you frame the narrative and you wish to continue,
Okay,
be
so
well.
can you show me a writing from Kenya from a tribe in Kenya that describes themselves in terms of a paper from a tribe in Kenya from the 12th century
Yeah, they
that a scholar
describe their,
discovered?
huh?
That a scholar discovered. I don't want any. I don't
saying
want
just
any
like all the
anecdotal.
others.
I don't
I'm
want
saying,
any anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence is not going to convince me, Wale.
oh
I
yeah, nothing's
asked
gonna
you.
convince you, man. I can dig
So
that.
Ourselves. I'm from a tribe in Kenya. We define ourselves. You can't identify me.
Self is all
This is
easy
crazy.
to identify. The self is not hiding. The self is overshadowed by this mental construct. And I'm just saying that when we already know all of these things, and saying that we unfortunately got to get it from the cracker is just like I don't know what that is, but to me it's not true. I'm gonna just go with that, and then let's see. I offer different things.
that's what I'm trying to get him to understand, Charm.
Okay.
They wasn't taking written records way back then, and he like shit crazy.
I'm from a tribe in Kenya. And
That's why I'll be saying you just don't know of it. If you don't know of something, that's different. But to say that it doesn't exist,
but thank you.
All I need you to do, Wale, is pull up a writing from a tribe in Zimbabwe.
I bet you can.
Describing themselves.
I bet you can. I bet you can.
From the 12th
it's
century.
already done. It's already done. I don't know if they call it Zimbabwe. The Khoisan have already written written depictions of their
pictures.
That's it.
Pictures.
I don't know if they're pictures or not, cuz you have to go and check, man. You asked me for something, I gave
They
you.
wrote something on some rocks. They carved some things on some rocks.
Probably, yeah.
In some caves on some rocks.
That's my understanding. Is that a problem? You require what? What do you require? 8 by.
I said literature.
Some
Didn't know how to say
evidence of
any.
what you said.
8 by 11 and a half. Paper written with what kind of ink? Indigo
literature.
Ink?
So when I say literature, I'm not talking about rock art. I'm not talking about cave paintings.
You're not talking about rock art. I got some errands. I'm gonna run them while you run around in circles. I'll return.
I gotta run some errands, but I'll be right back.
Hope you go find some of that literature he was talking about. Shit.
Hey, yo, Molly, what's wrong with your man? What is wrong
I
with
don't
your
know,
man?
son.
Even now, they're
I say
finding that the ancient in ancient Peru, they're finding that they have mislocated or misunderstood the histories of those people, and they were written. They just weren't written in any Latin or English script.
It was written in the language that those people.
And yes, they wrote on rocks.
Oh, okay. So again, rock art is not what we're talking about. No one's discrediting rock art. Rock art is different than literature. Things written on papyrus, paper. There's a bit. So when I started talking about information being passed down, that rock art that you're talking about was only for those people who was exposed to those caves in those areas. So if you weren't part of that tribe and you tried to go see that rock art, you probably got your head took off. because that had no meaning to you and you had no business invading another person's tribe. We're talking about tribalism and things like that at this time. We got to keep shit historically accurate. Like, the shit is crazy, yo. We got to try to do our best to keep shit in the historical timeline that they belong. And I know it's difficult because we want to force the way that we look at shit onto it, but that's not doing those people any justice. That's not doing them people any justice, and that's not doing ourselves any justice. Make people say things that they weren't saying, have writings and shit that they didn't have. That's because they wrote on the rocks. Everybody was writing on rocks. You stop. Now we got to go read all the rock art everybody ever wrote on to see what they were saying about themselves. They ain't seen shit that say anything was saying. People were saying these things about themselves. They was describing themselves. Drawing pictures of gods and dreams and animals and cows and shit like that on rock art. My bad. That shit is frustrating. It's mentally vexing. Why everybody quiet? What happened? Oh, I guess everybody don't want to talk to me.
So y'all done? Y'all done debating?
Yeah, Marley, I guess he ain't got nothing else to lie about.
Sometimes, we may come into discussions, overly confident about the information that we may have. It makes us approach the conversation a particular kind of way. Sometimes we just need to approach conversations on the level of building instead of a level of competition, so that we will be able to be receptive to the information as opposed to rejecting information because we feel like we're being attacked.
Right.
Due
I
to us
understand
possibly
that.
being wrong. I
I
think a lot
understand
of
that.
this, a lot of this stuff comes from, and now it comes from it being a competitive situation instead of us coming into the conversation, well, to build and to learn from each other. I guess the other person may feel like, it's a competition, or they're not in the authoritative position, which will cause them to psychologically project their ego defense mechanisms of denial and other things.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to be careful when approaching these situations and approach these situations in a healthy way.
But
Yeah. I be trying to tell Dumbo he need to change his ways. I be trying to tell him, bro.
Damn, Taz, you stupid. But
Yeah, so
I understand what you're saying, but in order to, like I was saying about the conversation before we went down that turn, because it shouldn't even took that turn.
Mm-hmm.
In order to actually have a full conversation, we would have to do what? Listen to what some of the people from Africa who have the tradition say about the tribes and how they describe themselves and why the Western ideology don't apply to them.
Correct. You know, that's we just got to be a little bit more careful in dealing, approaching the people, especially with giving them the information as well, so and they could feel personally attacked, especially when, they came in with the preconceived notion that they had the actual and absolute information that was right, but then you come to correct them with accurate information, whether they had a pseudo ideology or belief or perspective, or they just could have been just wrong, you know. You don't
Right.
want
It
the people
isn't
to
even
feel like they're
about
being attacked.
it isn't even about being wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't even really about being wrong. Like the conversation that I'm talking about, Marley, that on race and racism from antiquity to the present, I've been studying this for a few years now. So there's the majority of scholars, and I do have some dissenting voices who say it's a wrong approach, but it's not many people that are dissenting. The majority of the scholars who study race and racism are saying that the Western appropriation or the Western way that to look at race and racism is doing the rest of the world a disservice. Because it's not taking into account the way these people looked at themselves before colonization and imperialization got to their lands. So whatever records that those people may have had were destroyed if they did have records. So we have to do what? Build the ideology off of the Western European mindset, the colonizers' mindset. And these white, black, Asian, Mexican, Italian, they're all saying we have to start in antiquity, work through the Middle Ages, and then take into the current dynamic. So for him to say that the people on the continent, but we don't have anything to say this, to verify any of that, that's just your feelings. Like if we had those writings, we'd be able to compare it. So all we can do now is take the story from the people who are there, who may join conversations, and see why they applied that moniker to themselves and what it represents, and how did the colonizer interrupt that or change that or melt that in with their ideology, their Islam or Christian backgrounds. But it's a bunch of shit you got to read in order to get to understand it on this level. You just can't read 2 papers and think you know what the hell I'm talking about, or hear me talking about it and think you know what. Nah, because you're taking that whole people out of the conversation. Like again, how did the Native Americans describe themselves?
As swarthy people.
But did they call themselves? We know they had different names of tribes. So what did those tribes represent? And
Negroes. They represented Negroes. Blackfoot, black belt, black hand.
You stupid as hell.
He said Blackfoot, black hand. Stupid, bro. That's
so we was always here, Taz?
Of course. I mean, like, for example, like you think about the Seminole tribe, it's like Seminole. No, they weren't always here. We were here. But like, everybody want to try to control the language and whatnot, bro. Like, White man told us we was Africans in America. Now we African Americans. Thank you, Jesse.
Jesse Jackson. That's Jesse Jackson's fault. Wale gave him the playbook.
Yeah.
Gotta remember that. Wale gave him the playbook.
Oh shit, I forgot Wale told me that story. Facts. Gave it to him too though. Because at first I thought he stole it, but nah, Wale's a good man. You know what I'm saying? He even give up his knowledge like that.
Man. That shit crazy. But yeah, that shit, that conversation, these papers on race, that shit is actually a very intriguing read and discovery, because you can start seeing how the ideas of monstrous races developed into stigmas that are still applied and used. So the idea of the black beast or the African beast, that's old. They used to draw images of these on pamphlets in the 12, 13 on travelogues and shit like this. The promiscuous black woman, they used to have pamphlets and drawings of these things. And this is what was being used on pamphlets, travelogues, little flyers, books, little things like that was being used by the public in those times. And these was what? Shaping the sociology and the psychology of these people. And the beasts were born like this. This was given, they were born like this. This is their God-given place. This was ordained. So now you have to put all that into the conversation.
Beast.
Right. So when the book, the Negro a Beast was written, he was building off of that. Yes, there was a book written in like the 1700s titled The Negro a Beast. So when we take all that into consideration, we have to start looking at how they were looking at certain parts of Africa, and other parts of the world, and applying terms that dehumanize others, especially Africans. And it had to line up with what? The socio-political, theological framework that they were trying to build based off of what? Them having the idea that their skin and their people were beautiful and superior. It's weird though. It's a very interesting conversation. Again, I can give people the books and shit if they wanted some of the information that I read, some of the papers. I'd have read a bunch of shit on this. I'd have read scholars who say going back that far is wrong. We shouldn't blame the ancients for what they're doing today. We shouldn't misuse what Aristotle and others, Herodotus and others were saying about certain people and try to apply that to today or the Middle Ages, shit like that. Because they don't want to acknowledge that racism and race is old. They will admit that it's a social construct, but everything's a social construct. But it's based off of biological markers and things like that. So your family lineage, where you were born, your skin, this is all biology. But it was pseudo. It was pre-biology, pre-science. But this is how they made these classifications. They even had them amongst themselves. Shit. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm curious. Why when people get up why when people get up here and say some of the most ridiculous stuff, it's a million and one questions. But you hear something like marginally educational and it's like niggas just sit back and be like, interesting.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know
Because
that.
if I got up here and said the ancient Egyptians had TVs, TV shows, the whole nine, niggas just be like, hold on, let me ask you this, let me ask you this. But you know, when it's more reasonable, it ain't as many questions when the conversation becomes reasonable. Why is that?
I don't know.
I mean, you don't come up with good shit like that, bro. I mean, you gotta come up with some better shit.
So this is one of those people who say ridiculous stuff, and everybody always asks them questions.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
I just stand on anything I say though. I ain't saying no
Yeah,
niggas these.
yeah. I mean, you can stand on anything you say when you say anything. Like that ain't,
Yeah.
you know. But you know what? Though? You know what, Taz? Because I decided if I win this debate, I'm crashing out. If I lose this debate, I'm crashing out. So before we get to the debate, I'm gonna be super respectful. I'm gonna be super, you know what I mean,
So
cordial.
you're crashing out anyway.
Damn.
Either
It's a
way,
crash out on either side.
either if I win, I'm crashing out because I cooked. If I lose, I'm crashing out because I lost. So to be, so you know, the way I'm looking at it is like, yeah, like let's just keep it peaceful until the time comes because we know what's gonna happen regardless.
It sounds like you're preparing to crash out after you get your ass whooped to me. That's what it sounds like.
I could be, like I said, I could be.
We'll see.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the fight
Yeah.
we've all been waiting for.
You don't want to put no money on it though, really. You don't want to put no change on it. All of y'all anti DEI niggas that believe in Taz,
What's the
y'all
topic?
ain't willing to
DEI?
put. Yeah. The topic is should black people fight for DEI politics, something like that. But yeah, essentially, should black people fight for DEI?
Because I'm ready. I'm ready to do it. Because I know this is going to be one of them bets I'm going to kick myself in the ass in the morning like I don't know why I didn't take that bet. Shit.
Yeah, so take it, man. Take it.
So
What they say? Scared money don't make no money.
Definitely what they say. They
You
also
know what
say
I
watch
mean?
his face when he ace. So it's up and down to it.
That's true. That's true. But y'all about to see the most respectful, calm, cool, and collected Damo the world has ever seen. Cause what? We're gonna do it in what, like 2 weeks? We're gonna be the first debate after the is it a week or 2 weeks, sir?
Shit. I mean, it could be tomorrow, nigga. What you mean?
It can't be tomorrow, dumbass. We in the tournament. They gotta finish their round.
They ain't gotta finish shit. That's a whole nother side of the bracket.
Mm.
They
Okay.
got a motherfucking
So
thing to do with me, nigga.
it does. It's the structure. It's the structure
Yeah.
of the thing.
This nigga gonna say he had a torn meniscus, man.
But no,
You
I'm
know?
thinking like the 6th, 7th, 8th, somewhere around there, 10, 12. Like I said,
Yeah,
that's
as soon as they get done, we can get to it. As soon as they get there.
Yeah, so it's that like that first week. It probably be the second week. 'Cause they got a debate the first week, so it'd be like the second week of June.
Yeah, depending on when it is, we could do it. We could do it the same week.
Right? Yeah. I mean, listen, bro. I mean, it don't matter to me. I'm already ready. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
All I gotta do is slide. I could be ready by 6.
Good. That's what I like to hear. Confidence.
Should blacks be fighting for DEI? So at this point, ugh.
I just posted up the
much you trying to
evidence
put
from
on it?
AI and that Egyptian medicine.
El Domo, how much you trying
Surgery
to put on it?
dentistry comes from Egyptian, and they modern medicine founded on Egyptian medicine. I just put it in the chat. And
Yeah, what was you saying, Willie? What was you saying, Willie?
Let's do a dub.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
And if you do, you got to pay for yourself to get off the platform when you talking too much, and I activate it. Hey, El Domo, use that dub. You got to
It's a
pay for
deal.
yourself to get sat down.
It's a deal.
All right.
It's a bet. We shaking on it. We doing an official online shake on it.
Viral shake. I'm a man of my word.
Yeah, I got to sit myself down.
Like, I remember, bro, I pulled up on a nigga Dan Calloway on Sanchez platform when he was talking that Harriet Tubman shit. And we was going back and forth and shit. I was cooking him and shit, bro. So I'm like, well, let's just set up a formal debate. He like, you got some money? I'm like, yeah, I got some money. Like, well, yeah, it's gonna cost $30,000. Like, wait, it's gonna cost $30,000 to debate you, or is that a bet? Nigga said to debate me. He was gonna charge me to debate him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's
is wild.
That's the way that you act like you want to get that work in, and then not really actually want to get that work in.
Yeah, he hit me with 30K, bro. I still got the audio. Okay, yeah.
Let me get one of these lighters right here. Yeah, the small one, black. Yeah. And that's it. Yeah, buddy. I still don't change the fact that shit get way quiet when there ain't no pseudos up here. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Well, you're the biggest pseudo because I'm putting in information right now about the Egypt medicine and everything from Egypt.
I'm gonna just tell you right now. I don't take you serious. And I'm not invested in like disrespecting the elderly. You feel me? So it's like we have completely different approaches to information You know what I mean? And I'll just leave it at that. So you calling me pseudo is like, okay, whatever. Like that
Well,
really don't
exactly
make
what
no
I'm saying.
difference.
Exactly what I'm saying about you. Meanwhile, I'm putting up my sources on whatever I said so
Wale,
that you can come.
the fact that what you put in the chat, you call it a source. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
man,
saying.
that's correct.
We don't exist in the same realm, bro.
You're right
Like, we
about
don't
that.
exist in the same realm. So it's like you telling me that what you got is the source. Where I'm from is gibberish. It's gibberish.
Exactly.
And
When you
my
say,
type of like I don't believe that you have the type of academic rigor,
not you don't
right?
believe. What is this about you believe?
I don't think you're in the, not even though I don't believe you don't display, right, you right,
Uh-huh.
believe is the incorrect word. You don't
Uh-huh.
display the type of academic rigor that would
Uh-huh.
suffice in the type of arenas that I exist in.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I hope
I
not.
know.
Because the
I know.
idiocy that you
No, I know. Like I
not
know that.
only
Like I know you. Like, I know it's
I
like
put
your
multiple
level of
examples
nonsense.
of
Like
what's going on in
your level of
medicine.
nonsense takes effort, right?
About
Like
me.
you work at being
Me.
nonsensical.
We're not talking about the information. We're talking
You
about
work
me.
very hard to be
Talking about
nonsensical, bro.
you.
That's
That's
Sit
why
here
it's like
talking
teamwork.
about me,
again,
not the information.
the only thing you don't have
Yeah.
any information. I'm not even gonna act like you're engaging in any type of sensible conversation. It's not.
Mm-mm-mm.
It's not. Like, let's stop doing this whole, well, yeah, well, I got my, it's not information, bro. It's YouTube babbling. Nigga babble, as they call it. A source, oh, I can copy and paste and put it in the chat.
That's
More nigga
crazy.
babble.
That's
Like,
crazy.
stop.
That's crazy.
I'm a nigga. I do nigga shit. And there you go. If you don't like nigga shit,
Okay.
that's up to you.
No. I do. See, see, that's the difference, though. You have intellectual
That was
niggas,
hella
and then you got niggas
ignorant.
that babble. You
That
got
was
niggas that
hella
babble. I'm an
ignorant.
intellectual nigga. I'm an academic nigga. You a
You're an
babbling nigga.
academic
That's the
who
difference.
babbles. You're an academic nigga who babbles.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, I have the accolades. I have the resume. I have the degree that speaks to what I do for real, in real life.
You have the
So
biggest
it's like
brain.
that's
You have
the
the biggest
difference.
brain and the best
That's the
people.
difference.
And I just
Watch this. Watch this. You
you have the
for
biggest
example,
brain
like for
and the
example,
best people.
you on here talking about
Yo,
medicine, right?
Dawa, you crazy, bro.
Do you study medicine? No, you don't study medicine. Do you study archaeology? No, you don't study archaeology. Have you spent any real time trying to understand either one of those topics? No, you haven't. Like, that's the difference. You Google search, you find things that you feel like conform with what it is that you already believe, and you copy and paste.
This is crazy,
We not like
man. Yo,
we not the same.
yeah, why you have to violate this dude
Right,
like
we're not
this,
the
man?
same because you will tell me what I do instead of doing your thing.
No,
Show
I
me
watch what
where
you
what
do.
this
I watch what
information
you do.
show that
I
this
listen to you.
information is wrong. It's
It's
not
not
because of
information.
the information.
It's
Oh,
not
you're making
information. You're
a
making nonsensical claims. You're
anybody
not
can look
providing information. You're not providing information. Like, at the end of the
anybody
day, it's not information.
under any book, under any
It's
title,
it's
any
not information.
you want to do, and you'll find they all say the same thing.
You
However,
don't
you
provide, like, that's what I'm
you
saying.
don't have to sit around and try to demean me as an individual because you can't fuck with the damn information.
You're not
Information.
providing any information. You demean, like, if we're being honest, Wale, you demean yourself with how you act on these panels.
He said you
You
can't
demean
fuck with the
yourself.
information.
That's all
Yeah,
that
that's
is. You
crazy.
demean yourself. Niggas want to say, hey, I'm just saying these random nonsensical things. Disprove it. No, that's stupid.
That's
That's dumb.
crazy.
Fuck
This
with
is
the information.
crazy.
I can't fuck. Okay, you copy and pasted something and put it in the chat. That's
Wow, it's crazy.
is that what you're calling information? Really? Y'all niggas don't even properly cite y'all sources. Niggas don't even know how to provide a proper citation. Let alone like so when niggas get up and say, I got a source, I got a source. No, you Googled. Googling doesn't equal a source. You copy and paste it. Copy and pasting don't equal a source. And what be funny is half the time y'all don't even understand the thesis behind the shit that niggas is presenting. Y'all just find things that agree with, but the actual conclusion of the information that you pulled that from would completely disagree with everything you said.
Disagree with you. Right.
That's a nice way to be talking in general about something you have absolutely no idea about, which is okay.
Yes, like you. That's the one. Like right now, we're talking generally, right? About things that, like about shit that you don't know nothing about. Yes,
This
that's
is
exactly
crazy.
what I'm saying.
That's
So
exactly what
That's
about
exactly what I'm saying, bro.
I'm saying
so
about you.
Domo,
You don't get it.
What's
because
up?
You
because
have
when
no
you
idea what you're
because when
talking
you
about.
spoke,
You're talking
you
about
asked
me. You were talking about the
Okay,
information.
all right, Wale, Sabio has a question. All right, Wale, Sabio has a question. What was you
so
trying to say, Sabio?
so my question
That
is,
nigga Damo's a bully, son.
so what do you think about
Don't do
Just
that,
call him.
Cody.
Look, just
Don't
like
do that,
that
man.
with the
so
orange
so
hair. He's a bully. You get all that same stuff from the same bully noise, man.
Sabio, can Sabio ask his question? Can Sabio ask his question,
Show,
Wale?
show a refutal of the evidence I brought
Okay,
forth.
thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. What's up,
so
Oh
Sabio?
shit.
so
Refute the information, Damo.
so about what I was talking about this construction of race and racism. What is your thoughts on what some of the scholars have been saying? Like I can name them. Helen, what's her name? Her name is
Who you talking
this
about?
paper that I'm
Who you talking
reading
about?
now. The construction of race and racism. This is I got it.
Mm-hmm.
What do you? How do you think? What do you think about how the scholars have been going past the 16th century to the Dark Ages and beyond the Dark Ages or the Middle Ages back to antiquity and connecting up the language, the ideas and shit to help them see how this idea developed to what we use today. What do you think about it? Do you think they're on
So
the wrong path or do you think they're onto something?
no, I think it's important to understand the origins of how people categorize themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because that's essentially what we talk like. So when they talk about like when old texts talk about the races of men, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's speaking to the categorization of people, which is like natural. All
Mm-hmm.
of that part is natural.
Damn, did
So
he fall
we're
off?
talking about
Oh,
how I
you mute. Your mic messed up.
Yeah, you
but
muffled, man.
when we get into the modern,
Yeah, text message or
we're
something.
more talking about how identity was weaponized.
Right.
You feel me? Which, and if we being honest, like what we understand as racism today, stems from kind of like the superiority that people saw, that groups saw within themselves. Like you
Mm-hmm.
probably had like what we would understand as racism. You had that type of beef between people. Like the people that was in charge was like, yeah, our people are better than the other people.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like that's been a part of history. I think
Been a
when we
part
start
of
talking
history.
about when we start talking about modernity, though, the conflict with with that basic understanding is the formulation of racism and how we understand identity in people happened at the same time of the Enlightenment.
Right. Right.
So as we began to understand the rights of men and the shit like social contracts and modernity, right? Like when we came to understand those concepts, it made less sense. It was contradictory to maintain archaic understandings of
Mm-hmm.
self and identity as it relates to like superiority, right?
Right.
So there's a thin line between pride in who you are and justifying the subjugation of another people because they're not who you are.
Bingo. And
And I think that's
that's
the
the
that's the nuance that people ignore when it comes to racism. Like
that is
yes, like people are tribal by nature. People are
by
prejudiced
nature.
by nature.
By nature.
People inherit biases naturally.
Through
You feel
their
me?
through their
But
upbringing and shit like that.
when
Facts.
in the era of enlightenment, in the era of human rights, you know what I'm saying, in the era of classical liberalism, using institutions to then enforce social and cultural and ethnic dominance, it is counterintuitive to the concept of rights that we find in classical liberalism.
And that's the dynamic that the
So
scholars
yeah,
are wrestling with. The
so I
scholars are
think it's
wrestling
important to
with trying to
understand how people categorize themselves and how people understood their categories, you know, throughout history, especially in ancient times. But in the context of creating modern man and modern society, racism is embracing like that archaic understanding of
understand it.
people and belief,
Mm-hmm.
or people and identity, if you will.
Mm-hmm. They just applied science to it. The science is what added the extra layer, or added the what I would call the
Hold on, I gotta
impetus.
fix my
But
my
yeah, it's a
mic.
that's the dynamic where I see a lot of the scholars are struggling with how the Enlightenment um applied those ideas, how certain Enlightenment scholars applied those archaic ideas to the social contracts and identity of America and shit like that, or the West. So that dynamic is crazy because they had to do what? They had to try to formulate and create an identity for white people and also keeping that identity superior. But at the same time, balance that
But look though, Sabio, what whiteness
segregation and
did,
shit.
but what whiteness did though, bro, is whiteness actually shed its cultural significance and cultural identity to be white.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's why, like white, like the whiteness in and of itself isn't a race. Everything else is racialized by whiteness.
By whiteness. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. Yep.
So what's dangerous about white identity is that it's built off of the subjugation of people who don't opt into, or not even necessarily opt into, but are able to reflect the as Psycho would say, the genetic the gene expression. Right, because that's why I always say race works backwards in the sense that it attempts to provide meaning or interpolate meaning onto gene expression. That's why
Mm-hmm.
I admit it's like at first I used to disagree with Psycho when he used to say that nah, race is genetic, but it's not the same argument as saying that um that race is based on genes, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
no, that's actually what the argument is, that race is based on genes in the sense that it's based on gene expression, right? So like your darker skin, which denotes race, would be considered gene expression. And
Gene
so
expression.
yeah, so what we did, or what modern society did, was they took gene expression and then they applied character traits to gene
To
expression.
those gene
So if you're
expression. Bingo.
yeah, so that's
But
why
they
it's
were
like I
doing
don't
that,
I
but they were doing that in antiquity though. That's why I referenced Metamorphosis, that paper about gold people, silver people, bronze people, because this is gene expression they're talking about. So your
right.
skin, your land, and things like that put you in certain places. And they gave you these characteristics, and you couldn't shake those characteristics, and you couldn't rise above certain levels because of your gene expression, because of your countenance. Even the humors talked about that. What Buddha was talking about a couple of days ago. The humors was another way. And it has nothing to do with comedy. It has to do with your skin complexion.
Because like the world would make a lot more sense. Like America, America, for example, would make a lot more sense if it was just like, yeah, we have caste systems. Yes, if you want to advance, you need to look a particular way. And if you don't look a particular way, your advancement can only take you so far. Right? Like those, if we lived in a society where people just admitted that, then nobody would care about racism. Because it's just like that would be normal. But we live in a society where specifically in America, which is one of the main places where the concept and the conversation of racism is so prevalent. Because it's like, if I'm in India and I'm born to a particular family, because of the way that this society is set up, I know that it's only so far I can go. It's a caste system.
In that caste system, right?
Right, and I'm told that it's only so far I could go. I know, like it's a part of I'm socialized to understand that, hey, in this society, if you're not born to these types of families, you can't get to these types of places. And it's like, okay, cool. Like this is the society I'm born in. But niggas, like when the American dream is centered around anybody could make it. Anybody could do this. Anybody can do that. We don't hold people back. This isn't a monarchy or an aristocracy where you need this and this in order to succeed and be successful. No. Everybody has an opportunity. Everybody. And then it's like, oh, but then racism exists. Oh, but if you black, then the numbers show that these things are in your way. If you look like this, if you look like that, then so it's like the conflict stems from the fact that America, the conflict of racism and the confusion of racism stems from the fact that America attempts to create a narrative about, again, as it's understood as classical liberalism, like the rights of men and the accessibility of men, right, and the growth of men is centered on the individual, because that's how God set it up.
Right. That's
and then turn around and be like, but if you black, we putting you in slavery.
Bingo. Because God set it up that way. Your skin gave you these characteristics and you're cursed. And their construction of this thing we call race. The shit's crazy. Shit's crazy. Like I was just looking at a book called The Races of Africa. Like people think I haven't been studying this. Two of the top races, so-called races, are Hamites and Semites. What? Hamites and Semites? So when you take all the things that they were using and you apply it, you see how we have this jumble of confusion. Hamites and Semites, but races of Africa, they talking about the Hottentots, the pig, the Bantu. These are the names that they gave them.
Yeah.
You gotta remember though too, when they talking about Ham, they not talking about Africans.
But in that book, they are.
They let you assume.
In the races of Africa, he points to certain places where these Hamites are, bro. I read it when I got it.
What places was he naming?
He was naming North Africa.
Hey, this nigga Blue, I'm telling you, Blue, you really
ain't. West. I thought they was naming all like East African and North African nations.
East and North Africa.
That's what I'm saying. But they ain't referring to Africans like
that's
yeah, I know.
But what you're not getting is the biblical ideology behind
No,
it.
that's exactly what I'm telling you. Even in the biblical ideology, they allow you to believe Ham is talking about Africans. It's really only talking about them same people.
I know this.
That's why
hey,
when
Blue,
you go,
Blue, you still lightweight. You still lightweight to Israelite, huh?
I ain't
Nah,
fucking
that
with no
toy,
shit
that
like
toy
that.
nice shit still in you, ain't it? It's
Mm-mm.
still
Nah,
in
I ain't
you,
fucking
ain't
with that
it?
shit. I don't.
That's
Hey,
great.
if the IUIC do another 1,000-man march, though, I don't know.
You gonna be there.
It might be a get down and lay down. We'll see.
That's
Nah,
exactly
they
what it
winning
is.
though. I ain't
It's
gonna lie.
fake
They winning
African
right now
history.
though. They
That's
definitely
fake
winning.
African history.
Yeah. Nah, it is though. And they real slick on how they do that shit, bro. And they allow you to feel like you a part of it. And the whole time they really talking you out of history.
That's the whole trick with this whole idea. But I don't think it's a trick. It was just the way history played out, unfortunately. Where's that shit at? There go Herodotus in the black body. It's somewhere around here. The travels of Sir John Mandeville. Are the monstrous races racist? Substance in person, intertooling.
Hey,
And
Taz, you still here? I put up the past 10 posts I put up about the Egyptian medicine and stuff like that. I got from the National Institute of Health of the United States. Put up their quotes and stuff. And in the chat, in the regular chat, if you want to see, you keep talking about what about the Egyptians. I'm just giving you the information and where I got it from as well. Since some people like to ask, what about
All right,
accredited?
thank you. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on.
Yeah, of course,
Appreciate it.
because it proves that
Appreciate it.
you are not
Okay.
knowing what
All
you're
right,
talking about.
you proved it in the chat. Great job. You proved some nonsense in the chat. Okay, you got it.
I proved some
You got it.
nonsense in the chat. Yeah, you're right. Do your thing. You guys
Yeah,
is ignorant.
yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank
Now.
you. It's time for your Jello cup now. It's time for your Jello cup.
damn.
It's like, bro, people who work in old folks' homes, they'll be sitting around arguing with old people. They just be like, yeah, whatever you say, just go ahead and take your medicine. Right on top of it. Yep. We feel you. Yeah, just take this Jello cup. Time for your lunch.
Damn.
In this case, you are taking the medicine.
Oh, really? Clever. 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 Oh. Shout out to the chat scholars. Shout out to the chat scholars who just copy and paste shit in the chat. That is by definition YouTube scholarship. I love it. I love it. But yeah, man.
I guess he needed to let everybody know that
Oh
nobody
yeah.
argued against medicine in ancient Egypt though. That should be crazy.
That's why I
Like
didn't even
people
know
make
point
up
in
their
going back
own
and forth.
arguments.
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't even know point in going back and forth. The claim this nigga made was that they still do the things that they did in ancient Egypt. It's like, okay, they put moldy bread in wounds today still. Oh, okay. All right, got it. But anyway, if anybody
Can you share my screen? I can
if
put the
anybody
whole
wants the information,
from the
if anybody wants the information that quote unquote information that Wale is sharing, it is available in the chat. So there you go. He's provided no page numbers. He's provided no sources, no like names of the article, none of that. It's just random copy and pasted excerpts. So you piece that together, what you will, and you can learn from that what you will. That's the beauty
share
of
my
YouTube.
screen, man. Share my screen. This boy talking crazy. Share my screen. It's from the National Library of Medicine. It shows the whole thing. You ain't gotta hide nothing and all that stuff you're trying to make up and la-di-da with your condescending ass attitude.
Man,
Oh damn, condescending. Oh, I haven't heard that before. that hurts. I've never heard that before.
Crazy,
I've never been called condescending before. That hurts.
Where you get that word from?
We can just mop you all over the floor with just a regular screen share. Share the screen.
It's crazy, Wale.
He gonna make his point.
Nah, I mean, bro, you know what? But here's the thing. Let him. Here's the thing. Let him. Because when niggas like Wale start just rambling about silly shit, then we get more engagement. We get more engagement. More people get involved. So yeah, you see how we was up here talking sensibly, and niggas was just nodding their head like, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. But if we let Wale talk for like 5 minutes, niggas gonna hit the link and be like, Wale, explain this then. Wale, explain this. Hold on. How that makes sense when
It's right there. Share the screen.
So we have to go back and forth between having sensible conversation and then letting the nigga babble.
Share the screen while this nigga babbles. At least share the screen while this nigga is babbling. At least share the screen. Share the screen.
Hey, Wale. Hey, look, Wale triggered. Look, he getting angry.
Hella triggered.
Oh, I can't believe he's seeing anger out of me.
He's gotta get upset. Like, share the screen.
Me, I'll be mad too. Shit, I feel
Nigga babble.
Hey, bring on the nigga babble. While Deb, share the screen. Let's bring on the nigga babble. Share the screen. Shout out to the pseudos.
Get that nigga Wale.
Hey, having Taz as a cheerleader is like having my dad as a cheerleader. I ain't gonna do that too. I ain't gonna do that too. No, I ain't gonna do that too.
Oh, there it is.
I got way more respect for it. I can't do that to Taz. I got way more respect for that nigga.
Well, I mean, I somewhat agree because it's really no value in it. So I'm just here, I'm just cheering though. I actually love the information.
As you can
Go team, go.
I don't have to say nothing. Just read it over. I'll scroll down.
You do have the same time, nigga. What the fuck are you looking at?
You're looking at an official website of the United States government.
This nigga demanded that we share the screen so we could just look at the top banner. Go ahead, Wale. Do your thing, OG.
The National Library of Medicine. What Egyptian medicine can teach us. The abstract. The abstract. Dr. Essayah described his impressions regarding the medical and surgical procedures used for patients with cancer and reports of oncological cases from ancient Egypt remain published in literature. He grew up there and he studied the history. He says ancient Egyptian medicine is believed to be the origin of Coptic and Greek knowledge, serving as a precursor of science-based medicine. Surviving paper from the time proved that ancient Egyptian scientific understanding of cancer with
I think you gotta mute out, man. I think you got feedback.
This is a summary of the papyri that he used to write this abstract. And as it says here, he went on to say that he is fascinated by the principles, doctrines that were taught by the medical schools, some of which continue to be used today, which was my point earlier. And he says that right in his second paragraph. What surprised me the most was the active participation of women in medicine. The most prominent among them was Presechet, the director of Lady Physician. Specialized physicians would take a medical history, perform a manual examination, and assess clinical vital findings to diagnose a disease. The range, that's just the proper way the thing goes. The range of conditions treated and the various conservative and surgical treatments used are astounding. Ancient Egyptians understood the importance of maintaining good hygiene and eating habits for good health. The emphasis on healthy food, sports, personal hygiene, daily cleansing, and mouthwash is relevant still today. I was intrigued to learn that music
Mouthwash.
therapy
Mouthwash.
and amulets were often used to ward off diseases. Some of the techniques they
Amulets.
developed still form the base
Amulets.
of modern medical practices today.
Wow.
One of the
I want us.
fascinating aspects of their medical practices was using sleep therapy with opium or mandrake plant extract to treat patients. Ancient Egyptians had an understanding of sedation techniques even before the development of modern anesthesia.
Mm.
And I go on because this is, hey, the way they approach malignancy is also impressive. They could describe primarily and metastatic tumors with great detail and recommended removing the entire mass without leaving any gross residual lesions to prevent local recurrence of distant metastasis.
Metastatic. Yeah. Come on now. If you going, if it's your source,
Ancient
you gotta know the words. You gotta
Ancient
know the words.
Egyptian practitioners used cauterization, firing bolt, to treat inflammation and promote healing after surgery. They also described the importance of antiseptic measures even before the development of modern antibiotics, such as using oils and lipids combined with wound dressings to promote post-surgical epithelialization. I see. Epithelialization.
Epithelialization.
It is also,
Epithelialization.
thank you, Sabio. It is also interesting to see how advanced their neurosurgical specialty was as they recognized the relationship between brain lesions and resulting peripheral defects. This shows that they had a deep understanding of the human nervous system even before the development of modern neuroscience. The discovery of big artificial toes on feet of numerous mummies is proof for the earliest known prosthetic body organs to date. Another remarkable contribution to the life of amputees. Ancient Egyptians identified natural substances with antibiotic properties such as honey and onions that could be used to treat infections. In addition, they discovered the anti-inflammatory properties of incense, which was derived from the olibanum tree. The Elber's papyrus describes the use of various plants
Papyrus.
based, okay, if you say that, base remedies for tumors and found that boswellic acetate had anti-proliferative effects on malignant cells. The Egyptians also used natural substances such as salicin extract from the willow tree, which was used to reduce inflammation and pain. Similarly, the Stephan plant and propolis, which were used as a painkiller and sedative for fever and pain. In addition, carob tree extracts were widely used. This extract contains gallic acid and polyphenol derivatives, which have antimicrobial, antioxidant, and antidepressant effects. Furthermore, ancient Egyptians used moldy bread on infected wounds thousands of years before Alexander Fleming accidentally discovered penicillin secret by moles. So, I mean, that's enough, but it goes on, and I did have the paper. I'm satisfied that not only is it shows that the ancient Egyptians were onto something, but a lot of that is still being used as their basis for the medicine and the way they are doing things today, which was simply my point. And here it is by the government.
And there's the rub. And there's the rub.
Okay.
He's wait, no, hold on. To make the claim that ancient Egyptian is used, that ancient Egyptian methods were used as the basis for things today, is where you're entirely incorrect. What that just described was that ancient Egyptian physicians had certain principles and practices that are foundational to how we operate today. However, they would not use those techniques or methods because the techniques and methods are more advanced today than they were back then. So they don't need to rely on that. What they're saying is that when we look at medicine today, we can look back and see that there are certain things that even at an ancient time, Egyptians also understood. But things like penicillin and all these other things were discovered, right, outside of the ancient Egyptian context, which means that these are principles that people throughout history came to understand through the more natural methods of science. That's all. That's what you just read. But to then make the claim that they used ancient Egyptian methods as the basis for what they do today is wholly incorrect. Modern science does not, or modern medicine does not teach out of an Egyptian papyrus. It doesn't happen. So while, like, I appreciate what you read, your interpretation and the claim you're trying to use to build to justify that interpretation, everybody can see was incorrect. But I'm glad you had an opportunity to share the information, though, Wale. Thank you.
Damn. Was that too condescending? Boom, boom, boom.
Hey, man, that's his interpretation. And as I say all the time, he's welcome to it.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Meanwhile, the article read just what the article read. I don't have
shit.
to really interpret nothing.
Oh, shit. This is horrible.
And that's why I put the whole article up. Anyone can go to it. I'll put the doggone whatever, and you can read it yourself.
We understand, Wale, that the ancient Egyptians
and if
had
you come up
practices,
with
as did a lot of other people. They had practices that helped them heal diseases and ailments and shit like that. And that papyrus, there's a few other papyrus that show medical knowledge. That's not saying that we still use those techniques. What it is saying is that that was a beginning of the knowledge that we use and we have built off of. No one is putting old molded bread and using it as penicillin, Wale. No one's using molded bread as penicillin, Wale. If that's what you think people are using as penicillin, you tripping. Molded bread in 2025.
Furthermore,
he's going to keep going.
Furthermore, ancient Egyptians used moldy bread on infected wounds thousands of years before Alexander Fleming accidentally discovered penicillin, secreted by moles.
We understand that. No one's disagreeing or arguing that they didn't use molded bread as penicillin. What I'm saying is that they're no longer using molded bread as penicillin. No one cares about the accidental discovery of penicillin. What we're saying is no one is using molded bread as penicillin. Do you understand that? That there's been a transition.
Mm-hmm.
And some molded bread. The doctor asked the nurse to go get the molded bread for your wound in 2025. Go get the incense for your headache. That's some moldy bread.
Mm-hmm. I'm just quoting here. It says some of the techniques they developed still form the basis of modern medical practices today.
This is horrible. So basically what they're saying is that we're trying to tell you there's been an evolution, but because we're trying to stay away from that word, we don't want you to get spooked out by it, but there's been an evolution in medicine.
He goes on to say that he was fascinated by the principles and doctrines that were taught in their medical schools, some of which continue to be used today.
Facts. Today.
This is just from the actual words of the paper. I'm not. This is not my idea, man. This is what I'm actually reading.
Sources.
And no one's disagreeing with no one's
from the National Library of Medicine, an official web of the United States.
Why it's so difficult for you to understand that we are agreeing that the ancient Egyptians, as well as other people, had medicinal practices. No one's denying that at all.
People you're talking about.
Hold on. The Dogon. There's a lot of people that was doing medicinal that was healing themselves. So again,
the Dogons say they are the ancient Egyptians.
Oh shit, we're not going down that road. We're not going to go down this road.
Tell me some other people.
We're not going to go down another pseudo road. We're not going to go down another pseudo road because that is not in any of the writings that I've ever seen from the ancient Egyptians. So we're not going down that road. But what we are going to continue on before we get this shit out of the way is we understand that people back then was using things in the environment to heal ailments. And that's where medicine stems from. No one's denying it at all. But what we are trying to get you to understand is that we are no longer using those practices. So if you go to your doctor and he tells you he's going to give you some moldy bread, Wale, run. Fast. The hell is wrong with you?
I am fascinated.
You're going to let your doctor give you some moldy bread. He's going to keep reading it. He's going to keep reading it.
In their medical book,
right.
Continue to be used today. This is according to
right. He's going to keep reading
at the the governmental thing. But I know you know better, so go ahead.
No one's denying anything that you're reading. I don't understand why it's so difficult for you to grasp that.
Why is it so difficult for you to grasp that the guys written here, some of which continue to be used today? It says that in plain English, but you keep saying
they're not talking about the medicinal practices. They're talking about the ideals that was passed forward of surgery, brain surgery, neuroscience. They're talking about those ideas, foot podiatry, those ideas. They're not talking about the practices. They are not putting snakes on people to cure diseases, Wale. They are not using amulets in the doctor, in the hospital.
What's the cure for a snake?
Incense. Oh shit.
What's the cure for a snake bite, Xavier?
Snake venom.
Hey,
they're not putting a snake. They're not putting a snake on you. Do you understand? They are not going out into the wild or to the zoo, getting a poisonous rattlesnake, and then having the rattlesnake bite you again.
Yeah, that's not what the Egyptians did either. That's not what the Egyptians did either. They do it the same way. It's the same old story, man.
They had syringes. They had syringes. So now they have syringes.
And
needles.
They're doing surgery. The man talk about surgery, post-surgery, anesthesia. What's your problem? Why are you so angry?
No one's
this thing
angry.
Was clear and point to the exact stuff it said. There's nothing there.
It's like your mind is stuck.
I am stuck on what the man actually wrote here.
We know, and again, I'm going to say this as clearly as I can. No one is denying that the ancient Egyptian ideals were used and are being used because they're some of the earliest medical practices we have been exposed to. No one's denying that at all. Please get that into your thick skull. This shit sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
No one ever denied it. I said it 7 times.
Oh yeah, someone denied it.
I said no one is denying it. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that there's been a transition. So the ancient practices, the things that they were doing in ancient Egypt, they're no longer doing today. So they don't get a witch doctor to stand over there while another motherfucker is playing with your eye, chanting.
A witch doctor. Now you went to witch doctors. You funny. You done went to witch doctor. You watch so much cartoons, man. Witch doctor. Wow.
So again, they do not have a person chanting while another nigga is standing over you with a needle trying to operate on your eye with smoke blowing in the air. They're not doing that type of shit.
All right, Sabio, they are not.
Why the nigga in the back chanting to Osiris or some shit, and the nigga with a needle in your eye. The fuck?
Well, you have a great imagination, man. That's so beautiful. Great imagination. Of course it is. Your imagination is fantastic.
And yours is too.
Meanwhile, I'm reading directly from the paper that was put out by the government. I don't need my imagination. Although I agree, my imagination would put yours to shame as far as the scope and depth.
Yeah, because you believe Atlantis is real. You are absolutely right.
I don't believe
in a place called Atlantis.
I never say you believe stuff, Sabio. I don't do that to you. Please don't do that to me.
Okay, well, Atlantis is a place that you accept as a historical land that existed. Atlantis. So your imagination is way too old for mine.
You don't know what I do. That's why I say I won't put that on you. Please don't put something on me that's not.
We've heard you say it, but again,
you've heard me say
is denying the medical evidence that comes from Egypt. Please stop trying to make that the argument, because that wasn't ever the argument.
I don't even want no argument, Sabio. Please,
or the angle that people was used or approaching you with. That wasn't ever the angle. So please.
Yes, it was, cuz.
No, it wasn't. So please stop trying to misdirect the conversation.
The first time I came,
what he was clearly trying to get you to say, get you to understand, was that we have advanced medically. So those outdated techniques are no longer being used.
Yet the man says that they are. Some are still being used. That's all. Just some,
Like
not
what?
all of
Like
them. Some.
incense? Like they still put incense in the hospital
Hold
room when you
on.
got a headache? They
I'm gonna
use
still go.
incense. They use incense and
He
molded
said this.
bread.
He said still being used. That's
They
where I'm looking for that relationship.
you want to know what's crazy? Some of those herbs and things that they were using are no longer in existence, Wale.
Like what? Oils and lipids?
Some
These
of
herbs, I know
those
these herbs
herbs,
stuff,
some of
but
those herbs have went extinct because
maybe
that
so,
shit
but
is
Hey,
how long ago?
hey, Wale, let me ask you a question,
Shit is
Wale.
crazy.
I know most of these
Do you
herbs.
think do you think we have a better understanding of like medicine, chemistry, those things today than they had in the past?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So would you say 50 years ago, did
Mm-hmm.
humanity, or did civil or modern society 50 years ago, did
Mm-hmm.
they have a better understanding of medicine and chemistry than they did in ancient Egypt?
That's difficult to say on that part. But now I
Well,
would
okay,
say yes.
right. Okay, so because the argument that's being made is that
Mm-hmm.
while we can recognize the foundational aspects of chemistry and medicine that
Mm-hmm.
existed in ancient Egypt, and there's certain things that are just pretty much universal, right? Like we still have onions, so whatever medicinal benefit we can get from onions, we can get from honey. Like we still get it because that's a property of that
Right.
product, and it's more so that the ancient Egyptians figured out that property. Other people could have figured out that property, but it's essentially it's like that's not a technique. That's a property of that thing, and it still impacts humans in similar ways today. When we say that it's based off of ancient, well, like the way that what they teach today, or even like the techniques, quote unquote, are
Mm-hmm.
based off of ancient Egyptians, that's not necessarily true because it's really that it's based off an understanding of those principles, and we can look or those properties, and we can look and see in ancient Egypt where they also recognized the benefits of these properties. So what happens, in just so we understand where like the pushback comes from, is that it centers the understanding of those properties around Egyptian culture, but the understanding of those properties is greater than Egyptian culture.
And
So
what I'm
that's why,
saying, I thought you were done. But what I'm saying also is that, according to the same paper, he wrote believe. He said ancient Egyptian medicine is believed to be the origin of Coptic and Greek knowledge, serving as a precursor to science-based medicine.
right, but you see
That's
how it
what he
says
said.
you see how it says a
I said,
precursor to
and I said
science-based medicine?
and I said believed because he put the word believe. Cousin, I ain't making
Right.
this up. I'm reading it.
No, I'm not saying you're making it up. I think it's just more of a question of how we're understanding what's being read, and so that's why it's like we get where we have common ground is understanding the what understanding what ancient Egyptians knew in the context of chemistry and medicine, right? Like what
Right.
they was able to discover that some of the earth. We all agree on that. I think that the difference is, I would say that the basis of what people rely on isn't necessarily the Egyptian understanding of it, but the more modern, like so when it says like it's a precursor to scientific medicine, it's like you wouldn't necessarily look to the precursor. You would look more to the advancements and what's beneficial and what's the like what is happening in a contemporary sense, because like the contemporary understanding is what we build further medicine and scientific understanding off of, not necessarily the precursor. So it's like even like if you think about something like an etymological fallacy, right? Like a word can have an etymology, but because of time and evolution and growth, that the meaning of that word isn't necessarily tied to its origins. So it's like if you want to understand the word, you got to know the contemporary sense of it. So to understand medicine today, you have to have more of a contemporary understanding in order to evolve medicine today, because we've evolved past what the ancient Egyptians understood, and that's really essentially just the argument.
So the paper that I was referencing, you guys, if y'all want to look into it, it's called The Myth of Metals by Plato. If y'all want to look into it, it's called The Myth of
And
Metals.
and anybody that think that they're still learning medicine today off of what was written on papyruses, you're slow. You're slow. Like you're slow. Like is there a historical reference to what was on papyruses? Yes. But do you know how many textbooks have been produced with information that never sniffed the papyrus? Yeah, it's crazy. I think like comprehension is solely lacking. That's wild.
Yeah, that's the name of
Yeah,
that
but
paper I
that's
was
your
talking about.
prejudice. You're welcome to it, man. Meanwhile, I just go by what the papers actually say, and I'll leave the prejudices up to you.
That shit great.
Prejudice ass niggas. You done schooling these niggas, Wale?
You didn't school nobody. That shit crazy.
Hey, man, I just share my screen. They whatever they take from it is up to them and their prejudices and perspectives.
No one's disagreeing that Egypt is the best. Again, if you don't understand that we understand that medicine had ancient origins in Egypt and other places, then that's on you and your shortcomings.
Okay,
We've
that's
clearly said
beautiful.
it 3 or 4. We've clearly said it 3 or 4 times.
That's beautiful, Sabio. No problem.
So
Not
yeah,
to
the
me.
myth of metals in Plato's The Republic. Plato uses a central story, the myth of the three metals, to illustrate his ideas as a whole. The myth of the three metals is based off of the story that Mother Nature invented all human beings and created these human beings by utilizing different metals. The three metals utilized were gold, silver, iron, or bronze. From these metals, each person was born into the role they would presume in society. Gold represents the guardians who are governed by reason, making them suitable to rule. Silver depicts the auxiliaries who are guided by spirit, predisposing them to be guards. The final metals are iron or bronze, which share the same traits. Iron or bronze displays the farmers and other craftsmen who are led by their appetites, creating the physical laborers in the society. Plato believes that the myth of three metals will create the perfectly ideal society that also allows people to realize what being just means.
So now you repeat some mythology about Plato saying that people come from being made by metals, yet dispute vehemently that people come from somebody's rib. Both of them seem highly unlikely to me, but I noticed that
Wale, you have to understand before you interject,
yeah, man.
and try to think
No,
that
sorry.
I accept this myth of metals. What this whole thing goes back to is the construction of race and racism, which was we were talking about before you interjected with your shit about ancient Egypt and medicine. So when me and Domo was talking about race and racism, I had mentioned a paper. And I had mentioned bronze people, gold people, and silver people. I couldn't remember the name of the paper.
Okay.
The Myth of Metals is the name of the paper. And what this is doing at that time when Plato wrote the Republic, supposedly, is he was showing how a just society in his mind will be shaped with gold people ruling, silver people as the guards and the auxiliaries, and the bronze and iron people as the farmers and the lower class doing their menial jobs.
That sounds like
I was
Trump to me.
I was
Trump is.
I was just trying to give people the mind frame of how the Europeans today and from the Enlightenment constructed their ideals, how they use these ideals, such as airs, waters, places, which is another one that they use.
They're called ideas. They're called ideas, and no L in that one. Idea and ideal are two different words.
I understand.
I'm just saying.
I understand,
oh, thank you
and
so
I
much.
used the word I wanted to use.
Thank you so much for
correction.
understanding. Because I mean you no harm. I think you're a brilliant little, dude.
So that's all this paper. So what I was reading had nothing to do with me believing anything. All right.
Oh, I got that part that you don't believe it. I was just saying simply that you were repeating it but without the vehemence that you do when other people repeat some other kind of thing, whether they believe it or not. They just be repeating whatever garbage they got.
So I'm reading it because it helps me do what? Continue on the path of conversation that I was trying to develop, where these racial ideas stemmed from. So if you weren't paying attention to that part of the conversation, you missed it.
Oh no, I got that part too. I actually did.
So it has nothing to do with vehemence or me accepting what Plato is saying or the rib shit. Has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the mindset that these people were using to put people in categories, to categorize people and put them outside of this social identity that they were crafting that became white.
I agree.
Like, damn. All that isn't necessary. That shit was crazy.
I agree. Oh wow. Yes, sir, Bobby. 100.
Do they use penicillin or bread over there in Jamaica?
Penicillin or bread for what?
For wounds.
Or both.
Oh, they use molded bread.
They might. It's according to who you're dealing with and what the conditions under which they are doing their, whatever their business might be.
That lets me know I'm not going to no hospital in Jamaica. They would not be giving me no moldy bread.
I don't go to no hospital really anywhere. I don't bother with hospitals. I go to pay as you go to doctors, and I just pay them because I know the doctor. I don't go to hospitals. That's been something in my life for a very long time. I never went to hospitals.
Pay as you go. That sounds like a...
Yeah. That's how I've been living.
That's
all this time. I rarely get ill.
Difficult choice.
It's up to you. I rarely get ill. And so for me, it's ideal. Ideal.
I understand that.
Ideal. Ideal.
Guess he had to get back in the conversation somehow.
Who that?
So what do you think about the conversation on race or racism, Wale, since you felt the need to interject? How do you
I thought you were doing fine with that.
No, I don't mean me. I don't mean
Mhm.
me. I mean, what do you think? Um, what the scholars? How do you think the scholars are doing with locating the beginnings of these ideas in antiquity,
Of
based off of
racism?
what you've heard? Yeah.
I have to just say, whatever works for you, man. I'm not really into it like that because I don't really care for the concept of race. And so it's not easy for me to comment on it
Huh?
because of that. Mm-hmm.
Hold. I'll be back.
Oh. That's beautiful. Eh? Mm-hmm. I'm good with that. Let's do it.
So what happened?
I have no idea, man. None at all. None at all.
Had nothing to do with start arguing about Egypt again. What
Not
make
me.
Egypt so damn special? Like no other civilization on Africa
Mm-hmm.
is important as Egypt. They got to be mentioned first and most.
Mm-hmm. 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 I could dig it. I can dig it. Yeah, yeah.
They have the most records.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know what all the records people got.
Mm.
I meant to ask Blue, did he see the Tanzania ban the U.S. dollar today or
Oh.
last night rather?
Mm.
You said Tanzania did that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
Don't they got the shilling?
yeah. I'm gonna have to look at that. That's crazy.
TZE.
I think that they at the East Coast, the East African Alliance. I think EOC, something like that.
Yeah, you saw the European Union just cut Haiti a $9 million check.
Oh, for
Oh,
real?
Yeah.
that is so beautiful.
Damn, man. They all those folks for real.
Man, ain't nothing beautiful about that, man. I don't know what you
Making them
talking about.
folks pay the French. They owe them way more than that.
I can dig it. I can dig it. Hmm. What's that? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I think I got the link here. Okay, there go the Tanzania link in the chat.
Yo.
Yeah.
You're
I still can't get it, man. I gotta go back to Mississippi and learn how to do it. You done with your test?
I'm driving to do a presentation right now, and I got to do a test while I'm in this class doing this presentation.
Dang.
Freaking, yeah, I was in, these last 2 days. I might have had a black fatigue yesterday. I ain't gonna lie, I had some black fatigue yesterday. I was,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get over it right now. Trying not to get on fuck everybody's shit, but
hey,
the dial is on fuck everybody.
Mm.
Try to get off of that dial. That's why I want to hit the pen. I'm like, nah, I'm in the wrong mood right now. Oh man.
Nah, I appreciate you for pinning the link earlier and shit. I was debating on whether to start another stream, but I know they probably wanted to go get some shit out today.
Hey, Q Butter, what's up, bro?
Yo, I almost called you. I was in full crash. I was like, nope.
Nah, don't call me, bro. Don't call me. Look, there's no scientific approach to black empowerment, so call somebody else.
What you say?
There is no scientific approach to black empowerment, so call somebody else.
Oh nah, this is just not saying fuck everybody.
You gotta call me, bro. Let me know when I'm presenting shit though.
Yeah, I'm back on court. I had went to the what you call it, to the locker room during the game. Was just spitting at fans. I was spitting on teammates. I snuffed the coach.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I was having one of those days. Like fuck everybody.
Mm.
Yeah, it was one of those last 2 days, man. I'm trying to get out of that space. It's not a good space. Kids got on my nerve. Teachers got on my nerve. Parents got on my nerve. Wife on my nerve. My kids on my nerve. You know. I was gonna go to Manosphere, this event. Kids are crying.
Oh no.
Oh shit. Oh man. Whew. Oh man. I ain't yeah. I didn't even foresee all of this. It was a rough year. I ain't want to get up here venting and shit like a bitch. Oh my goodness. I got a speeding ticket, so I can't go crazy right now. So I'm like, oh my goodness. I can't go
In
racing.
New York City?
Yo, they accusing me of being 49 miles per hour over, bro. 50. They trying to say I was doing 99 miles per hour in a 50.
They using cameras and shit.
Yeah.
I know how that driving shit go. My damn driving privileges is on the line. I'm trying to straighten my shit out now. I ain't got that much time either.
Whew. Kind of hard staying motivated on time. Oh my goodness. I ain't really playing all of this together at once. We didn't know we was gonna be relocating. So relocating, look for a spot, that level of uncertainty, fucking finals and shit. My dumb ass is taking 5 classes. So, oh my goodness, man. 5 finals in 1 week, 2 weeks. That's oh my goodness. While playing in the science field, oh man. Yeah, that was a little rough one. Motivation. So I need more motivated people around me. That's what it is too. Some of this gloomy ass New York shit. I need some more like hood Marines and shit. No real Marines, a hood Marines and shit. Pro-black hood Marines and shit. Hoorah, ready to go. Oh my goodness. Huh. Well, what's good though, y'all? Tell me something nice. Somebody won a lotto. Something nice.
If they won the lotto, boy, they sure avoided this damn panel. They in Dubai some damn well. Nah, we're gonna try to keep it going throughout the weekend, man.
Oh man.
We tried to keep it on informative educational topics, but that only lasts so long.
Oh man. Then in your head you just want to chuck, but you can't chuck everything. You know what I'm saying? You gotta pass the ball sometimes. Fuck.
Well, at least you're acknowledging it. Some people don't acknowledging it, and they let the crash out go all the way past the beyond intervention line.
Yeah, no, when I'm in real life crash, I don't hit the panel. I was going down like, nah, let me not do that. Let me shut the fuck up. Pressure bust pipes, pause, pressure make diamonds, man. Oh man. Push, man. Black shit is no joke, man. Black power shit, no joke, man. Now I don't, you know what's crazy? I was like, damn, B. Maybe because I was watching this fucking Star Wars shit last night.
The new one?
It was a series and shit, but the shit it's showing the rebellion development and shit. But they was talking about how like the rebels was putting pressure on the government so the government could put more pressure on the people so the people could wake up. But it was you know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah.
the level of complacency right now is really troubling. It's like, and I tell my students, I tell the parents, like, look, there's no white people around. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no excuse. There's no prison to school pipeline. There's no, we don't got enough of this. It's like, yo, this is on us, man. We don't do good. You know what I'm saying?
That's it, yeah.
There's no excuse now. You can say black power all you want. You can talk about Marcus Garvey, Fred Hampton. You could play all the drums you want. What's y'all excuse? No excuses in this generation.
Yeah, Trump pulling out white genocide claims in South Africa. on the South African president. Yo,
You say
man.
you say you doing it to white folks?
He accused of a white genocide in South Africa to the South African president when they met up. Bro pulled out some more pseudo ass info.
He drug him all the way to the White House to tell him that.
But I think he was supposed to come for a visit. You know how he do. This nigga had some shit on his chest. He like, nigga, you don't run none of this shit by your advisors first, do you? Nigga, PR team just like, fuck it, bro. That's the easiest check you ever had, Trump PR team.
I don't know, man. This probably gonna be one of the groundbreaking times where the credibility of the U.S. anything that has U.S. on it is gonna be looked at as suspect, non-credible from the
Unless it's a,
government,
unless it's a
finance.
missile. Unless it's a missile.
Oh yeah,
That's about it.
I ain't gonna never uh, bargain on that. They're
Why she
coming
got
out with the.
class on Zoom, man?
We got what, one more week in this month?
Huh?
So what, we got one more week in this month? Yeah, it's gonna be
Yeah, I think the first on Monday.
that's late.
It's Wednesday too, right? Yeah, Cycle go live today, right? Yep.
Yeah,
Nobody debating this week.
I
I
thought they
don't
was
think
on.
Domo and Taz got they topic yet.
They just got something last night.
Oh yeah. I'm tripping. The DEI. Yeah, they gonna do the DEI. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one, man. I ain't gonna lie. Domo to the triangle this time.
Yeah, I seen Corey up here earlier.
You said who?
Corey.
Corey touched the panel.
Yeah, I think he was cheerleading for Wale. When him and Domino was crashing out.
Corey will hype up a fight in a heartbeat. Oh, hey. No.
Blue, you see the Tanzania article?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Is that the first African nation that declared it officially on the
I
market?
think that is. Oh well, it might have been what's his name? Ben Amin. But like since in a long time, I think so.
Yeah, I know Afro been talking about it. I kind of downplayed it.
Yeah, I see what they doing. Yeah.
They're smart as hell. Yeah. So you got to go ahead and transfer that money when you go over there.
Yeah, before you touch the ground.
You know, because it should be fucking up the market. No, that should be fucking up the market. Don't flood all in your market with US dollars and shit. Because you can't do that here. So you try to spend a Canadian dollar on accident in this money, watch what happens.
Yeah, I got a couple Canadian coins when I was up in Washington State.
Yeah. Some Canadian coins. I think I had something from Britain too. And then oh, I do got some of that what was the money from Kuwait? Got
Oh,
some
I
of
know
that.
some dudes in the military that got some of those. I seen
Yeah,
them, but
got
I
some.
don't have
Yeah.
none.
Yeah, that day we was asking if it was worth more than $1. I asked somebody because I was somebody that was shipped over there during some years ago and shit. Y'all gave me that shit too. I was like, good looking. All right, for this thing to get over with for real. A smooth little day at work though. My week started off tough. That was my first week out of training. I got promoted, so I had to go into training again and shit. That shit started off bad as hell. As soon as I got off of all, I settled
You
down
on the
now.
side of the road?
Who that is? That's Wale.
What?
Wale, you outside?
No, man, my thing's supposed to be off. It's still on. Okay,
Yeah, you at Wale.
Yeah.
That's just how he out in the country for real too. It ain't sound like no American car.
3 weeks with no food.
Y'all got to pull up an article or something. All this dead space shit ain't popping.
I'm trying to read what Max put in the chat. It said 27-year-old Georgia woman,
Nobody buy a computer.
Tiffany, not me. Taz might be.
I'm about to say I'm on the clock right now. I got a little bit longer, about an hour and a half.
2 weeks alone, injured in
Here we
a.
go.
Oh, she was in California. Oh, okay.
Was she black?
Tiffany
What
Slayton. What you think?
what she do?
I think she was found alone, injured, but alive after surviving 3 weeks in the snowstorms in North Cali.
Damn. Shit going in. Gotta get ridiculous. Driving through one of them months was crazy. I ain't even gonna lie. I had to pull over though. I was like, nah, this ain't it. I drove up went up to Colorado. It's a terrible idea. I'll drive again though. I just won't drive my own shit. I'll be renting a car to do that, bro. That was reckless.
Nah, I did that when I was a teenager,
Yeah.
coast to coast. Fucked all the sensors up on that thing.
Fuck the car up. Hell yeah. It wasn't that bad of a ride, but that mountain ain't it. Nah, you taking that the Rocky Mountains, that's it.
Mark P. Wells, what you mean stop talking about FBA?
They don't even show up no more.
So I wonder how long they're gonna keep the black woman alive, the pregnant woman that's brain dead in Georgia.
Man, that's crazy. Yeah, I really gotta look into the story more to see like what are the chances with the baby for me, like for it to make sense. Because they just doing that and then the baby not gonna make it. That's crazy. But if it's a possibility the baby will make it though, then I think it's understandable.
They gotta
It
go until
sounds bad.
August.
I hate they used it as a yeah. Thank you for calling Vision Services. This is
Sound like you had to take a call. I'll put the put the link back in the chat. Emory Hospital plans to keep Adriana Smith on life support until August, when doctors will deliver the baby by C-section. Well, the family, well, they're gonna slap the family with a monster medical bill. I'm sure that's not gonna not gonna be compromised. The bill gonna be sent to the family. Yeah, that's gonna be man. That's gonna be tragedy all the way around, boy. But that's gonna pose corporations, I guess, politics, literally getting together and going against family morals and family values. Well, not family values, but respecting the wishes of family. Yeah, that ain't gonna make no difference. When she first went to the hospital, she went to the emergency room complaining of migraine headaches. She was turned away and told her. I think they gave her some aspirin or something like that. But it turns out she had blood clots in her brain. So now she done slipped into a coma. Uh, 8 weeks pregnant. So the hospital is citing the Georgia heartbeat law in terms of when a fetus heartbeat is detected. And so, regardless of what happens to the mother, uh, the fetus, they will attempt to keep the fetus alive until August. Yeah, August is not even now. 40 weeks, 9 months, based on the math. I think it's like 7.5 to 8. So they're gonna cut her open, premature C-section. Straight like that. Yeah, this is Emory is a HBCU. It's about the reparations bill that was resubmitted by Summer Lee from Pennsylvania. Yeah, we did that last week, trying to see if there were any more amendments that was added to it since Corey Bush uh, had his signature on it. It doesn't look like anything brand new. The state is responsible for the child. Yeah, yeah. They're basically not allowing her immediate family, a sister, the father, the auntie, the mother. They're not letting nobody make any decisions on her. And it's going to be entirely that's going to be entirely under the direction of the hospital. But like I said, this is going to be however which way it goes. It's going to be precedent in terms of case law. whether it works or does not work. Goldmine is the resident sensitive czar, if you will. And I ain't never heard no Albo talk about reparations. But yeah, let's see how much traction it this gets in lieu of all the other events that seem to be taking effect based on the recent uh, onslaught of tariffs and widespread, massive funding cuts to federal agencies and departments. I didn't even realize that the weather department was actually affected. That's kind of wild. Oh, Coco, back in the chat. Yeah, I know you had came over on the panel earlier. My bad. They 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 elected Dane Calloway as the ABO leader. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just self-appoint himself. Haiti got $9 million from the European Union. That's back in the kitchen again. Well, they weren't getting anything since the assassination. So they quickly accepted that deal. Like they was going to get any other support. Well, I'll be glad when the documentary for barbecue comes out. Well, he more popular than the president. Cause I think it was a couple of YouTubers that was live streaming down there a couple of years ago. But I don't think they're down there now. Some daredevil white guys that probably ran out of money. What you mean? I don't know what you just typed. You talking about Trump meeting with the South African president? Yeah, not
Sound
the not. Go ahead.
I was just saying, sound like Trump has a lot of animosity against the South African guy, the president. Oh, and he had something, I think J.D. Banks, whatever the vice president guy named, he had something to say about that guy, Traore, you know, in the young guy.
Yeah. Burkina Faso, yeah.
He had words to say. J.D. Vance had words to say about him that were not very, respectful. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But I have noticing that he said, Traore said he appreciates how the Chinese are coming off right now. They're not coming off like they trying to take over. They're making deals. And from what I can see, they are making deals. It's a slow motion, but they're making deals. They're not just bulldozing like, and trying to make people feel small and stuff. You know what I mean? Like just sending them out. Oh yeah, here you go. Take it or leave it. We'll take your shit if we want it. Kind of attitude. They're not doing that right now. They're making deals with the world. They just made a deal with I think it's Iran for gas. Yeah, Iran, China pipeline for gas. But they doing their thing. I'm just saying. And the South American stuff, and then of course you got the African stuff, and still things are happening all over. Yeah, I'm Max Payton. $1 a day, Wale. You know what? I found that I'm just saying now because you just kind of nothing's going on necessarily. But I find that people who live in the country have a tendency to be a lot more relaxed. And besides that, a lot more patient because of the $1 a day concept. In the city, you have to pay rent and stuff. You kind of tight, kind of uptight because you got to make that deadline. You got so many dead lines. But when country living, there's not that many deadlines, and especially in countries, different countries, the deadline is so small. You'd be like, okay, I can cover that. and without any kind of concept of worry or that kind of thing. So yeah, I see the country different from the city in that faction. They don't have to live so fast. They don't have to make decisions, walk so fast. None of that. But y'all are on the clock. In the city, you're on a clock. Sometimes it's a daily clock, an hourly clock, or whatever. You're on the clock like that. I was so surprised. I paid someone's yearly tax bill, and I think it was about $8 for the yearly tax bill. I know it was $10 or less because I paid $10 and got change. So some places like that, I mean, you know, $1 a day. Some people, that's a lot of money. They can do a lot with $1 a day because they got food in their yard. They own the yard. You know, they're not the same hassle. The same hassles and concerns are not in their mix. Especially when you can go to the spring and get spring water. I did that in Pennsylvania. Go to the spring and get spring water.
Yeah, I don't know who that Mark guy is.
Mark prevails. We ain't fleas. We ain't flee. We still fighting. We ain't flee. We still fighting. Okay. Well, hey.
Oh man, I don't have my YN dictionary. I don't know what the hell he said. What did he say? Anybody got an interpreter on hand?
We ain't flee.
I
We
don't
still
know what the
fight.
hell that means.
That means they didn't run off. They still fighting. Flee means to run off.
Yeah, but they're changing the meaning of the words at any second. Yeah.
You know what, too, though? I hear people say we don't do well in cold weather. But after I took my first, and by the second time I had to do cold weather training, but my first one, I got initiated. By the second time I did cold weather training, I was able to walk out in the cold weather without clothes, snow 3 feet high, and walk for about 50 yards without clothing. Because once you get the cold weather training and well, my body got used to it and accustomed to what I needed to do and stuff like that, it was a breeze, man. I enjoy the cold weather, the more snow and everything. I started enjoying going into blizzards and stuff. But you have to, I mean, some way you have to be trained or train your body to know what to do and what to do. Yeah. I did cold weather training in Korea, in South Korea. They call it Korea because the snow get 4 feet. We had to dig tunnels to walk through the snow 3 feet high. Dig tunnel ways to walk and stuff. Through the snow.
Yeah.
And I did cold weather training 3 years straight. Beautiful, man. I enjoyed every moment of it. And I'm from Florida, so I'm just saying I didn't ever think I would enjoy it either. Or that, you know, I had a prejudice, but once I went through it, man, I was like, shit, I could have did this a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I never get adapted to cold 30 and 40-degree temps. Shouldn't say never, but I haven't this far. It's been over 50 years, so I don't anticipate any adaptation. Ohio Attorney General.
Ohio. Ohio. That's Japanese for hello. Ohio. Hey. That's beautiful.
Nah, I ain't walking nowhere in the cold weather.
No, I was in the cold weather training. My duties as far as the work I did was the communication technician. I hardwired communication and leading up to crypto, but mostly digital hardwired communications coming through microwave, break it down into the crypto, take it from crypto and put it into the system for mechanical use, because the title was electromechanical technician. So take the electricity and make it do something mechanical through the pulses, and the pulses will tell it the information carries on the pulses. Usually 6, 8, 16, baud bits and shit. Bauds and bits. Bauds and bits. Yeah. I was in a particular unit though. Our unit lifespan was 30 seconds. Less than a minute for sure. The lifespan of the unit I was in. Once we revved up the microwave and went online, our life expectancy was no more than 1 minute before we figured out and we could start receiving incoming. 1 minute. So I would set all my stuff up. I did it because I kept my stuff real neat and nice and ready to go. I set all my stuff up and I'd walk as far as I could for 1 minute away from the site. And then I'd climb up in a tree and sit there until I'm serious. Unless somebody called me and said something was broke, I need to fix it because my stuff worked all the time. I would just sit up in a tree and chill out, look at the mountainside and the snowscapes and all that stuff. Yeah, until the exercise was over. Then I go down, close my shop up. I had a shop, we were mobile. I closed my shop up, go to eat chow, man. Yeah, that's how I played the game. They would ask until where you go every time, be like cracking up. Yeah, because I would go up into the trees.
Yeah, I had a spot on the Navy boat. To
Oh,
this
you
new
did?
guy. Yeah, to this new guy came on there. He didn't know what the hell he was looking for.
On the boat, you say?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I was too leery about them boats, man, because prior to that, my experience was with merchant mariners. Most of my, older teenage life, like from 16 or something like that, I was planning on leaving the country. So I would go down to the dock and hang out with the merchant mariners. And they had told me, my height, size, and body weight, all that kind of stuff. They said, man, yeah, as soon as you finish high school, come on down. We'll take you around the world, man. And they were friendly the whole time, and they were colored people, man. And so I figured, and they told me what to look out for, all this kind of stuff. They told me how dangerous it could be because you're out there by yourself. Oh, they told me a bunch of stuff, man. So military wise, I didn't want to be out on no big ocean with no bunch of crackers. I don't trust them like that.
Yeah, I was not thinking logically at all. That recruiter so did do a sales job on me, man. Saw me coming a mile away.
Did they offer you language uh, test? They ask you if you know another language or a second language, anything? Probably not, I guess.
Nah, they would have did that if I had took the submarine deal. I didn't take the submarine deal.
Because when I went to language school, I saw, it was a lot of people from enough. It wasn't no lot. It was enough people from the Navy and the Army, for that matter. Everybody was represented. The FBI, the CIA, everybody was at the language school. The ambassadors, everybody went to the language school. So I know some of them was what you call them, Navy, but then you either have to say something or do something for them to think that they even offer that job to a person.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy was just going by my name, and he said he saw my name. He asked me if I knew another language. I said yeah. He said, well, take the test, and so I did, and I passed the test. It was kind of simple, but it took a lot of concentration and focus. Yeah, because the test was in a language nobody knew. They made up a language and then have you to be able to figure out what the people are saying, multiple choice sometimes not, but most of the time it's multiple choice. And you just figure out what the people are saying. They have just a reading of it. And it was a wild test, man. Some of it was audio and a lot of it was audio and some of it was just, you I had to read it. It was different. But in the whole classes that I ever participated in, only one guy scored higher than I did. A German guy. He had scored higher than me on that lab test. I don't know. Others may have. I don't know, but I'm just saying the people around me.
Yeah, I watched the movie Top Gun, Booker T. That's why I joined the Navy. No other reason.
Oh, right now you can do helicopter. You can learn to fly a helicopter at 6 to 9 months, man. I wanted to put my son through. He kept talking about he wanted to be a helicopter guy, pilot and stuff. So I offered to pay his way because it's not that expensive, a few $1,000s, man. And you can get your pilot thing just like that. Because I plan to get a helicopter personally, a personal helicopter. Because I've learned how to fly a helicopter off of YouTube. Hey, that's funny. Off of YouTube. It's funny. They got tutorials on YouTube on how to fly the helicopter. I was like, get out of here. So I learned the basics of it. Then each helicopter got its own particularities, but the basics I knew. Yeah, that's beautiful. Oh yeah, man. I do a lot of stuff that's how I learned to make paper. Was off of YouTube. Then I learned another way to make paper using. Check this out. Making paper using okra. I learned that from a Japanese guy. He had put his stuff on YouTube of him making paper because that's what he does, make paper, and he uses okra. I was like, get out of here, using okra. I had never thought of that as an emulsificator. They use okra. The old school, the old Chinese way is to use flax. Yeah. I repaired my weed eater off of YouTube. What else I did? Oh, I set up my whole solar system because I'm on solar energy. I set that all off of YouTube, and I checked 2 or 3 more YouTubes to make sure it was right. The first one, because I watched several, and I got information from the guys I had bought it from at the stores. So yeah, that's how that thing goes. If you want to learn something, it's always available, is what I'm saying, and how you learn it is up to you. But if you already got a prejudice, then that's your prejudice, and you're welcome to keep it. But meanwhile, Anyway, the helicopter I'm planning on getting is a personal helicopter. I'm not planning on getting that's what I was attempting to get my son to do, get a license where he can use it to fly people around, and then we can about the rest of that. But he chose to do something else. He did do some skydiving and stuff, jumping out of airplanes type stuff. But that I don't see no value in that. That's just experiential. But that pilot license, yeah, man. To me, that was worth paying for. That's like paying for a college career to me. I'll pay it gladly. But yeah, now I've seen remote control helicopters just learn to jig up and do it like a what they call them things now? Drone helicopter type, auto control, all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That today's science and stuff is very advanced, man. And there's a lot of stuff we can get done very easily. We have all the stuff we need to do whatever we want to do. We just have to be willing to do whatever we want to do. But the accoutrements, everything we need is available readily. Funding is available. Everything is available.
A stash of 598 gold coins and other items worth $360,000 was found in the northeastern Czech Republic.
Oh, okay.
In the Chronicles Mountains.
a popular hiking spot, and,
Wow.
within an aluminum box that was sticking out of a wall.
Hey, hey, that's beautiful. Now that's beautiful.
Onlookers immediately grabbed it and took it to the Eastern Bohemia Archaeological Department at the museum. Miroslav Novak was quoted as saying, "The finders came to our museum without prior appointment. Only after that did the archaeologists begin to deal with the find and set to explore the site." So you're looking
That's
for some
beautiful.
more shit. Yeah.
Of course. Of course. I call most archaeologists, I call them grave diggers, because that's what they do. They just go around digging people's grave, the grave robbers, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. And they just go around people's graves and to be robbing people's graves of whatever's in their grave, money, artifacts, whatever's in their graves and stuff. Talking about, oh, this is a this is something you stole out of some grave you didn't rob. Tell the truth. They put a fancy name on it, but that's what they doing, grave robbing. Desecrating old grave sites. See what they can rob from people.
There's a lot of people making noise. A man recently discovered 1,500 silver coins while hiking in Latia Veshi, a small village in the south part of Romania. So people going to museums, dumping out old coins, and folks just making it seem like they finding treasures and shit, huh?
I wonder if Rome and Romania have any type of historical connections.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Romania and Rome?
Yeah.
Okay. I understand Romania to be up there
Mm-hmm.
by Russia.
Mm-hmm.
I got so many bananas, I've been giving them away today. I can't sell them fast enough. So I just started giving them.
Oh, I don't know what Taz was talking about. That arcade game Fortnite was banned from Apple in 2019, coming back.
Did you hear the rumor, I'm going to call it, that Amazon is leaving the U.S.?
Yeah, I heard that.
What about Caterpillar? I understand Caterpillar is leaving the U.S. as well. I heard a rumor.
No, they'll set up shop, but they won't move their entire operations out. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll do it again, Booker. I won't change nothing.
And someone else is moving out too. Forget their name. Amazon, Caterpillar, and another one. Well known.
Yeah, companies make business move all the time. A great move today would be disaster, depending on who making it and when you're making it. Banana still $2 in the U.S.
I call myself being conservative. I planted 10 banana trees. I know I like bananas.
Mm.
I've neglected to realize that those 10 banana trees in
Mm.
2 years would turn into 30 banana trees. And in 4 years, 50 banana trees. Now I got 50 banana trees. Too much for me to even, sometimes I can't even keep up with them and stuff. By the time I find them, they done already went bad and stuff. I was like, wait a minute, I just got too many bananas. So I give them
Yeah.
away, ride around giving them to people, man. But it's crazy. That kind of proliferation of food from just, you know, doing it. It's surprising to me. That's all. I didn't expect so much bounty. Yeah.
Oh, he named one of the regiments Buffalo Soldiers. Yeah, they've been censoring some of his speeches for obvious reasons.
I find his speeches on YouTube kind of easy. I mean, but I have, like you said, maybe that algorithm has been set because of what I tend to watch.
Mm.
But I've seen almost every day I got something fresh and new. Because I be getting in stuff from Canada, and the Arabs, Al Jazeera, the Russians, sometime the RT, and then I also look into China and the BBC. And I look at a lot of different sources for information, and the European stuff, and the others. There's another thing I just came across, the Japanese station, and they be doing Japanese news, from the Japanese point of view stuff. So it's a lot of ways to look at world events and to see how the rest of the world is responding to those world events. I think that's my interest. Yeah. The rest of the world is responding. And right now, to me, it's a good time for us, like colored people, to get our act together and start behaving like a nation of people, like a body of people. We can call it nation, whatever you want to call it, but start acting like we people. It's a good opportunity right now. Very good opportunity. And with the behavior of the current president, man, he just setting the stage so nice for us to make a move. And a move don't have to be adversarial or nothing like that. No war and all that fighting. That's not the move. The move is concise willfulness, concise, self-determination. No one can stand in the way of that right now. And
that's right, Wale.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, I'm just in agreement with you. Go ahead, bro. I ain't gonna cut you, Bill.
Oh, dude, cut away. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, man. Now it's the time for us to seize the moment. We've been trying. Well, I can't. Well, Black folks been trying to seize the moment, but this is the perfect time, man. I know a lot of people don't agree with me on my stance with Donald Trump, but and I saw the way he had to talk with the African president of South Africa today. That was kind of hilarious. But other than that, man, it's our moment, man. It's up to us whether we take advantage of it or not. We can sit online and whine all day, or we can just be out in our regular time making things happen. This is just a leisure time for me. When I'm not in the community and doing nothing, I come on here and just, build with other niggas and see what we can dialogue about. But at the same time, this is a perfect time, perfect storm for us to take advantage of. Hey, yo, Pseudo Joe, Joe, hit the panel, bro. You talk so much shit in the chat, but you never hit that panel.
Pseudo Joe? Pseudo?
Yeah.
Oh, Joe fucking. It was regular Joe. Yeah, I eat at least 2 bananas a day. Go, Joe. Tomorrow I'm gonna take the coconut off my coconut. One coconut tree. I planted 5 coconut trees. Only one of them has started producing coconuts. But I'm taking those coconuts down. It'll be my 3rd coconut off of that tree.
Hey, that's 100, man. My grape. Well, I won't say my grapevine. It's my brother's, but we tend to it. It's finally starting to produce.
Yeah.
I saw online you have to bend the leaves or something in order for the fruit to start to actually produce. I didn't know that. Did you know that, Raleigh?
About grapes?
About grapes and like muscadines, like in order for the fruit to start producing grapes, sometimes you have to bend the leaves or it'll just produce leaves every year. Because that's what my brothers was doing. Every year we're producing leaves. So I watched it online like last year, and a white guy was saying you have to bend some of the vines and then it'll start producing. Like this year it's actually producing since I bent those vines.
That's what I be telling people. I be learning how to do stuff off of YouTube all along, man. I ain't got no prejudice against YouTube. I go and check a couple of different sources. Like one time when I was learning paper, I looked at the Indians YouTube stations. I looked at the Chinese YouTube stations. I looked at the country cracker YouTube stations about how to make paper. And then I took all of that information I got and put it together on how I can make paper, what's available to me from all of that stuff, and then start making paper. All right. So I'm saying you can get information from a dog if you're in tune. I'll take information from a dog and utilize that information. I'm not prejudiced like that. So
that's right,
Wale.
Hey, yo,
if it's useful.
My bad. I am an attorney, Goo. I'm a self-proclaimed an attorney, bro. Just because I ain't got it in front of my name anymore. Matter of fact, since you said it, I'm putting it back in front of my name. I am an attorney, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, right now I'm eating 5 to 6 bananas a day. And I did something I used to do when I was a child. I'm eating banana sandwiches. Sandwiches made of banana, sandwich banana. Banana sandwiches. That's good too, especially when the bread is toasted. Nice.
Yeah. I never tried that. I'm gonna have to try that out, Wale. I've been doing a lot of I love herbalist being a self-proclaimed herbalist, just trial and error. Yeah, I'm about to start drinking okra. I'm about to start drinking okra water. And see what the benefits from that does.
Emulsification. Some people drink that same thing from I was saying earlier, emulsification from flaxseed. Depends on where you're at and